David, let's break up. In a small and secluded forest on the side of the field in South River University, Sarah Jensen said to her boyfriend, David Liddell, Sarah, why? What did I do wrong? Why do you have to be so heartless? David asked, slightly emotional. They were both friends from high school and had started dating when they were in senior 3. Even though David's family background was not that great, he was very handsome, and he was good at studies. He was a typical boy who was considerate and family-orientated. When he was young and inexperienced in high school, he was naturally the crush of many of the female students. Sarah was not bad either. She was the most beautiful girl in class, and although her studies were not as great as David's, she was still one of the best students. Teachers often criticized them when they started dating. The teachers only decided to close one eye on their relationship after the two of them promised multiple times that they would not neglect their studies and would break up immediately if their studies worsened. Just as they said this, both of them managed to get into the National Key University, South River University, and a lot of people envied them. However, David did not expect Sarah to start to keeping her distance from him less than a year after he started university. Now, she was directly proposing breaking up with him. In reality, at the start of the semester, he noticed the changes in Sarah. Whenever they were together, Sarah's mind would be somewhere else. Moreover, she also used a lot of excuses to turn down the dates he proposed. On one of the Saturdays, he even saw Sarah get into the car of a playboy in their class. However, he still comforted himself that they were only going for a friend's gathering. However, Sarah's proposal to break up today shattered David's imagination. David, let's part ways without hard feelings and leave a beautiful memory for the both of us, okay? Sarah, tell me, is it because of Leo Tate? What if it is? Sarah, Leo is famous for being a playboy in the university. He even got a female student pregnant last semester. Don't you know that? Leo explained it to me. It was a mistake after both of them were drunk. Besides, that girl is the one who made the first move. He even compensated the girl after that. Sarah, don't believe him. He's lying to you. He's dating a lot of people at the same time. All right, David, I am just here to tell you about this. Please stop pestering me. Goodbye. After Sarah said that, she turned around to leave. However, David stopped her. Sarah, listen to me. Leo is not a good person. Don't be fooled by him. Did he force you to do this? I'm sure he did. I'm going to look for him. Sarah flung David's hand away and said, David, stop lying to yourself and others. Leo didn't force me. I'm willing to do this. I don't want to be with you anymore. After we graduate, we'll have to work hard to make money so that we can buy a house, a car, and pay back our loans. We'll be tied to our housing loan forever. I want to eat good food, wear nice clothes, and use expensive things. Do you understand? Do you see this bag on me? It's the latest one from L Brand, and it cost more than $10,000. I will never be able to enjoy this for the rest of my life if I stay with you. You will never be able to give me what Leo can give me. But Leo is just playing with you. He won't marry you. He's ditched countless people already. David tried hard one last time. Hey, Mr. David Liddell. It's not nice bad-mouthing someone behind their back. A voice entered both of their ears, and they turned to see Leo walking over, adorned in branded clothes. After this, he immediately reached out to grab Sarah's waist. Leo, you're here. Sarah leaned on Leo's body, appearing cute and helpless. When David saw Leo holding Sarah's waist the moment he arrived, and the way Sarah leaned on Leo, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. He knew nothing he said would work anymore. Once a woman had a change of heart, it would be difficult for her to turn back. He did not want to see them being lovey-dovey and sweet with each other. Hence, he said to Sarah, Sarah, one day, you'll regret the decision you made today. Then, he got ready to leave. Wait, Leo called out to David. Then, he turned around to say to Sarah, Sarah, you should leave first. I'll go get you after I exchange a few words with David. Leo, let's leave together. I've broken up with David, so there's nothing to talk about. Don't worry, it's just a few words. It won't affect our relationship. All right, you should hurry. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the campus. After Sarah said that, she looked at the two of them before leaving. Just spit it out. If you want to see me being battered and bruised after the loss of my love, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. There are so many girls out there, and I won't keep pursuing the same one." Even though David's heart was bleeding, he still said this stubbornly. He could display his devastation and heartbreak in front of Sarah and lose all of his dignity, but he would never show Leo this side of him. "David, I only want to tell you something." After Leo said that, he took 2 steps forward and whispered in David's ear, "Sarah has such a hot body. You've been together for so long. I didn't expect you two to still be. All right, I should go now. Sarah is still waiting for me, and I've booked a presidential suite in Golden Leaf Hotel. Do you know that place? It's an 8-star hotel, and you'll never be able to afford a meal there for the rest of your life." Leo turned around and left after he said that. As he was walking, he laughed carefreely. Ha ha ha. After David heard what Leo said, he felt dizzy. He had been with Sarah for 4 years, and throughout those years, they only held hands and kissed. Whenever David tried to do something more, Sarah would stop him. She said she would only give him the best thing after they were married. However, he did not expect Sarah to do it with Leo after a few days of being together. At this moment, David felt his blood rushing wildly to his brain and his eyes turn red. He could not control it anymore. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and he passed out on the ground. When David woke up, he was in the university's infirmary. As he was about to get up, a voice sounded in his head. Ding. Binding the super lavish system. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Binding complete. Then, a screen that only David could see appeared in front of his eyes. Host, David Liddell. Balance, $100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Body, 15, weak. Mind, 28, normal. Skills, can be added freely, needs to use up lavish points. Lavish points, 0. Before David could understand what was going on, he heard the sound in his head again. Welcome, host David Liddell, to the super lavish system. This system is a 1-to-1 single binding system and cannot be transferred. Once the host dies, the system will disappear. The host's balance is already bound to all the banks around the world, and the host can use their fingerprints, face, or pupils to pay. How to use the system. The host, David Liddell, will obtain 1 lavish point after spending $100 million. The lavish point can be used to better the host's body, wits, skills, and also their skills. Rules. There is only one rule. The host is forbidden from negotiating the price of whatever the host wants to buy. A beggar who negotiates the price will not be worthy of the system. David was still contemplating the genuineness of this super lavish system when the door of the infirmary was pushed open. A beautiful woman in her 30s came in wearing a white coat. This was the doctor overseeing the university's infirmary. Her name was Christine Shelton, and she was 32 years old. She had been married for a few years, and she did not have kids yet. Furthermore, her husband was the boss of a small company. However, it was rumored that her relationship with her husband was not good, and they were in the middle of filing for a divorce. It was rumored that in order to work with a much bigger company, Christine's husband asked her to drink with his clients. Furthermore, he even spiked her drink so that she would spend the night with the company's boss. Eventually, Christine found out beforehand, and she ran back to the campus while he went to the restroom. Then, she stayed on the campus and never went home. Recently, she began looking for a lawyer to file for a divorce with her husband. You can leave now that you're awake. After you go back, remember to eat more food that will help with replenishing your energy and vitality. Your body is weak, and you can't let this go on. Be more optimistic. Don't let trivial things affect your mood. Christine saw David had opened his eyes in the bed and said to him, "Thank you, Dr. Shelton. I got it." David got up and walked out of the infirmary shakily. He was still feeling a little dizzy right now. Sigh. Are students nowadays so infatuated with love? Christine sighed sorrowfully. Then, she thought about her husband. When they were in university, they were also crazily in love with each other. However, he drugged her and did such a terrible thing for the sake of his company. If she did not find out in advance, she could not imagine what would happen to her. Until now, she still could not understand why he would do such a thing. As David was walking on campus, A lot of students were pointing at him and making remarks when they saw him. It was because he was famous now. There were a lot of couples getting together and breaking up at South River University, but this was the first time in history that a student vomited blood and passed out after breaking up. Moreover, with Leo deliberately telling everyone about the matter, David became famous in South River University in just half a day. However, David was not in the mood to care about this. After he walked out of campus, he felt thirsty, so he went to the vending machine next to the university to buy a bottle of water. When he was about to pay, David instinctively wanted to use the balance in his phone to pay. However, he suddenly remembered the binding of the super lavish system from earlier. Therefore, he decided to try it out to see whether it was legit. With that, he chose to pay with his fingerprints. Ding! The super lavish system successfully paid $3. A bottle of mineral water rolled out from the vending machine. It works? David grabbed the bottle of water in his hand and murmured. Then, David saw the information on the interface. Host, David Liddell. Balance, $999,999,999,999,997. Body, 15, weak. Mind, 28, normal. Skills, can be added freely, needs to use up lavish points. Lavish points, 0. Ha ha ha. David burst out laughing suddenly. The super lavish system was real. If that was the case, from now on, he would be richer than anyone else in the world. The richest man in the world? Pa. The world's billionaires by Forbes? Pa. All of you don't have as many zeros even with your wealth combined. From now on, I, David Liddell, will change the way I live. I've been living too aggrievedly for the past 20 years. Over the next few decades, I want to live my life brilliantly and enjoy my life. I want to live my life without a care in the world. I want to get back at all of the people who looked down on me. After David calmed down, he went to the 8-star hotel near the campus, Golden Leaf Hotel, and was about to have a meal. He was a bit lightheaded from hunger as he was walking. This was the most luxurious hotel in South River Province, and it was also the most expensive place around. When David and Sarah walked past this place back then, Sarah said she dreamed about having a meal there. Sir, how can I help you? After David walked through the door, a tall and fair attendant approached him. I'm here to eat, David answered. May I know how many of you are there? The attendant asked politely. Just me. Please come with me, sir. The attendant gestured to David. David thought the attendant would take him to the restaurant, but he did not think the attendant would take him to the front desk. Sir, do you have a member card? The receptionist at the front desk asked. There were a few of them behind the front desk. The receptionists looked like air stewardesses. They were about 170 centimeters and above, and they all had fair skin and long legs. No, I don't, David answered. Sir, I'm sorry. Our food is all high quality, and they're all imported from overseas. Plus, we dispose it if we can't finish them on the day itself to ensure freshness, and that's why the price of our food will be much higher than the ones outside. If you don't have a member card, you'll need to pay a certain deposit before you dine. How can I get a member card? Sir, if you top up $1 million, you'll be a normal member in our hotel. If you top up $2 million, you'll be a premium member, and if you top up $5 million, you'll be a VIP. I'll have one then. Sir, may I know how much you want to top up? Why don't I top up 100 million first? Sir, I beg your pardon? I didn't hear you clearly just now, the receptionist asked with a slight stammer. I said top up 100 million for me. Sir, are you sure? I am sure. Sir, please wait a moment. Our manager is on the way now. Then, the receptionist took out a walkie-talkie and said, Ms. Warner, are you around? Can you please come to the lobby? The receptionist felt that David was here to cause trouble because he did not look like someone who would take out 100 million to top up his membership card. That was why she called the manager over. Got it. A clear voice came from the walkie-talkie. Soon after, a beautiful woman in her 20s walked over while donning a black suit. This beautiful woman clearly seemed to rank higher than the rest of the receptionists, no matter how David looked at her. It was no wonder she was the manager. What's the matter? The beautiful manager walked to the front desk and asked. The receptionist from earlier whispered into the manager's ear. Sir, May I ask if you want to top up 100 million to your member card? The beautiful manager asked David. Yes, answered David. Are you sure you want to top up $100 million? I am sure. Sir, may I know which bank you will be paying with? The beautiful manager started to operate the computer at the front desk as she asked. Whichever is fine. How are you going to pay? I'm using my fingerprint. All right, sir. Please confirm whether the amount is correct. Then, click Confirm and place your finger here. The beautiful manager turned the computer to David to let him look at the amount. David looked at it and confirmed that it was 100 million. Then, he clicked Confirm and placed his finger on the scanner. 3 seconds later, a machine at the front desk rang. Payment successful. Successfully received $100 million. In that second, the 6 to 7 tall receptionists, including the manager, took in sharp breaths. They changed from looking at David in disdain to admiration. It looked as if they wanted to swallow David whole. Pearl Warner had been a lobby manager in this 8-star hotel for more than 3 years. She had seen a lot of rich people, and she had also seen a lot of them with a net worth of billions to tens of billions of dollars. After all, the people who could enter this place would at least be worth something. Even though they could refund the money in the membership card, and there were a lot of big conglomerates who would receive their guests here, so they would top up to $10 million. This was the first time she had seen someone top up 100 million in one go. This person must have a net worth of tens of billions. If not, he would not have the courage to do this. Although the people on the world's billionaires were top-ranked celebrities who were worth tens of hundreds of billions, after Pearl got into this circle, she learned that there were many invisible rich people in this world. The ones on the world's billionaires list might not even make up 1% of the actual figure. Most of the rich people were very low-key, and this one in front of her was obviously one of them. Furthermore, he was definitely one of the richest ones. He was so young, so he was definitely the superb son of an invisible family. To be honest, when she first saw David, Pearl looked down on him. The clothes on his body might not even be worth $200 in total. There were so many people like that on the street. When the front desk said that David wanted to top up 100 million into his membership card, Pearl immediately figured David had to be here to pull a prank on them. However, because of her professionalism, she still cautiously entertained David and even let him pay. She even wanted to see how David would act when the payment failed. Besides, she was ready to call the security at any moment, but she did not expect the payment to go through. This showed that she really could not judge a book by its cover. Pearl had already got into contact with the upper class, and she yearned incessantly for that status. She even dreamed about becoming one of them. Even though a lot of nouveau riches hinted at her, Pearl was not interested in those chubby nouveau riches. Besides, most of them only wanted her body, and from what she knew, those people who hinted at her were not really rich. They were all tactless and impulsive fake nouveau riches. She hoped to be favored by a real nobleman. These people were mostly very low profile, and this young man in front of her was obviously one of the best among them. He did not even bat an eyelid when he topped up $100 million into his meal ticket. This person fit her requirements. He was young, rich, and low profile. So, she decided to depend on him and decided that this would be the best chance for her to turn her life around. She could not miss this chance. Furthermore, she was very confident in her own qualifications. Meanwhile, the receptionist who called the manager over with the walkie-talkie was feeling extremely remorseful now. If she proceeded with the order for David, this would be her business. However, after she called the manager over, she could only watch from the sidelines. After Pearl came back to her senses, she said to David, "Sir, please show us your identification card. I'll help you with the membership procedures." David handed his identification card to Pearl. To be honest, he could already see the other party was just being perfunctory. They did not even ask for his identification, so how would they register a membership for him? It was clear that they did not believe he would top up $100 million since they only asked for his identification after the payment went through. However, David did not care. He had been looked down on for the past 20 years. Plus, the other party was pretty nice about it. If this was somewhere else, he might have already been kicked out by security. I am a student from South River University. From this day on, I will be eating all 3 meals here. Prepare the best ingredient as per your professional standards for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If I don't show up, Just throw it away and continue to prepare the next meal. After David said that, the people in the room became fearful. If they were to use the best ingredient for all 3 meals, just his meal alone would cost hundreds of thousands every day. Plus, they were supposed to just throw it away if he was busy and could not come. This was so extravagant. One could not even call him a nouveau riche. He was a god-tier billionaire. Moreover, he was even a student at South River University. He was so extravagant at such a young age. So was he set to become the legendary top-tier handsome and tall rich man? Everyone was starry-eyed when they looked at David. They all wanted to depend on this rich man. It would be fine even if they had to sacrifice something to do so. They did not have excessive expectations to marry a son of a top-tier rich family like this. However, they would get a lot of benefits if they were able to curry some favors with him. At this moment, if David gave out even a small hint, these people would probably line up to climb into his bed. All right, Mr. Liddell, we will do so according to your wishes. After the membership was done, David was brought into a luxurious private room. Mr. Liddell, this is the best private room in our hotel. We will bring you the food soon. This is my name card, so please call me if there's anything you need my help with. I will provide you with the best service. After Pearl said that, she handed her personal name card to David. This was not the official one from the hotel, but instead, she made this one herself and would only give them out to the people who fit her requirements. David took Pearl's name card. When he took the name card, Pearl seemed to accidentally use her fair and thin hand to run across the back of David's hand, causing shivers to run down David's spine. What a soft hand. This woman is so good at seducing others. What a minx, David thought in his heart. Soon, the table was filled with food. All of the world's best food was here. There were lobsters, abalone, Alaskan king crab, bird's nest, tomahawk, foie gras, jamon, caviar, and so on. Every one of those dishes looked amazing and appetizing. There was also a Lafite from 1983. All of these cost approximately over $1 million. David could not eat all of it, but he did not care. Now, he was so poor that money was all he had. If he could not finish them, he would just throw them away. He had all the money in the world. David took a bite of everything on the table. It was an 8-star hotel indeed, as everything smelled, looked, and tasted great. Mr. Liddell, how's the food? Are you happy with them? Pearl went behind David and asked while bowing slightly. Since they were at a close distance, David could feel Pearl's hot breath on the nape of his neck. It felt nice. Pretty good. This place lives up to its reputation of an 8-star hotel. Everything smells, tastes, and looks great. I am very happy. That's great, Mrs. Liddell. Please enjoy your meal, and don't hesitate to call out to me if there's anything you need. I won't disturb your meal anymore. Pearl decided to leave when she thought it was almost time. Ms. Warner, look, I can't finish all of the food and I keep feeling like something's missing if I don't have a beautiful woman accompanying me as I enjoy such good food. Will you do me the honor of dining with me? David asked. David truly felt that Pearl was not bad. She had a hot body and a cute face, plus, her outfit accentuated her natural advantages. Her scent could also arouse a man's hormones. Any of her unintentional gestures would tickle his senses. Hence, it would be the ultimate pleasure to dine with such beauty. Mr. Liddell, this is not appropriate. Plus, it's working hours for me, Pearl said hesitantly. She wanted to eat with David because this would be a chance to strengthen their bond, and she would honestly kill for a chance like this. Even though she was a lobby manager, she had never eaten a lot of this premium food before. However, she understood that a woman should be reserved and could not reveal herself fully. Hence, keeping her distance would be the best way to flirt with him. The seduction of a fully naked woman was never as great as a woman wearing a see-through shirt. Her working hours was just an excuse. The boss would even praise her if they knew she was dining with a VIP of this status. Besides, she did not decline. She only said it was inappropriate, and this answer would trigger David's competitiveness. Sure enough, David spoke. What's inappropriate about this? Come to me if your boss scolds you, and I'll go to him. If it doesn't work, I'll buy the hotel and make you the boss, David said arrogantly. Then, I will accept your request. Pearl stopped being reserved and immediately sat down to open the wine for David. If she continued to make excuses, she might enrage David. So she had to handle this situation just right. As for what David said about buying the hotel and making her the boss, she only smiled and thought nothing of it. What a joke. This hotel would cost more than $15 billion if he wanted to buy it. Even though she had high hopes for David, she did not think David had this ability. Now, there were a lot of people with net worths of billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. However, most of them obtained their wealth from stocks or other virtual items. There were not a lot of people who could directly take out tens of billions of dollars with a wave of their hand. Those people were the real aristocrats. If David really bought Golden Leaf Hotel and made her the boss, she would be hell-bent on staying with David. She would even die for him. David did not know what Pearl was thinking at this time. If not, he would buy it directly. This was nothing. He would buy it even if it was $30 billion, let alone $15 billion. After this, the two of them finished this meal while chatting happily. After David finished his meal and was walking out of the 8-star hotel, he looked at the hotel entrance behind him. Pearl and a few attendants were sending him off while bowing. At that moment, David felt that the world was truly wonderful. Who is Sarah Jensen anyway? If I am willing, I can have a harem right now. What should he do next? Of course, he should buy a house. David did not want to stay in the dormitory anymore. There were 4 boys in one room, but now, only 2 of them were actively staying there. The other 2 were renting a place outside of campus with their girlfriends. Moreover, he heard his remaining roommate was also madly in love with his girlfriend and was also planning to move out. David initially wanted to rent a house with Sarah outside of campus, but Sarah refused no matter what he said. When he thought about Sarah sleeping with Leo, David felt a pang of pain in his heart. F***ck. I should have just used force back then. I let that punk gain all the advantages now, David cursed in his heart. At this moment, David's crappy second-hand phone rang. He took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was from his roommate, Patrick Reed. Even though he had moved out to live a simple life with his girlfriend, he and David were still very close since they had stayed together for more than a year. Besides, the rent for the dormitory and the tuition fees were bound together. Even though he did not stay in the campus dormitories, he had already paid the rent, thus nobody took up his spot in the room, so he would occasionally go back to their dormitory to play games. David answered the phone. Dave, where are you? The 3 of us are in the infirmary, but Dr. Shelton said you left. I heard what happened to you. Don't do anything stupid. Keep an open mind. Out with the old, in with the new. When you feel better, we'll host a blind date to find a better person for you. Patrick's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. David felt comfort when he heard that. He replied, Pat, what are you thinking? Why would I do something so stupid? Don't worry. I'll come back soon. You sure? I'm sure. Tell me where you are now. We'll come to find you. Don't. I'm already home. Don't worry. I'll be back in 2 to 3 days. Really? Yes, really. It's good for you to go back and relax. Think about your family who loves you and us 3. All right, I'm not that stupid. Don't worry. I'm hanging up now. South River International Residence. The houses here were the most expensive in South River Province. The average price per square meter started from $200,000. Of course, this place was also in the prime location. The entire South River International Residence was surrounded by the River Leads. There was only one exit, while the remaining 3 sides were all facing the river. Hence, the view was spectacular. There were only 6 buildings here, and each of them was 38 stories tall. The smallest unit would be 200 square meters, while the biggest one would be more than 1,000 square meters. This was truly the gathering place of the riches. Luxury cars were parked everywhere in the parking lot, and one would be too embarrassed to drive their cars that cost less than millions inside. David walked into the showroom of South River International Residence. When he entered the lobby, it seemed a little empty. 5 to 6 sales ladies were sitting together while they chatted. When they saw David, none of them wanted to approach him. The South River International Residence had been selling for 3 years, and yet there were still unsold units because it was too expensive. A small unit would cost tens of millions, so not everyone could afford to buy it. When it started selling, a lot of people came to view the houses. The ones who could afford to buy all of them bought them in the past 2 years. The ones who could not afford them still could not afford them until now. So, most of the staff who worked here since the start of the sale had already left. A lot of the sales ladies left with millions in their pockets. After all, a unit would cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of billions. They would be able to make a fortune with the commission alone. Back then, the commissions would be 2,000ths, and now, the new staff's commission had increased to 1%. However, by now, it was very difficult to sell any of the units. Thus, a lot of them only worked here because they were guaranteed a basic salary. When they saw David, they could tell he was not here to buy a house based on his outfit. So, everyone continued to chat. They did not plan to pay attention to him. David felt a little awkward at this moment. The people chatting were clearly ignoring him, and there was no one at the front desk. So, he did not know who to ask even if he had questions. However, after David stood there for 2 to 3 minutes, a young woman about 26 to 27 years old walked out from the toilet of the showroom. Jenny Ward started selling for South River International Residence last month. She only got in because her uncle gifted the boss $10,000 worth of gifts. She was from a small rural area. She thought she would make a fortune if she could come to such a high-end place to sell houses. However, after a month of working here, she did not even get a single customer. She could count the number of customers coming to view the houses over the past month on 2 hands. When the customers entered the door, the old staff would fight to welcome them. They did not give her any chance at all. Hence, she did not sell a single house after more than a month of working here. Today, she spotted a young man about her age standing in the lobby the moment she walked out of the toilet. Those old staff seemed to be ignoring him, so she walked over to him. "Sir, are you here to view the houses?" Jenny walked to David and asked.
Yes.
David answered. Jenny was thrilled. Finally, she had a chance to bring a customer to view the house. "What type of unit are you interested in, sir? What type do you have?" Then, Jenny proceeded to tell David a bunch of information about the houses. There were not a lot of empty units left. So, David did not have a lot of choices. In the end, David chose a 500 square meter penthouse on the 22nd floor of Block 3. Jenny took the keys from the front desk, and then they went to view the unit. The moment the two left, the staff in the lobby began talking about them. "He's seriously here to view the unit? He seems to be wearing cheap clothes, and he looks like a pauper to me. Does he know where he is? Yes, he needs to work hard his whole life to afford 1 square meter. Only a newbie like Jenny would take him to view the unit. Isn't this a waste of time? He might be from a rural area and has no idea about the price of a house here. When he learns the price, he might be scared of such *less, huh? Yeah, let's wait and watch him make a fool of himself later." 2 hours later, David and Jenny went back to the lobby of the showroom. The two sat in the chairs on the side of the lobby. Then, Jenny brought David a cup of tea. "Mr. Liddell, are you satisfied with what you saw?" Jenny asked as she sat down opposite David. "Not really. The location of Block 3 is not that great. Are there units in Block 1? David figured the location of Block 1 was the best. Since he wanted to buy a place, he would buy the best one. He had all the money in the world anyway. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Liddell. Let me check for you." Jenny picked up the tablet and started looking for David. "Mr. Liddell, since the location of Block 1 is the best, there's only 1 unit left. It's on the top floor and it's a large loft-style penthouse. It occupies the 37th and 38th floors of Block 1, and it's the best unit in Block 1. The total area is 1,300 square meters, so it's a little costly. I don't recommend you taking this unit." "Oh, can we look at that?" David did not even ask the price, and he immediately wanted to see the unit. "Yes, but—" "All right then, let's go." David interrupted. Jenny contemplated and answered, "All right, Mr. Liddell, I'll go get the keys." After Jenny got the keys and the two were about to go to view the unit, an old staff member in her 30s who still looked very attractive spoke from afar. "Jenny, are you going to look at the best unit in Block 1? She was closer to the duo, so she heard their conversation. "Yes, Ms. James." "Jenny, I don't want to criticize you, but not everyone who drops by can view the units here, let alone the best one in Block 1. The interior of the unit was designed by a very famous designer from overseas. Who's going to pay for it if there's any damage?" "Ms. James, I'll be very careful. Jenny, you're new so you don't know the rules here. You need a good eye if you want to work in this field. Look at him. Do you think he looks like someone who can afford a unit here? Ms. James pointed directly at David and said, Ms. James, I trust that Mr. Lydell is not someone like that. Sigh, it's fine if you don't want to listen to me. However, you have to mop the floor after you come out. Don't leave any footprints, understand? I understand, Ms. James. After Jenny said that, she led David to the best unit in Block 1. The moment they stepped through the door, David was stunned. There was no doubt, this was the best unit as the decorations and design were all extremely luxurious. David walked to the French window that was 3 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. As he looked out at the scenery in front of him, he felt like he was on top of the world. Mr. Lydell, this is the best unit in Block 1. The glass on the French window in front of you is bulletproof glass imported from overseas. It's 10 centimeters thick, and it won't break even if someone shoots a guided missile at it. Plus, the opacity is very low, so it won't affect the sunlight at all. This window alone is over $10 million. Also, the spectacular chandelier above you is imported from France. There are more than 10 colors which you can change from. This is the kitchen. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the toilet. This is the drawing room. This is the entertainment room. Then, the two went to the 28th floor. There's an indoor swimming pool here. They will change the water according to the schedule every morning. Plus, the water they replace it with is germ-free water that's been filtered. You can even directly drink it. After Jenny said that, she even scooped out some water to drink. The reason she did that was to make David believe that this water was very clean. An hour had passed by the time the two of them were done. After they walked out of the unit, Jenny said to David, Mr. Lydell, you should go back to the showroom and rest for a while. I'll be back after I mop the floor. Then, Jenny picked up a cloth to mop the floor. No need. I'm taking the unit. When Jenny heard what David said, her hand shook. Mr. Lydell, what did you say? I said there's no need. I'm taking the unit. Really? Of course. David answered affirmatively. Thank you. Mr. Lydell, shall we get on with the procedures? Jenny asked excitedly. All right. The two of them went back to the showroom again. Jenny felt as if she was in a dream as they were walking. David wanted to buy this unit. Just now, she did a little calculation. This unit's total price was $398 million, and she could get a commission of $3.98 million. She had never seen so much money in her whole life. This amount was enough for her to buy 10 houses in her county. In truth, only a person who came from a rural place who had just joined the sales team like Jenny would believe David. If it were someone else, they would never believe that David could afford this unit. He looked like a beggar, yet he claimed to have $400 million for a house. They would never believe it, so of course, they would not take David to view the unit. When they were back in the showroom, Jenny was busy preparing the contract. Then, she called the manager and the manager brought the person in charge of finance over. By the time everything was done, it was already evening. However, none of the staff in the showroom left. They could not believe that Jenny had sold the best unit in Block 1. They had to accept the truth after David paid. At the same time, their hearts were bleeding. It was $4 million. $4 million. David had been standing in the lobby for a few minutes, and no one went to serve him. If any of them had approached him at that moment, the money would belong to one of them. The woman named Ms. James wanted to slap herself right now. $4 million. Last year, she sold a unit worth $800,000, and to do that, she had to spend a whole month with a nouveau riche with a beer belly before he agreed to sign. She had to suffer for a whole month only to make $800,000. Just now, Jenny only used half a day to make $4 million. She wanted to vomit blood right now. After David walked out of South River International Residence, she called Pearl. Then, he spent more than $10,000 to buy a new phone after he ate dinner at the hotel. At the same time, he threw his second-hand phone into the trash. After that, he went back to the top floor of Block 1 in South River International Residence. This place was already David's house, and figured that he would stay here for a very long time. He called his tutor at the university to ask for a few days of sick leave. The news about David vomiting blood and going into shock had spread throughout the campus, so his tutor would naturally know about it. Hence, His tutor did not cause any trouble for him. David did not want to go to class these 2 days anyway. There would surely be a lot of people making fun of him if he did. I'll buy a luxury car tomorrow and drive it back to campus. I want to see who dares to laugh at me then. Sarah, you gave up our 3-year relationship for a bag that cost $10,000. I want to see if you regret it when I drive a car worth tens of millions back to campus. F***CKU. As he lay down on the imported leather sofa, he felt that the life of a rich person was so comfortable. David looked at the interface in front of him. Host, David Liddell. Balance, $99999501986,412. Body, 15, weak, plus. Mind, 28, normal, plus. Skills, can be added freely, needs to use up lavish points plus. Lavish points, 4. There were plus signs behind his body, mind, and skills. Plus, he already had 4 lavish points. David did not hesitate to add all 4 lavish points to his body. Then, the 15 on his body immediately turned into 19. At that moment, David felt his body warming up. His body was weak and had a lack of energy because he was malnourished for the past years. But now, he could feel that he was changing for the better. He felt he was more energetic now. When he looked at his body, he looked stronger as well. So this is what happens? If I add a dozen lavish points on my body, won't I become more powerful than Olympic champions? In that second, David felt that his life was so brilliant. He took out his phone and looked at Instagram. There were 2 follow requests. One was from Pearl, and the other one was from Jenny. David accepted both of them. Soon after, Pearl sent him a message. Pearl, David, darling, are you asleep? David, not yet. Is there anything I can help you with? Pearl, can't I send you a message if I don't need anything? David, of course you can. I'm more than happy to receive a message from you, Miss Pearl. Pearl, you're so sweet, honey. I have a day off on Sunday. Are you free then? I want to ask you out for a swim. After David read the message, the image of Pearl wearing a bikini appeared in his head. Then, his body started to heat up. Damn, she's blatantly seducing me. How would he resist such seduction from a beautiful and fair woman with long legs? In the end, David realized that he could not. So, he replied, David, I am free. How would I not be free for Miss Pearl's invitation? Pearl, all right. See you on Sunday. David, okay. Miss Pearl. Pearl, good night, darling. David, good night, Miss Pearl. David was hoping that Sunday would come fast. After scrolling Instagram for a little longer, David felt bored. His social circle was small, so he only had some friends he was okay with on his Instagram. These were his classmates from junior high, senior high, and university. Their group chat was pretty lively too, but David rarely talked there. In addition to this, there were some of his relatives. Sometimes, his roommates would message him to check up on him. David's parents died in an accident before he was even 10 years old. Therefore, he stayed with his second uncle before he started senior high. Back then, his 3 uncles fought relentlessly for custody over him. At that moment, his second uncle and aunt were extremely good to him, so David thought he would have a good life with his second uncle even though his parents were not around. Eventually, he chose his second uncle. In the end, when his second uncle got custody of him, David's life became a living hell. He was always beaten and scolded, plus, he was forced to also eat others' leftovers. That was why he was very malnourished. When he finally understood what was happening, he realized that they were not fighting for custody over him. Instead, they were fighting for the compensation worth about $2 million from his parents. When David started high school at 16, his second uncle never gave him a penny. If his aunts did not help him out, David would have dropped out of school. Initially, the $2 million compensation was to be given to David when he turned 18, but he had not seen a single cent until this day. Because of this, his aunts and uncles fought a lot with his second uncle and second aunt. However, what could they do? The money was with them, and his second aunt even claimed that she spent the money on David throughout the years. David did the math in his heart. He figured they did not even spend over $5,000 on him during all these years he had stayed with them. Basically, It was spent on some essential tuition fees when he was going to junior high and perhaps one or two clothes from the thrift store every year. After David closed Instagram, he opened TikTok. When he was bored, he liked to scroll through TikTok. When he saw that the streamer he followed, Sherry, was streaming, he quickly clicked to join the stream. Sherry was a streamer that David followed a long time ago on TikTok. He followed her since she first started streaming, which was about a year ago. David could be regarded as her first batch of fans. She started from having a few fans to having 50,000 fans now. Moreover, she went from having a few people to a few dozen people, and now 200 to 300 people in her streams. However, David never gifted her anything. He only liked her voice and enjoyed listening to her sing. In truth, Sherry had the potential to become a star, but she only streamed her voice and not her face. This kind of stream would not attract the attention of the big shots because of the harsh reality. How many of them were here for music? Most of them were here to look at pretty girls. Thus, even if her voice was sweet and she was good at singing, she was still a small-time streamer. She was not very popular and was not one of the big stars. Because of what happened with Sarah, David had not watched Sherry stream in a month. The moment he entered the stream, David heard the familiar voice singing "Unbreak My Heart." Unbreak my heart. Say you'll love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and out of my life. When David heard this song, tears welled up in his eyes. A petty and low love would not have a good ending. A simping fool would get nothing in the end. After Sherry finished singing, she received a lot of gifts in her stream. However, those were all small gifts that cost a few dollars or just over $10. She did not receive any gifts worth more than $100. However, Sherry still thanked them by name one by one. She was just a small streamer, so it was already great to have someone sending her gifts. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Rain. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Tall Mountain. Thank you for the first, Miss Love. David figured that since he did not lack money, he should buy some gifts for the streamer he liked. With that, he decided to top up some money in his online wallet and topped up 10 million at one go. Then, he started buying gifts for Sherry. He immediately bought the most expensive one, the World Star. Sherry was still thanking the viewers who sent her gifts. She would receive a few hundred gifts after streaming for a few hours every day. She could often get 1 to 300 after that and was already very happy about it. It was not that she did not want to show her face, but she was in her university's dormitory, so it was inconvenient for her to do so. She had 3 roommates staying with her, and they were dressed very casually since they were in their dorm. Plus, she was studying music, and she did not want others to give her gifts because they liked her face. Instead, she hoped they only bought her gifts because they liked her voice. Big shots would message her saying that they wanted to meet her. They also said they would push her up the list of popular streamers, but she constantly rejected them. She felt like this was like a transaction. Even though she needed money, she did not want to do this kind of this. Suddenly, she saw a flash across her stream. Is this the effect of World Star? She had been streaming for over a year, and she had never received a World Star. However, she had seen it in other people's streams. A World Star cost $2,000, and she normally needed to stream for a whole week to make $2,000. But now someone was giving her a World Star? Sherry could not yet see who was the one giving her a World Star when she saw another flash. A third one. A fourth one. The effect of the World Star kept appearing in Sherry's stream. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X10. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X11. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X66. If someone gifted a streamer over 66 World Stars, not only would it fill the stream, it would also be broadcast all over TikTok. In an instant, a message saying that there was a nouveau riche in Sherry's stream appeared in other streams. Damn, a nouveau riche appeared in a nameless stream. I need to see this. Wait for me. I'm going to. Viewers poured into Sherry's stream immediately. The number of viewers increased from 200 to 1,000 plus, and the number kept increasing. Thank you for the World Stars, Mr. Lil Match. I'm so grateful. Kisses. Sherry loves you. Sherry was so excited she did not know what to say. However, the effect never seemed to stop. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X666. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X999. Lil Match gave streamer Sherry World Star X 1314. Finally, David stopped at 1314 World Stars, and it was also because he was tired. Meanwhile, Sherry's stream blew up. There were now 100,000 people in her stream. F***C Kami. Lil Match is such a baller. Lil Match is so formidable. Lil Match, my man, do you still need footmen? Sherry was a little stunned. How much was 1314 World Stars? If this was converted into money, it would be more than 2.6 million. If she got half of it, it would be 1.3 million. She looked at the person who sent her the gifts and saw it was a person named Lil Match. He had been following her since a long time ago, but he had never given her anything. She did not expect him to give her so much today. So, Sherry quickly privately messaged him. Sherry, thank you for the gifts, cutie. Can I follow you on Instagram? When David saw Sherry's message, he sent her his username. After a while, Sherry followed him. Sherry, thank you for the gifts, cutie. David, you're welcome. I've been listening to you singing for so long and I've never sent you anything. I feel bad, so I make up for all the times I didn't give you anything in one go. Sherry, thank you for the support, cutie. If I have time, I'll sing for you privately. My name is Claire Potter. What about you? David, I'm David Lydell. The two talked about some random things while Claire kept on thanking David the whole time. David walked to the French window that was 3 meters tall to look at the night view of river Leeds outside the window. It was bustling, and yet very charming and beautiful. Then, he used his phone to snap a few pictures of the night view and posted them on his Instagram. His caption: The night view on River Leeds is still so charming. David rarely posted on his Instagram. However, he was in a great mood today, so he could not help it. After he posted the pictures, David was a little tired, so he lay on the luxurious bed that was 4 meters wide and fell asleep. David had fallen asleep, but the people on TikTok could not, especially those popular streamers. Even though they were popular and the top 3 would make up to millions of dollars in a single stream, it was the guilds who gave them the money, while the streamers would not get a single cent. In reality, the streamers had to make money from the dummies that were not from any guilds who would send them money. Just now, someone gifted a small streamer with more than 2.6 million in her stream. Plus, a small streamer like that would not have guilds to back her up. So, the person who bought her those gifts was definitely a big shot. Why did they not get such a gigantic money back? With that, those popular streamers started to look into Sherry's streams, trying to see if they could get that big shot to join their side. Claire was lying in bed in her dormitory, and she could not sleep. Tonight, her 3 roommates went on a blind date with the boys from the male dormitory. She found an excuse and said she was not feeling well, so she did not have to go. In reality, she did not join this kind of activity. After all, her family background was not as good as the other 3. Her family had basically used every penny they had to send her to music school. Sometimes, she would still go because she could not find an excuse to say no. Right now, she was glad that she did not go. If not, she would have missed out on this big shot's gifts. He directly gave her 2.6 million. Even those popular streamers rarely encountered situations like this, let alone a small streamer like her. Before she ended her stream, there were people from guilds contacting her. They said they wanted to partner with her and they would help her go up the ranks. They even said they would contact 2 popular streamers to collaborate with her so that Lil Match would be triggered. With his generosity, he might even give them tens of millions. The guild knew the temper of this big shot. What did big shots care about the most? Their reputations, of course. They could not embarrass themselves in front of their favorite streamers. As long as they could target this weak spot, then this big shot would keep giving out gifts. Of course, the guilds boosted streamers on the rankings to scam the gullible. Claire would not get a penny of this, and might only get a percentage of the money the gullible gave her. However, Claire rejected them. She did not want to scam David out of his money like this. Finally, she was even threatened. The other party told her that they would make her lose her job as a streamer. Claire did not know if she would regret her decision. Plus, she also did not know if this was just a spur-of-the-moment thing for David. Besides, she needed to think about how she could appropriately improve her family's living conditions with this over $1 million she got from the donation, which was what she was allotted. Because of all this, it was all but destined that she would lose sleep tonight. In the meantime, David's Instagram was blowing up. The photo of River Leeds that David posted had gotten more than 100 comments. He managed to get a really good angle, so it was clear that he took this photo from a unit above the 30th floor in South River International Residence. Where was South River International Residence? It was the most expensive property in South River Province. 1 square meter would cost $200,000 minimum, so a small unit would cost $50 million at least. And David just posted a photo taken from here. Comment 1. David, where did you steal this photo from? The angle is superb. Comment 2. Dave, are you working as a part-time cleaner here? Can you refer me to that job? Maybe I can make some nouveau riche friends there. Comment 3. Dave, are you a sugar baby to a rich woman? Do you still have any contacts? I don't want to work hard anymore. There were all kinds of comments, but no one asked David whether he bought a unit there. It was already late morning when David woke up the next day. After he washed up, he walked to the window and looked out at the scenery of the River Leeds. David still felt as if he was dreaming. What should I do today? Right, I'm going to buy a car. Suddenly, David remembered that he still did not know how to drive. What should I do then? Should I find a driver? Having a driver is not as fun as driving the car myself. Plus, do I even need a driver if I'm buying a sports car? Isn't that such a colossal joke? If he want to get a driver's license now, he would only get it in at least 1 month. David felt that he could not wait another month. Then, David remembered that there was a skill column in the system and he could add whatever skill he wanted freely. So, David pulled up the interface. He had another lavish point. Since he topped up 10 million on TikTok last night, he had spent a total of 500 million now. Hence, he had another lavish point. David clicked the plus sign behind the skill column and entered driving. Then, the system started loading. A few seconds later, David felt that his brain had suddenly been filled with knowledge, and it was all about driving. He knew where the brake was, where the accelerator was, and where the clutch was. He also knew how to start the car, how to change gears, how to turn, and how to reverse the car. It felt as if he had driven a car before, and it all felt so real. David was excited. This system was amazing. Right now, he wanted badly to have a car in front of him so he could try it out. After he left his home, he walked to the Golden Leaf Hotel. When he was at the door, Pearl came to welcome him. Mr. Liddell, breakfast is ready. Please come with him. David figured that Pearl was very professional because she knew to behave within the norms. Last night, she was calling him darling on Instagram, and it felt so intimate. Yet, today, it was Mr. Liddell. David figured it was good for her to have a clear distinction between her work and private life. After breakfast, Pearl purposely got close to David when they were walking out of the hotel. She whispered in his ear, "David, darling, don't forget our appointment." The beautiful woman's breath landed on David's ear, and it turned him into jelly. He cursed silently in his heart, "You minx!" David spent another 100 of thousands to change his outfit. As the saying went, apparel made a man. After David changed out of his cheap clothes into branded clothes, his appearance changed beyond recognition. Plus, he also added 4 lavish points to his body last night. He looked more refreshed now and seemed completely different from yesterday. He looked like the son from a rich family. If he wore this to the showroom, he would not be ignored for a few minutes in the lobby. After he changed his clothes, he walked to a Benz specialty shop. He had his eyes on a Benz G-Class the moment he went there. After he paid, he drove away immediately. Since he changed his outfit, none of the salespeople looked down on him and then got a slap in the face when he swiped his card to pay. David did not feel awkward driving the brand new Benz G-Class. At that moment, he felt that the system was truly amazing. However, he had a question. He knew how to drive, but he did not have a license. How would he get one? It seemed that no one around him had this ability. Pearl? David figured that Pearl might know how to get him one. After all, she was a lobby manager in an 8-star hotel, so she should know a lot of powerful people. Hence, he drove to the entrance of Golden Leaf Hotel and called Pearl. "Darling, you're missing little old me?" Pearl's charming voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss Pearl, I need your help," David said, going straight to the point. "What can I help you with? Just tell me. I will do it as long as I can. Can you come out for a chat?" I'm outside the hotel in a new Benz G-Class on the left. The one without the license plate. All right, darling. Wait for me. I'm coming. In less than 5 minutes of Pearl hanging up the phone, she appeared outside David's car. Pearl asked after she got into the passenger's seat, "How can I help you? I want to get a driver's license. Do you know anyone who can do that?" "Money's not a problem," David said directly. "Driver's license?" Pearl was curious. How would a super-rich child like David not have a driver's license at this age? However, since he did not say anything, she did not ask. "This shouldn't be hard. When do you want it?" Pearl asked. "As soon as possible. Give me your identification card. I'll snap a picture of it." "All right." David took out his identification card and handed it to Pearl. After Pearl took it, he snapped a picture of it before sending it to someone. Then, she made a call. "Hello? Girl, I've sent you a picture of an identification card. Can you ask your husband to get a driver's license for me as soon as possible?" "All right, okay. I got it. Thanks, girl. Thank your husband for me, too." Pearl hung up and told David, "The soonest you can get it is this afternoon?" "All right, thanks, Miss Pearl. How much is it?" "I'll transfer it to you." "Don't talk about money. Since you're showing me so much respect by calling me Miss Pearl, then don't be so courteous with me." "All right, are you free then? Go to a place with me." David stopped being courteous. "I'll make time even if I'm not free if you're the one asking." "All right, sit tight. Let's go." David started the car and left Golden Leaf Hotel. David brought Pearl to a Porsche dealership. When the two of them walked through the door, a beautiful saleslady walked over to them. She spotted the two of them got out of a Benz G-Class, and judging from what David was wearing, he looked like a rich kid. Thus, she asked enthusiastically, "Sir, miss, are you here to buy a car?"
Yes.
David replied. "May I know what model you're looking for? Do you have stock for the Porsche 911? We do. Take us to have a look. Please come with me, sir." The beautiful saleslady brought them to a Porsche 911. "We have two of them right now, one in red and one in black. May I know which one you want to look at, sir?" David scanned the cars nonchalantly and answered, "I want the red one. Get me the invoice now." "Huh." The beautiful saleslady was stunned. He did not even look at it and was buying it? He was so rich that it was insane. "Sir, are you not going to take a look at it first?" "I did. The red one is pretty nice." The beautiful saleslady had been working here for so long, and this was the first time she was seeing someone buying a car like this. He only glanced at the exterior. He did not even look inside before asking for the invoice. "All right, sir, please come with me." Then, the saleslady led the duo to the front desk and started telling David the performance of the car. "Sir, this red Porsche 911 is the latest sports car with the highest specs. It is equipped with a 6-cylinder flat twin-turbocharged engine." Before she could finish, David interrupted her. "All right, enough. No need to say anything more. Just tell me how much it is. May I know what setting you want? Just get me the best one." "All right, please wait. I'll calculate it for you." 2 minutes later. "Sir, the total is $3.28 million. After he paid, David and Pearl sat on the sofa to wait for the staff to go through the procedures. Pearl figured since David came to buy a car, he should want her to drive the car for him. After all, he could not drive 2 cars back on his own. Even though she did not know why he chose red, she still suggested, "Darling, I don't think red suits you. Why not the black one? I think the black one suits you more." "It's not for me. It's for you." "I think the red one suits your temperament, Miss Pearl," David answered with a grin. "For me? Darling, are you joking?" Pearl asked in shock. "Do I look like I'm joking? This is for you." "No way. This is too expensive. I can't accept this." Pearl quickly rejected. "Miss Pearl, since you're calling me your darling, you shouldn't be so modest with me. You also know this money means nothing to me. It's just a meal or two. If you reject this, then can we still have fun together in the future?" All right. Thank you, my dear David." Pearl was ecstatic. She was currently driving a $100,000 car, while her annual salary was only $500,000 or $600,000. Her rent every month, her clothes, and her makeup would take up half of her pay. Furthermore, she still had a little brother who had just graduated and was still unemployed, so she would send all of her remaining money back home. Thus, even if she looked beautiful and polished outside, she did not have a lot of savings. She could never afford a luxury car like this also. Besides, any woman would like a red Porsche 911. The beautiful saleslady walked behind them and heard their conversation. Right now, she was looking at Pearl with envy. She also wanted someone who was as extravagant as David, who could give her a luxury car worth more than $3 million without batting an eyelid. Sir, please give me your identification card or your identification number. We'll help you apply for insurance and register for it. We'll just use yours, Miss Pearl. David looked at Pearl and said, David, this isn't appropriate, right? Even though David was buying this car for her, Pearl thought David would only let her drive it around. She did not think he would register the car under her name. If that was the case, the car would belong to her. At this moment, Pearl was a little lightheaded from this sudden surprise. Didn't I say I'll buy it for you? Do you think I'm joking? Well, okay then. Darling, thank you so much. Pearl handed her identification card to the beautiful saleslady. About 10 minutes later, the beautiful saleslady walked over again. Sir, it's done. This is the key and the document. You can drive it away now. Miss Pearl, take it. Let's go. After David said that, he got up to leave. When Pearl got the document and key, she went over to the car. The two cars drove on the road next to each other. Not long after, David, who was in front, received a call from Pearl. Darling, where are we going now? Should we go back to the hotel for lunch now? But I'm not that hungry. I'm not either, replied Pearl. Do you want to go to my house? David asked. Okay. The two of them drove to South River International Residence. After they parked the cars, they walked to Block 1. Of course, Pearl had heard about South River International Residence. Plus, it was near to her work, so whenever she walked past this place, she would look at this place with envy. She could only dream about owning a house here. Even though this dream was very far away, it would be good enough to come in to have a look. When they got into the elevator of Block 1, they went straight to the 27th floor. Even though Pearl was mentally prepared before she walked in, she was still stunned by the extravagance in front of her. There was a brilliant chandelier above her, and one of the walls of the lobby had been into a huge French window facing River Leeds. Furthermore, the sofa, the television, and the painting were all incredibly luxurious. Pearl would be willing to lose 10 years of her life just to live in such an extravagant house. Please sit. David asked Pearl to sit before pouring her a glass of water. David, darling, your house is so beautiful. River Leeds at night must be very beautiful from this angle, right? Pearl asked while pointing at the French window. It's fine. You can come anytime you want if you want to look at it. Really? Pearl asked in disbelief. Of course. Right. Where are you from, Miss Pearl? I'm from Cloud City. I've been working in River City for 3 to 4 years. Have you bought a house here yet? Not yet. The housing prices here are so expensive. I don't even know when I can afford it, Pearl sighed ruefully. I think you should be able to get a mortgage on a house in River City with your salary, right, Miss Pearl? David asked curiously. Actually, my salary is not that high, and I still need to take care of my parents and little brother. I need to pay rent, and my clothes and makeup are not cheap, so that's why I can't save much money, Pearl said in a sad voice. Do you want to move in with me then? I can't stay in such a big house by myself. This way, you can even save on rent. David did not know why he said that. Rationally, he had only known Pearl for 2 days, and it was so sudden for him to invite her to stay with him. However, since he said it, he still felt a little longing in his heart. Actually, David did not know how petty and low he was when he was with Sarah. He would always listen to Sarah, and he rarely had the right to speak. However, it was different with Pearl. Pearl would let him make the decision when they were talking or going on about something, and she would also ask him for his advice about anything. Of course, all men would have some machismo. Who would not want a woman who would treat them like a leader? Therefore, David was fond of Pearl's way of talking and behaving, and subconsciously liked being around Pearl. Is this appropriate? Pearl asked, a little hesitant. Even though she was saying that, she was very excited. If she moved here, she would be depending on a powerful person like David. As for whether David would do something inappropriate to her, she did not care. She was even deliberately seducing David. Pearl was an ambitious person. She was always the most beautiful girl in her high school and her university. There were a lot of people pursuing her, and among them were some of the most handsome boys in school or even some rich kids with money and power. However, she rejected all of them. This meant that Pearl had never dated anyone until now. She knew what she wanted. She could fall in love if she merely wanted to find a normal man to spend the rest of her life with. She could even have dozens of them if she wanted to. However, she did not want that. She wanted to realize her self-worth. She wanted to change her fate and wanted to change her family's fate. When it came to those people capable of helping her realize her worth, there was a difference between someone who was used and someone untouched. So, she never dated anyone because she was waiting for this day. David was the target whom she would use to fulfill her life's purpose. As long as she could rely on David, she did not even need to climb up to the top. She just needed to attach herself to one of his limbs, and it would be enough. She never wanted to marry a super-rich kid like David because his family would find someone suitable for him. She knew her position. Since she wanted to venture down this path, then she would not think about marriage for the rest of her life. So, when David asked her to stay with him, she felt that this happiness came too suddenly, and she did not even know how to react. What's so inappropriate about this? I can't stay in such a huge house anyway. It's good to have someone to talk to sometimes. Of course, if you have a boyfriend, then just pretend I never said such a thing so that there won't be any unnecessary misunderstanding, said David. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Actually, don't laugh at me, David. I've never dated anyone in my life. I just wonder if I'll disturb you like this, Pearl said quickly in case David misunderstood her. She never dated before? No way, David thought in his heart. However, he said, not at all. I like having people around. The house looks empty now that I'm staying here by myself. If you don't come, then I'll find 2 more people from my campus to make this place livelier. Since you're saying that, then I'll thank you for the offer. Should I move in tomorrow? All right, it's settled then. Do you need my help? No need. I can manage. Plus, I don't have a lot of things. All right. You can look around and see which room you want to stay in. You can choose any room on this floor, David said. Miss Pearl, didn't you ask me to go swimming with you? Now, we can do it anytime we want. There's a pool upstairs. All right, should we go now? Pearl enticed. Cough, cough. I don't think so. Let's do it another day. David felt that he was not as good as Pearl when it came to talking. Plus, Pearl was almost lying down and looked so seductive. This woman was born to be flirtatious. Pearl stood up and walked in front of David. Then, she bent down and blew against his ear. She said, Well, David, darling, you can ask me out at any time. I've already bought my swimsuit and no one got to witness it yet. David's body became hot after Pearl flirted with him. He wanted to push this little minx down and punish her right there and then, but he still controlled himself. Then, he stood up and said, Miss Pearl, look around. I'll go upstairs to get something. We'll head back to the hotel later. David's face turned red as he found an excuse to go upstairs. He could not handle this. Right now, he felt that it was a bad idea to invite Pearl over. Who could endure such seduction every day? Wasn't this torture to his poor little soul? Pearl stood her ground and was giggling uncontrollably. She felt that David was too cute. However, she was also quite sure that David might be a virgin. Having said that, a super-rich kid like David being a virgin? Who would dare to believe that? Does he have something wrong in that department? No way. If that's the case, how will I show him my advantage? How will I attach myself to this powerful person? No, this can't be. Pearl could only comfort herself silently in her heart. If David knew what Pearl was thinking right now, he might have already punished her. How dare she doubt his abilities? This was so humiliating. On the top floor, David threw himself on the luxurious bed. He came here to hide from Pearl. That woman was such a seductress that David could not endure it anymore. However, he was not disgusted by it. He took out his phone and opened Instagram. He noticed the photo of River Leeds he posted last night had garnered more than 100 comments. David read a few of them, and they were basically making fun of him. He only replied to the comments of a few of his close friends. However, he did not tell them he bought a house here. No one would believe him anyway. When he went to his direct messages, he saw a few people had sent messages to him. Jenny had sent him good morning. There was another one from his cousin. It was his youngest aunt's eldest daughter. Her name was Lily Gregg, and she was only 2 years younger than him. She was currently in the first year of university in another city. They were pretty close. Throughout the 3 years in high school, he stayed with his youngest aunt for the first 2 years. Only when he was in senior year did he move in with his eldest aunt. Since senior year was very stressful and his youngest aunt had a very mischievous son who would affect his studies, he decided to move in with his eldest aunt. His eldest aunt had a daughter who was 2 years older than David. Right now, she had already graduated and was working. Lily, David, where did you take this picture? It's stunning. David replied to her message. David, I took this in River City. If you like it, you can come to have fun here when you're on break. I'll take you around. Lily replied quickly. Lily, really? Don't lie to me. David, of course. When did I ever lie to you? Lily, all right, that's settled. I'll go to find you the moment I'm on break. David, okay. Lily, David, I'm streaming on Whale Streaming tonight. Please come and support me if you have time. David, you little ass, you even know how to stream? Lily, David, you're so outdated. All 4 of us in my dorm are streaming. Not only is it fun, but I can also make some money. David, I'll go and take a look tonight then. I'll boost your popularity for you. Lily, right? David, are you still working part-time? I made about $3,000 from streaming last month, and then Mom gave me $1,500. I'll transfer $2,000 for you later, so you can take Sarah for something nice. David was a little touched when he saw that. Even though they rarely saw each other after he moved out of his youngest aunt's place when he was a sophomore, they were still close. David, no need. You should buy some nice clothes for yourself. When you come to River City, I'll give you a surprise. Lily, what surprise? David, it's a secret. Lily, you meanie. David, I have to go now. Class is starting. Bye. David, bye. After a while, David saw Lily transferring $2,000 to him. David hesitated before accepting it. I'll give you back 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times that tonight. David felt that it was almost time. So he went downstairs to toss Pearl a set of keys. Since he offered, he would need to do it. If he could not stand it anymore, he would move out and buy a new house. He had all the money in the world to do it anyway. To him, when a man and a woman had not yet established their relationship, they could not fool around. He had to be a responsible man. After this, the two of them went back to Golden Leaf Hotel. At this moment, on the 33rd floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, inside the chairman's office, the general manager of Golden Leaf Hotel, Sean Caldwell, was standing opposite a man who was in his 30s. The man was sitting on the chairman's seat. He was reclined in the chair, and his legs were on the desk. This man was Golden Leaf Hotel's chairman, Hugh Green. At the same time, he was also the biggest shareholder of the hotel. Sean, did anything happen in the hotel recently? Hugh asked. He came to South River Province for business, so he dropped by while he was at it. This occasion was purely by coincidence. Normally, he would only drop by once or twice a year. Mr. Green, everything's great in the hotel. The business is rising steadily, and there's a 20% growth compared to the same quarter last year, replied Sean. Not bad. Sean, you did a good job. Your bonus at the end of the year will be doubled, and the staff's bonus will increase 50%. Thank you, Mr. Green. Sean bowed and said, All right, go on with your business if there's nothing else. I just dropped by to have a look. I'll leave soon, Hugh said nonchalantly. After Sean contemplated for a while, he said, Mr. Green, I need to tell you something. Yesterday, a customer signed up for a membership card here and immediately topped up $100 million. Oh, using his name or his company's name? Hugh was interested. With his name. Yesterday, he ate a meal that cost $1,500,000. He even asked the hotel to prepare his meal every day using only the best ingredients. If he can't come, he asked us to just throw it away. Why does he sound like a parvenu to me? How old is he? Based on his information, he's 21, and he seems to be a student from SRU. 21? A student? He's topping up $100 million just for food? Have you met this person? Mr. Green, I didn't. The lobby manager Pearl Warner served him yesterday. Get me Pearl Warner. Yes, Mr. Green. Sean immediately barked into the walkie-talkie. Is Ms. Warner here? Answer if you hear me. Soon, a voice answered from the walkie-talkie. Mr. Caldwell, Ms. Warner went out this morning and she's not back yet. Sean peered at Hugh and said into the walkie-talkie, Which one of you knows what she's doing? No idea. She didn't tell us. Sean did not say anything anymore. He looked at Hugh and said, Mr. Green, I'll call her now. Hugh answered with a blank face. No need. We'll wait here and see when she comes back. Sean, a staff member, is not in the hotel during work hours, and she even left without saying anything. Is this how you manage your staff? I'm sorry, Mr. Green. It's my mistake. I'll manage them better, and I'll reorganize the hotel, Sean answered carefully. At this moment, he was a little angry inside. What was going on with Pearl? She was pretty good at her job, so why did she let him down at this crucial moment and cause him to get scolded? The two of them did not say anything. Hugh lowered his head to play with his phone, while Sean stood rooted to the spot. He did not dare to move and only hoped that Pearl would come back soon. After the two of them went back to the hotel, David went straight to the private room for his meal. Meanwhile, Pearl ran straight to the general manager, Sean's, office. Just now, someone at the front desk told her that the manager was looking for her. When she saw that the general manager was not there, Pearl took out her walkie-talkie and asked, Mr. Caldwell, hello, this is Pearl. I'm in front of your office now. May I know where you are? Sean's legs were turning numb from standing in the chairman's office when he finally heard Pearl's voice. So, he replied, Pearl, come to the chairman's office. When Pearl heard Sean asking her to go to the chairman's office, she was shocked. Judging from Sean's voice, it seemed that something was wrong. The chairman must be here if he was asking her to go to the chairman's office. Mr. Green was a very mysterious person. She had been working in this hotel for more than 3 years, but she could only see him during their annual dinner. This time, he was asking her to meet him, but she was not here during working hours. If she did not handle this well, she would lose her job. She was not confident about David yet, so if she lost this job, it would be a lot of trouble. Pearl quickly walked to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she arrived at the door to the chairman's office. Knock, knock. Pearl knocked twice on the door. Come in. A deep and powerful voice came from inside. Pearl pushed the door open and saw the general manager, Sean, standing inside. The chairman, Hugh, was sitting opposite him. Mr. Green, Mr. Caldwell, hello. My name is Pearl Warner. Pearl closed the door and walked over before greeting timidly. When Hugh saw Pearl walking in after her introduction, he examined her closely. She was beautiful and had a hot body. Her uniform accentuated her charm of a professional working woman. He did not think that there would be such an amazing woman in the hotel. Her talents were completely wasted on being a lobby manager. Ms. Warner, you left your post during work hours, and you didn't even tell anyone. How did you manage to get this job as a lobby manager? Hugh lectured sternly. When Pearl heard Hugh lecturing her immediately, she was extremely nervous. She could not handle the aura from these people in leadership positions. However, she still explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Green. I left my post without explicit approval because I needed to accompany a guest. Accompany a customer? When did our hotel's lobby manager start to need to accompany our guest? Is it because it's required by the hotel? Or are you thinking of currying favors with that person? Hugh asked sharply. He understood these women who wanted to leap to fame and wealth overnight. They would do anything to achieve their goals, and obviously, he felt that Pearl was this kind of woman. The moment he saw Pearl, he had a good impression of her. However, when he heard that she was going to accompany a hotel guest, he felt that Pearl was also that kind of woman because these women would always do such things. She said she was accompanying a guest, and it could mean a lot of things from eating and drinking together to even sleeping together. Mr. Green, you can penalize me or fire me, but please don't insult me. Mr. Liddell wanted to buy a car today, and he drove a car over, so that's why he asked me to help drive the car back. Mr. Liddell is also the VIP of our hotel, so that's why I went, Pearl said, a little angry. Pearl felt aggrieved. Hugh thought she was a woman who would sleep with anyone as long as there was money. She could not accept this because at the very least, her body was still clean right now. She was 27, and in this society that was filled with temptations, it was not easy for a woman as beautiful as her to resist the temptations. "Who is Mr. Liddell?" Hugh asked. "It should be the VIP who topped up 100 million yesterday." This time, it was Sean who answered. "Where is he now?" "Mayor Liddell is eating in private room 3. Now, it was Pearl who answered. "Come, let's go meet this VIP. I want to see if you're telling the truth, Ms. Warner." After Hugh said that, he got up and left his office with Sean and Pearl hurrying after him. David was eating the most exquisite food in his private room. It was great having money. This was the food that he never dared to dream about eating. Now, he was eating half of it and throwing the rest away. As he was enjoying himself, the door was pushed open. David thought Pearl was here, so he said, "Miss Pearl, come and have some." When he turned his head, he saw a man in his 30s walking over. Pearl was walking at the back while in front of him was a man in his 40s or 50s. Aside from Pearl, he did not know the two men. However, Pearl looked off color and her eyes were slightly red. Therefore, David knew what was going on. "Mr. Liddell, hello? I am the boss here and my name is Hugh Green. May I know if you're happy with the food and service provided here, Mr. Liddell? If you need anything, you can tell me and we'll definitely fulfill your request," Hugh said modestly after he approached David. He was very interested in David. He must be a rich kid from a rich family since he could take out 100 million just to eat and have fun. Plus, he was so young too. Hence he wanted to get to know him. It was not a bad thing to know more friends. Hugh was a businessman, and the larger his network, the more opportunities he would have. Golden Leaf Hotel was just one of his industries. He was managing a lot of different industries at the same time, so there was a chance he could work with David or David's family in the future. "Hello, Mr. Green. I'm very satisfied with this place." "That's great. I heard you're a top student at SRU? What a talented young man," Hugh said respectfully. "Yes, but I'm not that talented. I know myself better than anyone." "Mr. Liddell, you're too modest. SRU is one of the top 5 universities in the country. Anyone who can study there needs to be elite in their respective industries. This is my card. If you need me, you can call me at any time." Hugh then handed a shiny card to David. "Mr. Green, I want to ask you something," David asked when he took the card. "Please go ahead. Are you selling this hotel?" "Huh." Hugh was stunned by that question. Not only Hugh, Sean and Pearl behind him were also stunned. "Mr. Liddell, are you joking?" Hugh smiled and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking? If you're selling, I'm buying." "This is no joking matter," David said seriously. "Mr. Liddell, do you know that the construction of this hotel alone cost over $10 billion? And that does not include the land. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Of course. If you're selling, just state a price. If you're not, then so be it." Hugh looked at David for a while. He felt that he could not understand this kid that was younger than him by more than a decade. He could ignore the fact that David took out 100 million just for food. But now he was asking him if he was willing to sell the hotel? There were some people who could take out a few $100 million in cash, but there were not a lot of people who could take out billions in cash. Even if David had hundreds of billions in assets, his family would not let him do this. Is he the heir of an invisible rich family? I think only these people can play around like this. Huge thought in his heart. "Mr. Liddell, if you're serious about buying, it's doable. However, I need to discuss this with our shareholders. After all, this hotel doesn't belong to just me. However, I need to inform you that we need to be paid in cash." "All right, go ahead. Tell me as soon as possible after you get the answer," David answered nonchalantly. "Okay, Mr. Liddell, please enjoy your meal. I'll give you an answer later," Hugh said and left the private room. Sean also followed after him. Pearl initially wanted to leave, but David stopped her. "Miss Pearl, wait. I have something to tell you." Pearl thought about it, and in the end, she decided to stay. She could lose her job, but she could not lose David. Earlier, when David said he wanted to buy this hotel, she was petrified. This would cost him billions of dollars, and they were asking for it in cash. If David bought this place, David would not fire her based on their relationship. It was possible that he might even promote her. She really hoped that the boss would sell the hotel to David and David could afford it. She already gave the boss a bad impression of her, so if she did not get a new boss, It would be hard to say if she could keep her job. After Hugh got back to his office, he took out his phone and opened WhatsApp. Then, he sent a message to a group chat with only 4 people. Hugh, brothers, someone wants to buy the Golden Leaf Hotel at River City. Should we sell? Soon, someone named Earl Durham replied to him. Earl, who is this extravagant person? Hugh, it's a university student named David Liddell. He's studying in SRU. James, a university student? Hugh, old boy, are you being conned? How can a university take out tens of billions to buy our hotel? Earl, I think so too. Hugh, do I look like someone who's easily conned? Bill, yes. Hugh, I'm not joking with you guys. I'm serious. Are we selling or not? He's still waiting for an answer. Earl, this depends on you. You're the biggest shareholder. Hugh, all of your shares combined are more than mine. If I want to sell but you guys refuse, I can't do anything about it. James, is he really going to buy? Who is he? Are you sure he can afford it? Hugh, I think he does. Yesterday, he just topped up a membership card with $100 million for food. James, if that's the case, he might not be joking. Who do you think he is, guys? He's so young, and he can take out so much cash. Earl, could be a successor of those invisible rich families. Bill, say something. Didn't you interact with these people before? Bill, if he can really take out tens of billions in cash to buy Golden Leaf Hotel, then I can basically be sure he's one of them. They're usually out here to gain some experience and suffer some hardship before they eventually take over a part of their family's industry when the time comes. Hugh, should we look him up? Bill, don't. If he finds out, you won't even know how you died. Hugh, is he so powerful? What era are we in? Aren't you blowing this out of proportion? Bill, you never experienced some things, so that's why you don't know what life is really like. They are so powerful that it's scary. If there's a chance, I'll show you. James, I wanted to see how bad asterisks these so-called invisible figures are from a long time ago. Earl, me too. Hugh, all right. So, are we selling or not? Bill, how much is he offering? Hugh, he asked me to name him a price. Bill, what about you two? I'm fine. I'll just go according to you two. I don't lack money. If it's a done deal, I want to get to know this person. James, I think we can sell it for $18 billion. Back when the hotel was completed, we spent about $12 billion. We made a profit of tens of billions of dollars throughout the years anyway. I think if we sell at $18 billion, we can get back about double the investment. I have a project right now, and we can invest that money into this project. Hugh, what project is it? James, it's not decided yet. When it's done, we'll find a time to meet up and talk about it. Earl, I think it's doable. Hugh, just tell him $20 billion. If he negotiates, the minimum is $18 billion. We won't sell if it's lower than that. Hugh, all right, I'll tell him $20 billion and see what he says. I'll go now and give you guys an update soon. After they reached an agreement, Hugh was about to go downstairs to tell David the price. Golden Leaf Hotel, private room 3. Pearl stayed behind and asked David, David, are you sure you want to buy this hotel? Yes, I am. I'm just worried that your boss won't sell it to me. Who is your boss? David asked. I'm not sure either. Mr. Green rarely comes to the hotel. Usually, he will show up during the annual dinners. I heard he has other companies too, and Golden Leaf is just one of them. That mysterious? Then it might be a bit hard. He might not need this measly sum of money, David said. This measly money? 20 to 30 billion was just measly to him? Was this the circle of the ultra-rich? This was so scary. Pearl was going numb. She had worked in the most high-end hotel in South River for 3 to 4 years, and with her natural advantages, had met a lot of clients and made a lot of friends. Some of them had a net worth in the billions, or even tens of billions. She felt that she was almost reaching this circle. However, David taught her a lesson over these 2 days. It seemed that the people she got into contact with were just the tip of the iceberg. When it came to these truly ultra-rich, they might just spend tens of billions just because of their interest or even as a spur-of-the-moment thing. The so-called rich people with net worths of billions, she knew, might be nothing compared to David and Mrs. Green. The money they spent after a thoughtless statement might be their entire net worth. How could they compare? They were not even on the same level. When Pearl thought about this, she looked at David with more satisfaction. This was the man of her dreams. Even though he was young, his temperament was flawless. He would discuss a business of more than tens of billions during a random meal. It felt as if he was an emperor who was talking idly about important matters. If David knew what was on Pearl's mind, he would have laughed so hard his jaw would have fallen off. Flawless temperament? Talking idly about important matters? I was just a loser with only slightly more than $1,000 to my name who was ditched by my King X because of a $10,000 bag 2 days ago. Any normal person who obtained limitless wealth all of a sudden would have a good temperament in this materialistic society. They might even be more extravagant than me. Pearl looked at David, who was eating, and then averted her gaze. She said, "Perhaps not. Everything has a price. If David is willing to pay a high price, Mr. Green will sell. Mr. Green is a smart businessman, and his goal is to get the most profit he can. It sounds possible after your analysis. Come, don't stand there, Miss Pearl. Sit down and eat something. If I buy this hotel, I'll let you manage it," David said carefully as he ate. Pearl heard what David said. She felt a buzz in her head, and it almost caused her to pass out. What did David say just now? He would let her manage this hotel after he bought it? She would be the general manager? Even though the difference between a lobby manager and a general manager was just one word, the position and treatment were not even on the same level. It would be massively different. The general manager was the highest authority here aside from Mr. Green and the other chairman. If Mr. Green was not around, he would be the boss here. Plus, his annual salary with his bonus was over $10 million. How much was she making a year? Now, David was saying he would buy the hotel and let her be the general manager? Wasn't this an instant success? "David, darling, are you joking?" Pearl asked, feeling lightheaded. "Of course not. Why does everyone think I'm joking? Didn't I tell you? If your boss causes trouble for you, I'll buy the boss and make you the boss. I saw that your eyes were red when you entered the door. I believe your boss might have caught you going out this morning." When Pearl heard that, her eyes turned red again. Tears also spilled out of her eyes uncontrollably. However, this was not for the same reason as moments ago. Right now, she was touched and was ecstatic. "David, we've known each other for 2 days. Why are you so good to me? You gave me a car, and you even let me stay in such a nice house for free. Now, you're even buying this hotel to promote me," Pearl said as she sobbed. David heard that something was not right with Pearl's voice, so he turned around to look. "Miss Pearl, why are you crying?" When David was about to say something, the door was pushed open. Pearl quickly recomposed herself and stood to one side. Hugh walked in with Sean behind him. Just now, Sean was waiting for Hugh outside his office. Now, he also followed Hugh down here. He had no choice. This was the moment to determine his fate. The boss of this hotel might change at any time. If there was a change, would he still be the general manager? Judging from Pearl and David's relationship, the chances were slim. His annual salary was $6 million in this position, and his bonus was about $10 million too. In addition to that, Mr. Green was always not around, so he was like the boss here. He could also secretly make some ill-gotten gains of around a few million. Where would he find such a good job again if he lost this one? Over these years, he even used his power to take advantage of those female attendants who wanted to climb up the ladder. He even hinted at Pearl a few times, but she always ignored him. If Pearl was not good at her job, he would have fired her a long time ago. At this moment, he could only pray that this transaction was unsuccessful. If not, his good days would come to an end. "Sean, you should go out with Ms. Warner. I need to talk to Mr. Liddell." After Hugh walked in, he said to Sean behind him, "Yes, Mr. Green." "Yes, Mr. Green." Sean and Pearl answered at the same time. Then, they left the private room. "Mr. Liddell, are you serious about buying this hotel?" Hugh asked after he sat down. "Of course, Mr. Green. If you're selling, I'm buying," answered David. "Mr. Liddell, I just discussed with the shareholders, and if you're serious about buying, you need to pay this price. What do you think?" Hugh then gestures a 2 with his fingers. "20 billion? Yes, Mr. Liefel. You should know that this hotel is located in the busiest area in River City, and it's also in the busiest area in South River Province. The renovations were also done according to the highest standard. The profit is rising steadily every year, so you won't suffer a loss at this price. All right, 20 billion it is. However, I'm not familiar with the handover. Just contact Pearl directly. She'll be the general manager here from now on, David said nonchalantly. It was just 20 billion. It was nothing. Actually, he had never even spent $200 so carefreely before. Great. Since you've agreed to this, it's a deal then. However, the process of a handover is mired in minor details, so it might take around a week. According to the rules, you'll have to pay a 10% deposit. If for any reason you're unable to continue with this transaction, we won't return the deposit to you. Okay. Hugh took out his phone and made a call. A voice came from the phone soon after. Hello, Mr. Green. This is Jack Hansen. How may I help you? The person who answered the phone was the head of financial affairs in Golden Leaf Hotel. Mr. Hansen, come to private room 3, Hugh said into the phone. Okay, Mr. Green, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon, answered Jack. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Sean, Pearl, you should come in too, Hugh said. After the door was opened, Jack, Sean, and Pearl entered the room together. Allow me to announce something. Mr. Liddell and I have reached an agreement. We'll transfer Golden Leaf Hotel to Mr. Liddell for a fee of $20 billion. Mr. Hansen, prepare to receive the deposit and draft an invoice. The transaction will be done within a week. Hugh looked at the three of them and said. The three of their expressions were different when they heard this news. Jack was indifferent. He had been around Hugh for many years. Not only was he the head of financial affairs in the Golden Leaf Hotel, but he also held other jobs at other places. His workload would be reduced if Hugh sold Golden Leaf Hotel. On the other hand, Sean's face turned gray. He was a general manager Hugh found using a headhunting company. Even though he lost a job here, it would be easy for him to find another job. However, it would be difficult to find one as good as this one. Pearl was the happiest one among them. Her face was red from excitement, and she looked very charming now. Jack gave David an account, and David immediately transferred 10% of the deposit, which was $2 billion, into the account. After that, he got a receipt from Jack. After he paid the deposit, there was nothing uncertain about this transaction anymore. The way Hugh looked at David was also different now. According to Bill, if this kid could take out so much money to buy the hotel, then he must be a child from a hidden rich family. Hugh did not know much about this group. They were a little mysterious, but they were terrifyingly powerful. If he was not at a certain level, he would not be able to get into contact with them. He also heard that these people were not just rich. At this moment, David said, Mr. Green, I'm still a student, so I don't have so much time to handle the handover, so you can just go to Miss Pearl. She'll be the general manager here from now on. Mr. Hansen, execute this according to Mr. Liddell's orders, Hugh said to Jack. Okay, Mr. Green. Then, Hugh turned to say to David, Mr. Liddell, the deal is done, so we're friends now. It makes us sound like strangers if you keep calling me Mr. Green. My name is Hugh, and I'm a few years older than you. Why don't you just call me by my name? Since you said that, then don't call me Mr. Liddell too. Just call me Dave. Haha. Okay. You're such a straightforward person, Dave. When you come to Lake City next time, you have to give me a call so that I can entertain you. Don't worry, Hugh. I will definitely contact you when I'm in Lake City, David said. Wasn't his cousin Lily from his youngest aunt's house in University in Lake City? Perhaps he would need Hugh's help in the future. Well, I won't disturb you now. I still need to rush back to Lake City this afternoon. Dave, remember, you have to contact me if you're in Lake City. I am pretty respected there too. I will. After Hugh left, Jack and Sean followed him out. Pearl stayed in the room. She knew she would need to serve this extremely young boss in front of her now. Miss Pearl, I'll hand this hotel to you from now on, David said to Pearl, who stayed. Don't worry, Mr. Liddell. I won't let you down. I'll definitely manage this hotel well. Inside the chairman's office in Golden Leaf Hotel, Hugh and Sean were inside. Sean, the boss of this hotel is going to change soon. If you want to stay, I can talk to Dave. You can be a department manager if you can't be a general manager. Sean heard that Hugh wanted him to stay as a department manager, but he could not afford to offend him. After all, The rank of a department manager and a general manager were very different. The treatment was also very different, so he said quickly, "Mr. Green, I don't want to work here anymore if you're not here. I want to follow you." "Sean, I don't have a suitable position for you for now. Why don't I give you a year's salary and you can look for another job? What do you say?" "Mr. Green, there are still years left for the contract we signed. You can't abandon me like this," Sean said, feeling a little anxious. "Sean, I've already made it so clear. Why don't you understand? Do you want me to spell it out for you? Do you think I don't know what you've been doing these past years? I can keep one eye closed as long as you don't test my limits. If I want to pursue the matter, just depending on the severity of the things you've done, you might have to spend 8 to 10 years behind bars." When Sean heard what Hugh said, he was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. He thought he was hiding what he did all those years well, and he thought that money meant nothing to a hotel with an annual profit of $1 billion. He did not expect the boss to find out what he did. Sean wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "I understand, Mr. Green. I'll pack my things and get out of here. You've been working for me for so many years, so you should go to Mr. Hanson and take your annual salary before leaving." "Thank you, Mr. Green." Sean left the room after he said that. After David left the hotel, he was about to buy a sports car. However, after he looked around, he saw that there was none that he liked. They were all mass-produced cars, and the slightly more expensive ones would need him to pre-order them. Therefore, he bought a laptop and some branded clothes to change into before going back home. As he lay on the leather sofa, he checked the system and saw that he had another 20 lavish points. Host: David Liddell. Balance: $99999,789,259,8996. Body: 19, weak. Mind: 28, normal. Skills: driving, introductory. Lavish points: 20. His body had reached 19 points and it was still weak. His mind was still 28 points. He had an introductory driving skill on his skill column. David added 11 lavish points to his body. His body immediately increased to 30 points, and it changed from weak to normal. His body also began warming up. It only cooled down after a minute. Then, David added 6 lavish points to his mind. His mind increased from 28 to 34 points. At that moment, his brain felt refreshed. It seemed that he had become smarter. After this, he added the remaining points to his driving skills. After he did that, David felt a little sweaty. So, he went to the 28th floor and took off his clothes before jumping into the crystal-clear pool. "This is great." David swam a few laps in the pool and exclaimed as he lay on the side of the pool. After he got out, he saw a huge mirror. As he walked nearer to the mirror, he saw the reflection of a person in the mirror. "Is that me?" David could not believe it. Even though the face in the mirror belonged to him, his body was completely different. Even though David was handsome back then, he was thin. So, he did not look that good even though he was 180 centimeters tall. Right now, the person in the mirror had curves on his body and did not look thin anymore. He looked powerful. After being stuck in a daze for a while, David came back to his senses and said, "This system is amazing." After he changed into his new branded clothes, David walked in front of the mirror again. The reflection in the mirror showed a top-tier handsome, nicely built, tall, and rich man. He would be the perfect candidate as a boy toy with that appearance. David said pretentiously, "Gentlemen, watch your girlfriends, sisters, and aunts because daddy's going out. Ha ha." In the evening, David walked into the Golden Leaf Hotel with his head high. "Hello, Mr. Liddell." "Hello, Mr. Liddell." For beautiful attendants at the door greeted Liddell with admiration in their eyes. The news about David becoming their boss had spread throughout the hotel. Pearl had started handling the affairs of a general manager, and the previous general manager, Sean, had already left. After David entered the hall, the 4 attendants started discussing among themselves. "Mr. Liddell is so young and handsome." "Yes, he's so handsome and rich. He's the man of my dreams that I've been waiting for." "Mr. Liddell won't fall for you." "How do you know? What if I'm his cup of tea?" "TCH, Mr. Liddell's cup of tea is Ms. Warner. Don't you know that you'll get bored eating the same food? If Mr. Liddell wants a change of taste, then our time will come." David did not hear the discussion behind him. After he walked into the lobby, Pearl came to him. Miss Pearl, why are you still here? Didn't I promote you to the general manager? Did you not go to the handover? David asked curiously. Mr. Liddell, I've taken all the affairs of the general manager. I am here to greet you. Also, this is your driver's license. Pearl handed David a small booklet. Thanks, Miss Pearl. You should get on with your job. I'll leave after I'm finished. Right, may I know if your friend and her husband are free? I want to buy them a meal to thank them. All right, I'll ask them. I'm a little busy now, and I don't know a lot of things. I won't accompany you then. M.R. Liddell? Pearl asked a receptionist from the front desk to take David to dinner before leaving. Mr. Liddell, please come with me, the receptionist said respectfully to him. I know the way. You don't need to take me. Mr. Liddell, we changed your room today, so just let me lead the way, the receptionist said. A new room? Why? David asked. Mr. Liddell, you were the VIP yesterday, so you were using private room 3, but you're the chairman now, and the chairman eats in private room 1, the receptionist explained. All right, lead the way. David did not quibble over this anymore. After dinner, David drove around River City. Even though it was almost dark, River City was a city that never slept. A lot of shops would close at 12, but David still did not find the sports car he liked. After he asked around, he found out that the limited edition sports cars would be sold out the moment they were released. So, they would not end up in dealerships. They were only available in some high-end dealerships, and the price would be marked up. After David thought about it, he figured that only person who would have connections about this was the ex-boss of Golden Leaf Hotel, Hugh. So, he gave Hugh a call. Hugh picked up the call very quickly. Dave, you're already in Lake City? Hugh's voice could be heard through the phone. Hugh, I'm still in River City. However, I need your help with something. I want to buy a limited edition sports car. Do you have any connections for that? David asked. You like collecting limited edition sports cars too, Dave? Hugh, which man doesn't like cars? Haha, you're right. You're asking the right person. I just opened a dealership with my friends, and we specialize in selling secondhand cars. Hugh did indeed open a dealership with his friends, but his dealership only sold high-end cars, and they would not even look at cars that were below 10 million. That's great. Can you help me check for some that are suitable for me? Dave, I have a limited edition Bugatti Veyron that was released 3 years ago. There are only 8 in the world, and the market price back then was 60 million. However, since it's limited, the price has hiked a little and it's around 80 million now. What do you think? All right, do you have any photos? Can you send me some so I can check it out? Okay, I'll send them to you later. I think it suits you very well. If you drive this car into SRU, you'll definitely look cool as hell. Haha. Hugh, you know me so well. I'll transfer the money to you now. Are you coming to Lake City to get it, or do you want me to send it to you? I'll go get it on Labor Day. I have some business in Lake City during Labor Day anyway, David said. He was going to visit his cousin Lily on Labor Day. While he was at it, he would let her experience the upper-class lifestyle. He could not explain so many things in detail over the phone. David immediately transferred 80 million to Hugh because right now, money was just a number to him. After he got his sports car, David went back home. After he opened his brand new laptop, he downloaded Whale Streaming and registered a new account using the username LilMatch. David had never seen Whale Streaming before because he could not afford a computer. Whale Streaming was the largest streaming platform on the computer while TikTok was the largest on mobile. The two basically dominated over 80% of their respective industries. After David entered the ID for his cousin's stream, he saw that it was about 11 p.m. and that girl was having a lot of fun in her stream. After he entered the Steam, Lily was thanking the people who bought her gifts. However, their gifts were small in size, and they only cost about $8 or $10. When David looked at the biggest amount gifted, it was only a little over 10,000 while the second ranking was only a few hundred. David felt that he should tell this girl during Labor Day that her cousin was a quadrillionaire now, and perhaps her gift was too cheap. If others learned about this, David would be so humiliated. After he topped up 10 million to his account, he was about to buy some gifts for Lily. He wanted to give her tens of millions, but after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. He was worried that he would scare her. He should wait and give it to her when he went to Lake City during Labor Day. That way, he could also tell his aunt in advance so that she would not suspect that David was doing some illegal business. Thank you for your gift, Mr. W. Thank you for the gift, Star. Thank you for the sports car, Senior. Thank you. After David looked closely, David saw someone named Senior giving Lily a sports car. A sports car cost $200 each, and this person named Senior was rank 1. Lil Match, cutie, why don't you call me handsome? I'll steal rank 1 from that guy in just 1 second. Lake City. Inside the dormitory of Cloud Lake University, Lily was thanking the people who gave her gifts in her stream. Then, a comment attracted her attention. Hence, she did not hesitate before saying, Lil Match, you're so handsome. Are you sure you want to do that? Lil Match, of course. David continued. Well then, I shall thank you, handsome Lil Match. At this moment, the person named Senior who was rank 1 said something. Senior, dude, who are you? How dare you try to steal my rank? We'll see if you have the ability to do that. David was too lazy to reply to him. Then, he chose the most expensive super rocket. Launch. Lil Match has given streamer Dumpling a Super Rocket X1. David sent a message. Lil Match, are you going to follow? Senior has given streamer Dumpling a Super Rocket X1. Lil Match has given streamer Dumpling a Super Rocket X2. Lil Match has given streamer Dumpling a Super Rocket X3. Lil Match had given streamer Dumpling a Super Rocket X66. A super rocket cost $2,000 each. 66 of them would be more than $100,000. The guy named Senior who was rank 1 did not dare to follow after giving out a dozen of super rockets. The stream was gaining some popularity too since the platform would broadcast this if someone gifted 6 super rockets in one go. The comments also filled the screen. Damn, what a baller. Why does the name Lil Match sound so familiar? It's that super baller on TikTok. Last night, he gave a streamer gifts worth $2.6 million in an hour. Are you for real? It's him. I didn't think he'd come here. What a baller. He immediately gifted 66 super rockets in one go. Damn, why didn't I hear about him before? He just started, and he'll only buy gifts for the small streamers. I see. Lake City. Inside the female dormitory in Cloud Lake University. Wow. Lily, who is that? How can he be so generous? Is that one of the seniors that have a crush on you? Yeah, he's much more generous than Don. Also, Don said he likes you, but when we gave him your streaming ID, he only gave you a little over 10,000 bucks. He stopped following after a few dozen super rockets. This guy named Lil Match is so generous. Lily was very confused too. She had no idea who Lil Match was, yet he immediately gave her 100,000 worth of gifts the moment he came in. She just started streaming not long ago, and the people who supported her were all students from the same university. Most of them were her classmates. Don was her senior, and he had always been rank 1 in her stream. He was a year older than her, and was currently pursuing her. Girls, do you think I should add him as a friend? Lily asked. Streamers would usually add some of the nouveau riches as friends, so that they could keep the nouveau riches around, and have them continue to give them gifts. It was said that some streamers would see those nouveau riches in person and make some sacrifices just so they could keep them in their contacts. Lily, just ignore him for now. It's just 100,000. Our Lily is not so cheap. If he wants to pursue you, he will expose himself on campus. David stopped after giving out more than 100,000. It was not that he was unwilling to spend more after all. He would not bat an eyelid even if he had to give his cousin billions or tens of billions. However, H.E. was worried that he would scare the girl if he overdid it. He would decide when he went to Lake City during Labor Day. After David gave out the gifts, he excited the stream without telling people who he was. Then, he just wandered around whale streaming to see which streamer was his cup of tea. When he entered their stream, he would give them 66 super rockets in one go. He had given out the same gifts to more than a dozen people in the span of an hour. At this point, he had given out more than 1 million, and he had appeared in the news more than 10 times. With that, David's ID Lil Match blew up in whale streaming for a while. A lot of small streamers were longing for this big shot to enter their stream. If he entered their stream, they would get 66 super rockets, and it could also boost their traffic. After wandering around for an hour, he noticed there were a few words on the bottom right of his computer screen just as he was about to go downstairs. David clicked on it, and the interface changed. It was showing locating. Please wait. In less than 10 seconds, a new batch of streams appeared. These streams should be the ones happening closer to David's location. Most of them should also be in River City. David chose a more popular stream and opened them. When he entered the stream, he saw that the streamer was one of the 3 most beautiful girls in South River University, Amelia Hahn. Amelia was an influential figure at South River University. Not only was she gorgeous, but she was also very talented. Her seductive and charming dance conquered more than 80% of the male creatures during the freshman party. After that, there was a lot of talk surrounding her. Some said she was amorous with a few of the handsome and rich boys from different universities, but none of them could get her, including Leo Tate. In order to win her over, those handsome and rich guys would give her snacks from overseas, branded clothes, and branded bags. One of them even gave her a BMW sports car worth hundreds of thousands. She was the true master. She wandered among so many rich and handsome guys, but did not let any of them get her so easily. At the same time, this could trigger the competitiveness and desire to conquer her from inside those guys. Amelia was very talented, and she was also stunning. Moreover, so many in South River University were chasing after her, so naturally, her stream was pretty popular. At this point, there was already a few thousand people watching. David's existence naturally caused a small uproar in the stream. After all, he just gave out over $1 million, and there were more than a dozen advertisements about him ongoing. At the same time, his account had also leveled up to over level 100. One could level up once they gave out gifts in whale streaming. They would go up 1 level if they gave out $10,000, and there was no limit to the growth. The higher their level, the more extravagant their entrance. David just gave out 1.72 million, so that would be 172 levels. This was already the highest level in this stream. He immediately became rank 1 the moment he entered. The one in rank 2 was only at level 120. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Lil Match. The moment David entered the stream, he heard Amelia's voice. He did not want to waste time saying any nonsense, so he directly gave her 66 super rockets. Lil Match gave streamer Honey Super Rocket X1. Lil Match gave streamer Honey Super Rockets X66. Thank you, Mr. Lil Match, for the super rockets. Kisses. Do you want to hear me sing or watch me dance? Amelia asked. She wanted to keep this big shot around. Damn, Lil Match is here. Matchy is such a baller. The moment he enters a stream, it doesn't matter which one it is, he will definitely give them 66 super rockets. Mad respect for you, Matchy. I've been chasing you for the whole day, and I finally found you. Mr. Match, do you still need someone to hold your bag for you? Countless comments appeared on the screen. At this moment, another big shot entered the stream, and their level was even higher than David's. He was at level 298, and he immediately pushed David down to rank 2. This guy named Mr. Leo commented the moment he entered the stream. Since his level was very high, his comment bubble would be very shiny and eye-catching. Amelia, if I were to snatch the position of rank 1 tonight, would you really go on a date with me? Yes, Leo. If you snatch the position of rank 1 tonight, I'll go on a date with you tomorrow, Amelia replied in a sweet voice. The audiences went wild when they saw this. Damn, who is this? Is our goddess going to fall into his hands? That's Mr. Perfect Leo Tate from our campus. His family is super rich. I guess Leo is going to spend all of his money to get Amelia tonight. There will be huge news tomorrow. I've already come up with the title. We'll just call it Mr. Perfect Leo Tate spent millions winning over the most beautiful girl on campus, Amelia Honda. This is good. This will definitely become the headline of the campus newspaper. David initially wanted to leave. However, when he saw this, Leo already had Sarah, and yet he was here chasing after Amelia, and he even wanted to steal rank 1 so he could date Amelia? Keep dreaming. You bastard. They've to ruin your plan. I'll get some of the interest from you first, and then I'll collect the cost from you. Slowly after, Leo was ready to win over Amelia tonight. He had been pursuing her for so long, and he had given her so many gifts, but he had never succeeded nor been rejected. He was itching to get her as Amelia was. Indeed, someone who could cause a man to excrete too many hormones when she was around. His parents were business people and were pretty popular in River City. They had net worths of over $1 billion, so they were always throwing away money by the fistful. In addition to that, Leo was also known as Mr. Perfect on campus. He had been in the university for 3 years, and whenever he had his eyes on a girl, he would use money to win them over and had never failed thus far. Not only that, he had fooled around with a few female streamers. However, he eventually met his match when he found Amelia. He spent hundreds of thousands in a span of a few months on her, but had never even held her hand. Of course, this happened to a few of the other guys pursuing Amelia too. However, this triggered the desire to conquer inside Leo's heart. Therefore, he decided he would win Amelia over no matter how much money he spent today. Not only would this fulfill his desire, but this would also be a slap to the faces of the other pursuers. As for Sarah, she was past tense, and he was about done with her. If Sarah did not mind, he could still fool around with her for a few more days. However, if she wanted to compete with Amelia for his love, she should just *CK off. Amelia was not in a good mood recently. Even though her family background was normal, she was cute growing up, hence her parents did everything they could to cultivate her. Plus, she was very talented in singing and dancing. Therefore, she was always the center of attention from junior high to senior high. It was still the same even when she was at South River University, as soon after, she became the person everyone would chase after. She kept wandering between a few rich and handsome guys. She would let them give her all kinds of gifts just so they could get her. Someone even gave her a BMW sports car that cost hundreds of thousands. However, she did not dare to accept this and would only ever accept some of the clothes or bags. After that, she would sell these gifts at low prices and get herself some money. Then, she thought about streaming and getting gifts from her viewers. In just a few months, she got more than millions in gift bonuses. She was overjoyed at the turn of events because this was much faster than selling her gifts at low prices. However, recently she realized that these people's hearts were not on her anymore. A few of them had already got themselves partners. More importantly, one of her 2 protectors, Leo, was also going after others. She heard that over the past few days, he would bring Sarah to Golden Leaf Hotel. This ignited a sense of urgency within her. She knew this kind of relationship would not last. After all, they were not fools. They had invested so much in her, and they did not even get anything substantive back, so it would be better to just go after others. With that, she made a decision tonight to hint to those who were pursuing her. As long as they could get Owen rank 1, then she would go on a date with them. She saw that one of her protectors, Leo, was here while the other one, Jacob Carter, was not here yet. If the both of them were here, she would be able to make a fortune tonight. When Leo heard Amelia's response, he immediately started to steal rank 1. He looked at the total amount of gifts on rank 1, and he saw it was $780,000. It was all from Jacob. He was at rank 2, and he had spent about $400,000, which meant that if he gave her another $400,000, he would be able to get rank 1. Of course, he had to do it without Jacob around. He had given out more than $2 million of gifts over these 2 years. However, he had only fooled around with a few small streamers with this money. Speak of the devil. Jacob's ID, Jacob the Brave, entered the stream at this moment. His level 380 account immediately pushed Leo lower down the rank the moment he entered. Ames, I'm here. Jacob immediately commented. Welcome, Jacob. Thank you for your support. Ames, I'm prepared today. I will definitely bring you on that date with me. Jacob, I'll be waiting for you. Leo's comment interrupted both of them. Jacob, old boy, I'm still here. Don't be so proud yet. It will be embarrassing for you if you fail. Leo, old chap, I never saw you as my competition. Let's see who's the stronger one now. Even though the 2 of them said that, their hearts were racing in their chests. Their family backgrounds were almost the same, and they were not fools. If they continued this, both sides would suffer. However, they had no choice. When they thought about Amelia's soft and weak body and her seductive voice, the 2 of them felt as if they were given adrenaline shots. No more nonsense. They started launching super rockets. Mr. Leo gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X1. Jacob the Brave gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X1. Mr. Leo gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X66. Jacob the Brave gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X66. Half an hour later, Mr. Leo gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X1314. Jacob the Brave gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X1314. The stream was going wild. The number of viewers had reached more than 100,000. Numerous comments about how lavish they were appeared on the screen. Amelia was also going crazy. However, she was going crazy from happiness. She did not expect the two to be so generous and the two of them to give her more than 2 million in gifts. After this, she would be able to get about 3 million in bonuses. She could not even wrap her head around this fact. 2. At this moment, Leo and Jacob started to come to their senses. If they kept doing this, it would be fine if they could win over Amelia. If they could not, they would die from anger. This was not an auction. Even though the highest bidder would win, they would not be able to get back the gifts they gave out. 1. With that, Leo called Jacob. When Jacob answered, Leo did not spew any nonsense and went straight to the point. Old boy, I'm about to use 5 million to win over Amelia. If you want to give more, then I'll quit, and you can give me back those gifts I gave out. What do you think? On the other end of the phone, Jacob stayed silent for a while before answering. Old chap, transfer 3 million to me now, and I will stop fighting over Amelia with you. If you don't like this idea, then we can fight to our deaths. Leo thought about it and replied, all right, I'll transfer 3 million to you now. You are not allowed to interact with Amelia from now on. Deal. Jacob's voice could be heard from the other end. Leo immediately transferred 3 million to Jacob. Even though the people on their level were scoundrels to some degree, they were men of their words. Leo did the math and realized he still needed to spend about 400,000 to get to rank 1. By now, he had already spent more than 6 million on Amelia in total. Even if his family had assets worth hundreds of millions, he would still feel pain after spending more than 6 million in one go. However, it would be worth it if he could win over Amelia. Inside the stream, after Jacob received Leo's 3 million bucks, he immediately quit the stream. His rocket stopped at 1314. The viewers in the stream were stunned. They were still fighting to their deaths just now, yet one of them had quit all of a sudden. Leo gave Amelia 200 rockets again, and it just about exceeded Jacob. With this, right now, he was on rank 1. Amelia, I'm rank 1 now. Jacob has already admitted defeat and left. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night. There was another uproar in the stream. In that moment, everyone was saying all sorts of things in the stream. This was what Leo wanted. He was declaring sovereignty. Amelia had no choice now. She did not know why Jacob had suddenly left. She knew their backgrounds, and it was about the same. Initially, her plan was to let the two keep fighting and then let their gifts stay on the same level. So after that, she could date the both of them at the same time. They would not dare to do anything to her if the three of them went out together. However, Jacob's sudden exit ruined her plan. Even though she got gifts worth more than 5 million, she knew something would go wrong if she went out alone with Leo. When Amelia thought about this, she sighed silently in her heart. Her initially perfect plan was ruined, and she could only admit this. Thankfully, she still had more than 2 million worth of gifts to comfort her. Leo, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Amelia's voice could be heard from the stream again. There was another uproar in the stream. Oh no, oh no, my goddess. My heart hurts so much I can't breathe. Another goddess is leaving us. Leo's gigantic and golden comment appeared on the screen. Huh. All right, Amelia. I'll let you have a wonderful night tomorrow. David figured it was almost time, so he commented. Since he was a level 100 account, his comment was pretty eye-catching too. I heard I can get a date with the streamer if I steal rank 1. David asked. Machi, save our goddess. Yeah, Machi. Save our goddess from the claws of this devil. What do you mean by saving her? If Machi steals rank 1, goddess will be Machi's. I still want Machi to steal rank 1. Normal comments filled the screen. I just want to ask, can I date you if I steal rank 1? David asked again. Yes. Amelia said. All right. David stopped talking and started launching rockets. Lil Machi gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X1. 10 minutes later, Lil Machi gave Streamer Hani Super Rocket X666. Half an hour later, Lil Machi gave streamer Hani Super Rocket X1314. 1 hour later, Lil Machi gave streamer Hani Super Rocket X2520. 2 hours later, Lil Machi gave streamer Hani Super Rocket X5200. The viewers were stunned. Leo was stunned. Amelia was also stunned. The popularity of the stream had risen to 300,000 plus. What kind of concept was 5,200 super rockets? That was more than 10 million bucks. This was the biggest single transaction in whale streaming history. Mr. Match, what a baller. Formidable Mr. Match. Mr. Match, you're so overbearing. Mr. Match, you're my idol. Mr. Match, I want to have your babies. Countless comments appeared on the screen. Leo felt as horrible as if he had eaten a live fly. His 6 million bucks had gone to waste, and he had got nothing for it in return. Right now, he wanted to murder someone. He took out his phone and called Sarah. He needed to vent right now. The call went through. Hello? Leo, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so late at night? Sarah's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sarah, come out now. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the campus, Leo said into the phone. Leo, it's 2:30 a.m. Can we talk tomorrow instead? I'm telling you to come out now, Leo said through gritted teeth. But, no buts. Get out here right the F***ck now. If not, you'll know the consequences. After Leo finished saying that, he slammed the phone down. On the other end of the phone, Sarah was woken up by Leo's phone call. After a few words, she was shocked by Leo's behavior. After hesitating for a while, Sarah slowly got up. Since she was worried that she would wake her roommates, she slowly started to feel around for her clothes. Back when she was with David, this would never happen. David loved her to the bones, and he would always be considerate of her. As long as she said she was hungry, David would send food to the lobby of her dormitory no matter how late it was. Then, he would call her to come to get it. Plus, he had never spoken to her in that kind of tone. In addition to that, David respected her a lot. He had been with her for 4 years, and since she said she was not ready, he never went over the line. However, after she started seeing Leo, aside from the first few times when he was good to her and would give her all kinds of gifts, his true self started showing after he got her. He did not care about her body at all. It was 2:30 a.m., and he was still forcing her to come out to see him. He must be blinded by lust again. When Sarah thought about this, tears started falling out of her eyes. She could only blame herself for being too foolish, too naive, and too vain. Sarah's roommate and best friend Sophie Clarkson woke up after she heard the movements. Then, she saw it was from Sarah's bed. Sarah, what are you doing? Sophie rubbed her eyes and asked. It's nothing, sophomore. Go back to bed. I'm a little hungry and Leo's at the entrance of the campus. He said he wants to take me to get something to eat, Sarah replied. Sophie could hear that something was not right with Sarah's voice. Since there were only 2 of them in the room, Sophie got up and turned on the lights to see Sarah sobbing as she put on her clothes. Sophie quickly walked over and held Sarah. Sarah, what's wrong? Did Leo bully you again? And no. What do you mean no? He must have. Sarah, I told you he's not a good person and I told you to stay away from him, but you didn't listen to me. Look at what's happening now. Soph, I'll be fine. Why are you still lying? I found you crying secretly at night a few times. Sarah, I don't understand. David loved you so much, but why did you choose Leo? Was it because he's rich? Soph, stop talking. Sarah, leave Leo and get David back. David is the one who truly loves you, and he's also the one who can truly give you happiness. Leo only likes new and shiny things. He had more than a dozen girlfriends during these few years, and they were all dumped after he got bored of them. Soph, I can't go back now. I can't go back to the way it was now. Sarah could not hold it in anymore. Then, she started crying in Sophie's arms. After a few minutes, Sarah was done crying, and she climbed out of Sophie's arms to start putting on her clothes again. Sophie stopped Sarah and said, Sarah, it's so late. Don't go. Just talk about whatever this is tomorrow. No, I can't. He's waiting for me at the entrance. If I don't go, he'll dump me. So what? What's the big deal about that? But I am pregnant with his child. If he doesn't want me, what am I going to do? Sarah said through her tears. Sarah, you? Sigh. Sophie did not know what to say now, so she could only sigh. However, she pulled back her hand that was stopping Sarah from putting on her clothes. After Sarah put on her clothes, she rushed to the entrance of the campus. Amelia was so excited her face was bright red. Mr. Match, thank you for the 5,200 super rockets. I love you, Mr. Match. Kisses. Then, she accepted the friend request David sent her. After they were friends, Amelia sent him a message. Amelia, Mr. Match, let's follow each other on Instagram. This is my number. I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Then, the two followed each other on Instagram. The next day, David only woke up around noon. After washing up, David went to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Hello, Mr. Liddell. Hello, Mr. Liddell. As he walked into the hotel, he heard greetings from all around him. After lunch, David walked into the chairman's office to rest. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Pearl came in after pushing the door open. Mr. Liddell, the handover of the hotel has started. When are you free? Miss Pearl, I told you I won't bother about the handover. You can just make the decision. Just inform me when I have to make a payment. All right. I won't disturb your rest then. Right. I'll move in tonight. I'll keep the door unlocked for you. Before David could react, Pearl left his office. Damn, she got me again. David sat on the chair and played with his phone. He opened Instagram and saw a direct message from Patrick. Patrick, Dave, when are you coming back to campus? David, tomorrow, I think. David replied. Patrick, Dave, I have to tell you something, but you have to keep calm. David, spit it out. Patrick, that bastard Leo posted the photo of you vomiting blood and falling unconscious to the university's website and even posted some of your past achievements. You're famous now. David, F***CK. Send it to me now. After a while, David received a photo from Patrick. Indeed, it was a photo of him unconscious in the woods. This bastard, I just collected some interest from you last night. Just wait and see how I'll destroy you. David cursed in his heart. After this, David played with his phone again. He soon sent a message to Amelia. David, I'll see you in Golden Leaf Hotel at 6 p.m. Just tell them your name when you get there. Amelia, all right, Mr. Match. I can't wait to meet you. Amelia replied. Amelia was in class, but she had been paying attention to her phone the whole day as she was worried that she would miss a call or message from David the Big Shot. Compared to tactless and impulsive wealthy playboys like Leo and Jacob, Amelie much preferred interacting with a big shot like David. She was very excited to meet this big shot who could give her more than 10 million in one go. Hence, when she saw David's message, she immediately replied. She was a little worried. What if she met an enormous pervert? However, she kind of hoped that David was a truly capable guy with both money and looks. Amelia knew about Golden Leaf Hotel since it was near the campus and was the only 8-star hotel in the South River province. It was very popular in South River University, and she heard one would spend tens of thousands to just have a meal there. She had never eaten there, but of course, if she was willing, there would be a lot of rich guys willing to treat her to a meal. The afternoon flew by in a blink of an eye. Around 5:30 p.m., Amelia wore a pair of skinny jeans and a fitted blouse to go to Golden Leaf Hotel. It had to be said that Amelie did have the capital to be arrogant. No wonder so many rich second generation would revolve around her and allow her to play them like fools. Since she started dancing, when she was young, she had curves in all the right places, giving her a stunning face and a smoking hot body. The moment she entered the Golden Leaf Hotel, an attendant approached her. Miss, are you here to stay the night or for a meal? Hello, my name is Amelia Hahn. I was invited by someone. Amelia replied politely. Hello, Miss Hahn. Please come with me. The attendant led Amelia to private room 1. The attendant got the news this afternoon that Mr. Liddell would treat someone named Amelia Hahn to dinner, so they should take her immediately to private room 1 once she arrived. After she entered the private room, she found that there was no one inside. Amelia found a seat and sat down. She still felt a little nervous. After a while, she could hear the door opening. Amelia shuddered and lifted her head to look in the direction of the door. Then, she saw a young figure coming in when the door opened. When she saw the person walking in, Amelia felt that this person looked kind of familiar. "Are you David Lydell?" Amelia stood up and asked with uncertainty. "Hello, Amelia. I am David Lydell. I didn't think you'd know me." "It seems that I've become popular on campus," David said with a bitter smile. "Are you really David Lydell?" Amelia asked again, in the flesh. "Are you Lil Match who gave me more than 10 million last night? Why, do I not look like it? How is that possible? If you're David, how are you?" Amelia was so shocked she did not know what to say. Indeed, David became famous at South River University during these past 2 days. However, it was not from anything good. What happened to him was spread all over Instagram and the university's website. His girlfriend of 4 years was stolen away from him, and he could not take it, so he vomited blood and passed out. There was even a photo of it. If this was really David in front of her, how could his girlfriend be stolen away? It would make more sense if he went and stole other people's girlfriends. Who would want to break up with a baller like him? Was his girlfriend stupid? Amelia sighed. "It's a long story. Please sit, and we'll talk while we eat." Amelia sat down, but she kept staring at David. She could not believe that this person was the David Lydell that had been so hotly discussed on campus. Soon, the door of the private room opened again, and the food was served. In less than 2 minutes, the table was filled with all kinds of food. "Mr. Chairman, the food is all here. Please enjoy. Call out to me if you need any assistance." The new lobby manager left the room after saying that. Mr. Chairman? Why is the lobby manager calling David the chairman? Maybe Amelia was hearing things, but how could that be? Amelia had even more questions in her heart right now. "Amelia, let's eat. You should be hungry," David said. Then, he poured some red wine for her. Amelia looked at the food on the table. A lot of them she had only ever seen on the television and not in real life. She picked some to try and found that it was delicious. This was an 8-star hotel indeed. The two of them were almost done eating. "So," Amelia asked, unable to contain her curiosity, "David, is it you in the rumor that's been going around the campus?" "Yes, it's me," David replied. "How is that possible?" "Nothing's impossible. Amelia, I always believed that you shouldn't mix other things when in love, so I never exposed who I was. But you can see how it went." 7C. Amelia finally understood. He was pretending to be poor this whole time. "I knew it. Only fools would break up with this kind of big shot. Actually, I just wanted to make Leo mad that night because he stole my girlfriend. He gave more than 10 million just to make someone mad." David's identity was a little scary. "Was Sarah your girlfriend?" "Yeah." "David, you don't need to be sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea," Amelia comforted. "It's all right. There's nothing to be sad about. I thought it through after I was dumped. Why not use what have? Don't you think so, Amelia?" "You're right. However, can you keep this secret for me? I'm used to staying low profile. As a reward, you can come here for free meals whenever you want. What do you think?" "Free?" "Yeah. I forgot to tell you that I own this hotel." Amelia. Amelia was utterly stunned when she walked out of Golden Leaf Hotel. The rumored pauper David Lydell was actually a secret big shot? Who would dare to believe this? And he was the owner of Golden Leaf Hotel too? How much was this hotel worth? Was it 10 billion or 20 billion? Plus, Golden Leaf Hotel seemed to be nothing to David. So if that was the case, how much money did he actually have? 100 billion of 200 billion? What was even funnier was that someone like him was dumped by Sarah. Amelia knew who Sarah was. They were members of the university's dance club. Even though they were not close, they still knew each other. If Sarah knew what David's background was like, Amelia figured she would be extremely remorseful. This could be described as losing a huge plane after picking up a sesame seed. Since David wanted her to keep this as a secret, and he wanted to continue staying low profile, then she would. No one was fighting for him with her anyway, so she decided that she wanted to stay with David. She figured she could not continue streaming anymore. If she started her stream, she would definitely be criticized, as those people would say anything they wanted in a stream. She was probably David's woman in a lot of people's minds. However, nothing happened to them aside from having a meal together. Amelia did not want others to insult her either. She already had more than $7 million in gift bonuses anyway, so she could buy a bigger house for her family. Would she still need to worry about money if she stayed with David? After David finished eating, he drove around River City in his car. He bought some normal clothes because he was about to go back to campus tomorrow. He figured it would be better if he kept a low profile. He then went back to International Residence. Pearl had already moved in and was busy cleaning the house. David did not disturb her and instead went straight upstairs. The next day, David woke up early in the morning. He then went downstairs after washing up. When he got downstairs, he saw Pearl already dressed and preparing to go to work. "Morning, Miss Pearl." "David, why are you so early?" "Miss Pearl, I'm still a student. I haven't been to class for 3 days, and I'm going back today. Let's leave together then." With that, red car and a black car left International Residence and arrived at Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, David walked to campus. He did not drive his G-Class over because Golden Leaf Hotel was very close to campus and it was only a 10-minute walk. Aside from that, the G-Class was not extravagant enough. There were a lot of rich kids in the university, and there were a lot of cars worth $3 or $4 million. He had seen 2 to 3 G-Classes before, and he even saw cars that were better than a G-Class. David was going to drive the limited edition Bugatti to campus after he got it on Labor Day. He would stay low profile for a few days because he wanted to make everyone's jaws drop when he finally pulled this stunt. After he entered the campus, he saw a lot of students walking around. Since the incident surrounding him had been fermenting for 3 days, by now the rumor had reached its peak. Because of this, a lot of students were curious when they saw David. The female students were kinder to him because they would only cover their mouths and giggle. Then, they would only talk about him when they were a distance away. The male students were not so kind as they started discussing the matter right next to David himself. "Hey, isn't that David? Looks like it. I heard he vomited a lot of blood in the woods 3 days ago. I thought he had to stay in the hospital for 10 days, or even half a month. I didn't think he'd come back so soon. He's so strong. I don't think it's that much. I didn't see a lot of blood in the photo either. You have no idea. This kind of anger will do a lot of damage to the body. He might have even died on the spot." "That's serious? David is such a lucky guy." It was as if David did not hear them as he continued to walk to his class. He had no choice. He could not go and punch them, right? Plus, wasn't he asking for trouble if he went to attack 3 people alone? He would hold on for 3 more days. "When my limited edition Bugatti is here, I'll use it to blind all of your disgusting eyes, you little **TS. He then went to his class. Over half of the class was already there. When they saw David walking in, they all lifted their heads to look at David with curious eyes. David went to his seat just as Patrick and a few people walked over. All of them stayed together for more than a year when they just started university and called themselves the 4 Musketeers of SRU. So it could be seen that they were pretty close to each other. "Dave, are you all right?" Patrick was the first to say something. "I'm fine. What's going on with you guys? Why do you make it look like I'm trying to seek death?" David answered, "It's great that you're fine. We were worried that you wouldn't be able to recover after the minor hitch and you'd weaken the reputation of the 4 Musketeers." The person speaking right now was Finn Barnum, one of the 4 Musketeers. "It's just a woman. Even though it's not easy to find 3-legged toads, it's easy to find 2-legged women everywhere," continued another one of the 4 Musketeers, William Dawson. "All right, don't worry about me. Do I look like someone who's trouble to you?" David asked. "All right, it's good that you're fine. We'll host a blind date tomorrow night, and I've contacted everyone necessary. I'll tell you the location tomorrow afternoon." "It's been a while since we've had a gathering," Patrick said. "All 4 of us can just have a gathering. Why a blind date?" David asked. Patrick got close to David's ear and whispered, "Don't worry. The ladies from this blind date are not from our campus. They're all from South River Multimedia University, and the students there are all stunning. They're much better than the girls in our university." "How did you know the students there?" David asked. "I just got a new girlfriend and she's from there. What do you think?" Patrick answered proudly. "Again? You change your girlfriend too quickly. A rich playboy like you is the reason why a useless simp like me has nothing. Hey, hey, hey. Don't compare me with that punk Leo. We're playing with feelings, and he's playing with money. Have you seen anyone who's devastated after I break up with them? We always break up peacefully, and I never go after someone who's attached, Patrick retorted. Looks the same to me, David replied. When he saw that Patrick was about to talk back, he added, All right, I'm just joking. Tomorrow afternoon, yeah? I'll be there. Thanks, guys. That's more like it. Then, the boys went back to their seats. The morning class was over in a blink of an eye. During the lunch break, the class lecturer walked into the class and said, Labor Day is almost here. The talent show this year will be the same as last year. Every class has to prepare a show. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer? The lecturer looked around but saw that no one wanted to volunteer. If no one wants to do it, we'll just let Ava Snowden give a piano recital. However, we had that last year, and if we do it again this year, it'll seem boring. Why don't one of you work with Ava? One pianist and one singer. Is there anyone who thinks that they're good at singing? After the lecturer finished saying that, someone immediately stood up to sign up. This person was the class monitor, Dean Coleman. Sir, let me do it. I am the class monitor, and I should be the one to set an example. After he said that, everyone scoffed at him. Damn, you didn't want to set an example when the lecturer asked, but now you want to set an example when it's a collaboration with Ava. Even fools can see something's up. Ava was one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus, and she was known for her arrogance. The people who wanted to pursue her could form a line that ran around the campus field 3 times. However, she was not the same as Amelia. Amelia would receive gifts from anyone, and then she would sell them at low prices. Meanwhile, Ava would not even look at the gifts anyone gave her before she threw them in the bin. After Dean volunteered, a few of the boys also wanted to volunteer to work with Ava. However, the lecturer decided to choose Dean in the end. It could not be helped. He was the class monitor, so he would have a special position in the lecturer's heart. Ava, Dean, there are still a few days left, so you should hurry and rehearse. I won't hope for you to win any prizes, but you can't embarrass us. After the lecturer said that, he left the classroom. After the lecturer left, someone appeared at the door. Excuse me, is David Liddell here? After she said that, everyone in the class looked at the door. Damn, isn't that Amelia Hahn, one of the 3 goddesses? Who did she say she's looking for again? David Liddell? No way. Amelia, who are you looking for? One of the students asked. I'm looking for David Liddell. Amelia answered. Damn, she is looking for him. Everyone was looking at David with expressions of disbelief. More than dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at David at the same time. He had no choice, and he could only get up and go out of the classroom. When he got to the door, he said to Amelia, Let's go. Then, he walked in front of her. Meanwhile, Amelia followed behind him obediently. The moment they left, the classroom went wild. Damn, I didn't see him for 3 days, and he managed to win over one of the 3 goddesses of SRU, Amelia Hahn? Didn't you see? Goddess Amelia was following behind him obediently, and it looks like she's treating David as her master. Come, punch me. Tell me this is not real. Be gentle. Gentle. Ouch. Oh no, this is not a dream. Wait, what's the name of David's ex again? One of the students asked. I think her name is Sarah Jensen. Didn't Leo steal Sarah away from David? And Leo is one of Amelia's 2 protectors. David is such a badass. This revenge plan is superb. If you steal my woman, I'll date your goddess. This counterattack is so aggressive. Leo will be the one vomiting blood this time. Meanwhile, the 3 guys from the 4 Musketeers looked at each other and said at the same time, Dave is such a badass. At the same time, Ava had a look of curiosity on her face. As one of the 3 goddesses, Amelia was always jumping between the rich kids but had never ended UP with one of them because she did not want anyone to misunderstand. Yet, now she was coming to find David herself? This also mean her final choice was David? What did David have that would make Amelia fall for him? Ava did not understand. David might not be as simple as he seemed. How mysterious. At this moment, Ava was very curious about David, but she had no idea this would be the beginning of her fall into enemy hands. David brought Amelia to the field behind the campus. Since it was lunch break, there were not a lot of people on the field, and only a few couples were wandering around. "Tell me, Amelia, what can I help you with?" David asked. "Can't I come to you if I don't need any help, David?" Amelia asked. "You can send me a text or call me. Why did you come to my class to look for me?" "David, I'm helping you. Don't take what I've done for granted." "Oh, help me? How are you helping me?" David asked. Amelia thought for a while and replied, "David, just think about it. Because of what happened a few days ago, everyone will say, 'Look, that's David Liddell. His girlfriend's been stolen from him a few days ago, and he even passed out after vomiting blood whenever you show up. But after I came to find you, their discussions will change from that to discussing whether you and I are together. Which one of those do you think is better?'" After David thought about it, he felt that Amelia was right. "Thank you so much, Amelia. No need to thank me. I haven't thanked you for giving me so many gifts, preventing me from dating Leo, and also for the free meals. However, Amelia, aren't you scared that your reputation will be ruined?" "It's fine. I owe this to you," Amelia said nonchalantly. David and Amelia continued to stroll around the field as they talked about everything and nothing. However, the act of Amelia coming to class to find David and then following him obediently spread like wildfire. The campus was only so big, and this involved one of the three goddesses. So, the speed of the spread was abnormally fast. Of course, some of this was thanks to the other musketeers. Communication was so convenient right now, and the moment they posted this on Instagram, everyone would know. The version that got around the fastest and also the most well-known was that 3 days ago, Leo stole David's girlfriend Sarah and caused David to pass out after vomiting blood. 3 days later, David won over Amelia, the goddess that Leo had been pursuing for months. Leo's face was being slapped left and right. A lot of people initially did not believe this. Amelia was pursued by so many of the rich and handsome guys, and she never ended up with anyone. So how did this pauper David win her over? However, when they saw David and Amelia walking around on the campus field, they had no choice but to accept this truth. David wanted to stroll around the field with Amelia and then part ways with her. However, he suddenly remembered that this was lunch break, so naturally, he invited Amelia to have lunch with him. Of course, Amelia would not reject. With that, the two of them walked out of campus together. A lot of people saw this scene, including Leo and Sarah. When Leo saw David and Amelia walking out of the campus together, he almost barged over to them in a blind fit of rage, but eventually, he managed to stop himself. He knew he would be even more humiliated if he went over. When he recalled how he spent 6 or 7 million but still did not win over Amelia, and instead she was won over by a pauper like David, anyone could imagine how Leo was feeling right now. He was feeling even worse than how David felt 3 days ago when he was dumped. Leo waved his hand and went straight back to his dormitory. He lost his appetite, and Sarah stood on her ground alone, looking a little desolate. When Sarah saw David and Amelia leaving the campus while chatting and laughing, she was devastated. Initially, she was the one who was always at David's side, but she pushed him into the arms of another. More often than not, one would only appreciate some things when they lost them. 1. She was always careful whenever she was with Leo as she was scared to enrage him. However, while when she was with David, David was the one who was careful with her. She immediately downgraded from a princess to a maid. This also allowed her to recognize the sacrifices David made for her in those 4 years of their relationship. Saf was right. I can never find another who loves me as much as David in this lifetime anymore. However, I can't turn back time. I was the one who destroyed my happiness. With that, Sarah turned around and left with tears in her eyes. After the two finished eating, they rested at Golden Leaf Hotel. Of course, David was resting in the chairman's office while Amelia got a presidential suite. However, since the chairman was around, she did not have to spend a single cent. The two of them went back to campus together during afternoon class. They went out for about 2 to 3 hours for lunch, which made everyone's imaginations run wild. The afternoon passed in a blink of an eye. David wandered around the campus. Indeed, just as Amelia analyzed, everyone went from looking at him with disdain to looking at him with envy. David walked back to Golden Leaf Hotel. When he entered the door, 4 tall attendants bowed and greeted him as usual. "Hello, Mr. Liddell." When he walked into the lobby, The newly appointed lobby manager ran over and bowed as well. Mr. Liddell, hello? Don't be so polite with me next time. We're family. You can go on with your business. I can go up myself, David said to the new lobby manager. Very well, Mr. Liddell. David then walked into the elevator and disappeared from the lobby. However, he did not notice a beautiful woman watching him from the lounge that was prepared for the guests in the lobby. Tara Smith had been sitting in the lounge that was specially prepared for the guests of Golden Leaf Hotel for about an hour. She was a third-year student in the acting department of South River Multimedia University. Usually, the students in acting departments would start to use their resources to try their best to snag some roles for themselves in movies when they were in their third year. This was so that they could establish a foundation for their acting careers after their graduation. Her classmates were starting to act in some movies. 2 of them even got roles of the supporting female leads and were pretty popular now. However, Tara had never gotten a role in the 3 years of her studies, and this was not because she was not beautiful. It was the opposite. She was also one of the most gorgeous students in the acting department at Multimedia University in terms of her looks and body. The reason she never got a role was that she had her limits. She would not go and please those directors and investors just to get a role. Of course, the most important thing was that she had money. Her parents were business people, and even if their business was not that big, they also had assets worth tens of millions. Hence, she never lacked money growing up, and naturally, she would not betray her dignity for a role. This was unlike the students with not so well-off backgrounds, as not only would they betray their dignity, for just a chance, sometimes they would even sell out their bodies. In truth, a director had his eyes on her when she was in her third year. He was about to give her the supporting role in his movie, but she had to have dinner with the investors. She was inexperienced, so she did not think much and figured it was just dinner. The director and investors kept asking her to drink, but she rejected all of them. Unexpectedly, as she was eating, the investor started to touch her thigh. In the end, she poured a glass of water on the investor's face. While the director was so furious his face turned dark. He even said he would shut her out. From that day on, not a lot of directors would ask her to join their movies. It was not until today that she received a call from a famous director, and he said he could give her the supporting role of a movie with an investment of $100 million. However, he would need to meet her in person to talk about it. She contemplated for a while before deciding to meet him. However, when she got to Golden Leaf Hotel, she did not receive a call from him, so she could only sit in the lounge and wait. Then, David's arrival attracted her attention. The moment David entered the door, 4 attendants bowed at him. Even though she was sitting a bit far away, Tara could not hear what they said, but they looked very respectful. Then, the lobby manager also rushed over to bow at him. Tara sat in the lounge for more than an hour, and there were about 20 or 30 batches of people going in and out of the hotel. However, none of the attendants bowed at them. Hence, Tara figured either David had some shocking background or was the hotel owner's son, or maybe even a descendant of one of the shareholders. However, this had nothing to do with her as she was just curious. Right now, she was still waiting for the call. About half an hour later, Tara's phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Peters. Where are you?" "I'm already at the hotel," Tara asked after picking up the phone. "Miss Smith, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. You should come to room 15-1 now. I'll be waiting here." Director Peters' voice came from the phone. "What's going on, Director Peters? Can't we talk out here?" "Miss Smith, you have to know what we're about to talk about are trade secrets. What if the investors don't want to invest anymore if word gets out?" "Director Peters, I think it's better if we talk out here. It's the same if we get a private room. No one will know." "Gosh, Miss Smith, you have to know that this is a movie with an investment pool of $100 million. The supporting role is a very important character, and there are a lot of people eyeing this role. I've spent a lot of time and energy getting it for you. You have to seize this opportunity. If you don't come, I'll contact someone else." "Contact someone else then. Goodbye," Tara said before hanging up. What a joke. She was not a newbie who did not know anything. It was almost dark now. So would she still be able to come out in one piece if she went into the room? After Tara hung up the phone, she grabbed her bag and left the hotel. After that, she called a car and went back to campus. Sell out her body in exchange for a supporting role? Dream on the 15th floor of Golden Leaf Hotel. This was the presidential suite with the highest standard in the hotel. The price of one night was $66,666. Inside the room, aside from Simon Peters, who was in his 30s, there was also another middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s who was dressed as a secretary. After Tara hung up the phone, Simon's face turned from pale to dark with anger. "Director Peters, how could someone dare to reject you with your reputation in the movie industry? Does she not want to be in the industry anymore?" The short and rich-looking middle-aged fat man said, "Mr. Gomez, that girl is still a virgin, and she doesn't know the rules of the industry. I think her family has money too, so that's why she hasn't decided to enter this industry," Simon said. "A virgin, you say? This is great. I like girls like that. Can you get her for me? I'll invest another $20 million. Hector Gomez said, "Mr. Gomez, that might be a little difficult. You just heard her. This girl will not be swayed," Simon said helplessly. "We'll just let her be the female lead. I want to see whether she can resist this temptation." But the female lead role was already given to Marie Kent. "If we want to change this at the last minute, she'll not be happy. We haven't signed the contract yet, so we can still change it anytime we want. So what if she's not happy?" Hector said nonchalantly, "I'll try my best." "Not your best, you must." Right now, Simon was furiously cursing in his heart. These disgusting capitalists. They were always ordering other people around for their own benefit. Moreover, Hector was seriously asking a third-year student who was still in school and had never been in any movies before to be the female lead of a movie with a $100 million investment. He even asked an A-lister to fill the supporting role. Damn, if word of this got out, he would be attacked by Marie's fans. If this girl's skills were good, then it would still be fine because she would blow up overnight. However, if her skills were not, then she would destroy the whole movie. When that happened, not only would the investors be unable to get back their costs, there would be all kinds of criticism out there. At the end of the day, Simon would be the one responsible for all this. Even though he was cursing Hector to hell in his heart, he still had a pandering smile on his face. He said, "Don't worry, Mr. Gomez. I will definitely find a way to get it done." He had no choice. Anyone with money in this day and age would be his master. Even though he was pretty well known in the industry, he was not at the stage where he could ignore these capitalists. That was a privilege only the best directors could have. If those kinds of directors wanted to produce a movie, they would just need to leak some information out there, and all kinds of A-listers, or even the best actors and actresses would swarm over. Other than that, countless capitalists would go to their doors begging them to use their money. This was because the investor who the director chose would subsequently make a fortune. Not only could they make a fortune, but their company would also prosper. This was the way of the capitalists. As long as someone gave them profit, they would be polite to them. Simon was also working toward this direction. He longed to become this kind of director even in his dreams. The next afternoon, Patrick told David that the blind date would be hosted in Golden Leaf Hotel, and he also told David not to be late. David sent a message to Pearl asking her to tell all of the staff to just treat him as a normal guest when He went to the hotel. He did not want news of this to spread yet. After the afternoon class, David went to the Golden Leaf Hotel and waited in the chairman's office. The other three musketeers still needed to shower and change. Tara came to the hotel once again. This time, she was not here to meet any directors. Instead, she was attending a dinner treated by her roommate Madison Johnson's new boyfriend. The four of them stood at the entrance of Golden Leaf Hotel while they waited for Patrick and the gang. "Maddie, is your boyfriend really treating us to dinner here? We were just joking yesterday. Why don't we go to another place?" Another roommate, Eliza Goldman, asked. Yesterday, they heard that Madison's new boyfriend wanted to treat them to dinner, and he asked them to choose a place. Then, they casually mentioned the Golden Leaf Hotel. However, they did not expect him to really treat them to dinner here. "Liz, it's fine. Just trust me. How can he be my boyfriend if he can't even afford a meal?" "Maddie, your boyfriend seems great. He must be from a rich family. I'm so envious. Can you ask him whether he has other rich friends who are still single, so we can get to know them?" Another roommate, Rosalie King, asked. "Even though he's treating us to dinner tonight, he'll also bring a few of his roommates." Then, You can see if there's anyone you like. I can help set you guys up, Madison answered. Are his roommates as rich as him? Don't tell me they are all poor. I have no idea. Rosie, stop dreaming about getting a rich boyfriend all the time. It's not bad to find one with potential too, Tara interrupted. Tara, we're not the same as you. Your family is loaded. If you can't handle the real world, you can go back to your family business and inherit hundreds of millions in assets. How can we compare to you? You know that the best ending for people like us is finding a rich guy who loves us. I don't even know how much hardship I have to endure to become a star. I might even end up with nothing. Don't be so pessimistic. I'm not, but students without backgrounds like us will have to have dinner, drinks, or even sleep with someone to get a role. In the end, you might not even be famous after sacrificing yourself. So, I don't want to become a star anymore. I just want to find a rich man and live my life peacefully. Tara had no way of retorting anymore because the truth of the matter was just as Rosalie had said. If she did not have her parents' support, she would not be better off than any of them. Not long after they chatted, Patrick drove two of the musketeers over. Patrick was driving a BMW X7. In the car, they're all here. They're those four over there. Do you see them? Patrick said. Damn, not bad. They're obviously better than the girls on our campus. Yeah, they're from the acting department, and they'll all be stars in the future. In our class, only Ava could compete with any of those girls. Especially the tallest one. She's not inferior to Ava. She's definitely on the same level as the goddesses. Honk honk. Patrick honked twice when he was in the parking spot at the entrance. My boyfriend is here. Come, let's go over. Madison spotted Patrick's car, and she led her roommates over to where Patrick was parking. After Patrick and the two guys got out of the car, the two parties met up. After some simple introduction, the second of them walked into Golden Leaf Hotel. Then, an attendant brought them to the reserved private room. After they sat down, Patrick called David. The call was picked up. Dave, where are you? We're in private room 46. Get here now. You're the only one left, Patrick said. All right, I'll be there soon, David said into the phone. I'm sorry, another one of my roommates will be here soon. What do you want to eat? You can order anything you want. Patrick looked at the girls and said. David went downstairs after he got the call. While he was there, he called Pearl. He told her to write off the bill of private room 46 and to tell them that this was an event hosted by the hotel. Soon, David came to private room 46. I'm sorry, I had to take care of something, David said apologetically. After David sat down, the food was served and everyone started to eat. Aside from Patrick and David, who had eaten here before, this was other 6 people's first time eating here. Thus, they were praising the food here to high heaven. They ordered some common food, unlike David, who would always eat the most premium items. When Tara saw David, she felt that he looked a little familiar. Then, she remembered that this was the person who the attendants bowed at when he entered the hotel. What a coincidence. Yesterday, she felt that she would never have any relations with this kind of person, and today, she was eating at the same table as him. Even though she was curious about David's identity, she did not ask because she was not close to him. After dinner, Patrick suggested that they go singing upstairs, and everyone agreed. As an 8-star hotel, Golden Leaf Hotel naturally had everything. However, when Patrick was about to pay the bill, he was told that there was an event in the hotel and their table had been selected to get a free meal. Besides this, all of the activities they enjoyed in the hotel today would be free, which thrilled them. After all, the dinner was about $10,000. If they want to sing again, it would be about $100,000. They even laughed that this did not count, and they wanted Patrick to treat them again. Of course, Patrick agreed happily. Meanwhile, David just smiled and said nothing. Tara figured that something had to be amiss. No event in any hotel would allow the guests to eat for free. If there were, they would be given a discount at most. Especially a high-end hotel like this. How could they give them a meal worth $100,000 for free? Dream on. However, this confirmed her initial suspicion. David was definitely someone in upper management. However, since David did not plan to tell them, she would not expose him. The gang came to the KTV under the lead of the attendant. After they entered the room, they started to let themselves go. Since the room was pretty dim and they had a bit of alcohol, Patrick and Madison directly went to the corner and started having a go at each other affectionately. This sudden public display of affection shocked everyone in the room. However, they did not mind and soon started having their own fun. The three beautiful girls were singing and, aside from David, the other two musketeers were playing with their phones. David was a little bored sitting on the sofa, but he figured that it was not good to follow their example. Thus, he could only listen to the girls' voices. He had to say that even though they were in the acting department, their voices were still pretty good. Time passed slowly. It was time for these beauties to rest after they felt tired. Patrick grabbed the microphone and said, "A huge thanks to the three beauties for coming out with us today." Then, he pointed at David and continued, "This is my friend David, and he's still single now. If any of you don't have a boyfriend, you can exchange contact details with him to get to know each other. Who knows, you might become a couple. Everything else aside, my friend is definitely very loyal to his partner." When David heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Is he praising me or roasting me? He was pretty loyal. He was so loyal that he could vomit blood and pass out after he was dumped. The people who did not know what was going on might think that Patrick was praising him, but the ones who knew the truth would definitely laugh at this. Pat might have drank a lot tonight. After Patrick finished saying that, he waited for the reactions from the beautiful girls. He heard from Madison that the three girls did not have boyfriends yet, so that was why he did this. Even so, David might not have a chance with Tara, who was the tallest. Even a playboy like Patrick would fail in pursuing a goddess like that, let alone David. However, David would have a chance with the other two. Besides, David seemed to have undergone some changes recently. He looked stronger, and his temperament changed as well. He did not look as timid as he was when he was with Sarah. He looked more confident now. In short, he had a pretty good demeanor now. When Rosalie and Eliza heard what Patrick said, they did not react. They could tell that among the four boys in the same dorm, aside from Patrick, who came from a rich family, the rest were all paupers. They could tell the moment they saw the boys arrive in Patrick's car. Which rich kid would carpool with others? Was it because it was on the way and they could save on petrol? Stop joking. Would a rich kid care about this? Even though David came later, the cheap clothes on his body proved at a glance that he was not rich. Even though David looked pretty handsome and stylish, could they survive with only looks? Moreover, they were from the acting department of South River Multimedia University, so they had seen a lot of handsome guys before. David would only be considered passable if he was in their university. They did not want to waste their youth on this kind of person. The two of them did not react, but someone else did. Tara was curious about David. He was a big shot, and yet was pretending to be a pauper. Plus, he was hiding it pretty well. Even his roommates did not notice this. Tara wanted to remind her roommates. The rich kid you always wanted to be with is right in front of you, and he's extraordinarily rich, but you're pretending not to see him? There is a mountain of gold in front of you, but you guys just treat it as manure. She wanted to know what kind of expression her roommates would display if they knew who David was. Would they be annoyed? Remorseful? To people like them who treat dating a rich kid as their ultimate life goal, this might kill them. All right, if you don't want him, then I'll go ahead. With that, Tara stood up and walked in front of David. She reached out her right hand and said, "David, hello, I am Tara. I am a Year 3 student in the acting department of South River Multimedia University. Pleased to meet you. I hope we can be friends and can get to know each other more." After she said this, the room fell silent. Patrick almost lost his grip on the microphone. Would a goddess like Tara take a fancy to David? Who would believe this? The three musketeers suddenly remembered in unison that Goddess Amelia went to look for David the previous afternoon too. Did David have some magical charm that could attract goddesses? The first time was just a coincidence. Then what about the second time? Would there be the third or fourth time? Damn, did his life turn for the better after he was dumped? At this moment, David was a little astonished as well. He felt that after having the system, he started getting extremely lucky with the ladies. First, it was Pearl, then it was Amelia, and now Tara. They were all goddesses too. Which one should I choose? Only kids make choices. I want all of them. David came back to his senses quickly. Then, he stood up and said, "Hello, Tara. Pleased to meet you too." The two of them shook hands briefly and then exchanged phone numbers and Instagram handles. At this moment, the door of the room opened. The few of them thought it was the attendant. However, the first person to come through the door was a short and fat middle-aged man. After him followed the director Simon, who met Tara yesterday. Simon and Hector were accompanying two other investors tonight. But on their way here, they saw Tara and a few of her friends here too. So, Hector asked his secretary to follow them to see which private room they were in. After they settled the two investors, they came straight here. After they entered the room, Simon started introducing himself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Simon Peters." Then, he started introducing the short and fat middle-aged man next to him. "This is Mr. Gomez from Starlight Entertainments. The reason we're here today is to get to know you all. You should be students from SRMU, right? Mr. Gomez and I came to River City because we want to go to your university to look for characters for our movie with a total investment of over 100 million. Do you mind drinking with us?" After Simon finished talking, Hector walked in front of Tara impatiently and said, "You must be Tara. I am Hector Gomez from Starlight Entertainments. Pleased to meet you. I think you're very classy and that you're perfect for the female lead of the movie our company invested in." Hector's eyes were sparkling when he looked at Tara in front of him. She was so beautiful and classy. Plus, she was a head taller than him. So, when he spoke to her, he would need to lift his head slightly. He liked women that were taller than him. This could trigger his dominance, so no matter what, he had to get this woman. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gomez. I'm not interested in being a part of your movie," Tara answered calmly. Tara suddenly understood as she looked at Simon and Hector, who had showed up without warning. She figured that Simon was probably asking her out yesterday to accompany this Mr. Hector Gomez in front of her. Tara felt disgusted when she looked at Hector's short and fat body. It would be better if they just killed Tara if they wanted her to accompany this kind of person. She did not care about the role of the female lead anyway. "Miss Smith, you might not know that we have invested 100 million into this movie. There might even be an increase in investment amount in the future. Plus, we even asked the popular celebrity Marie Kent to be the supporting female lead. If you accept the role, you'll rise to fame overnight." Hector continued to entice her. After he said that, Tara did not feel anything. However, Eliza, Rosalie, and Madison on the side were moved. The female lead? Supported by Marie Kent? She would shoot to fame for sure. Who did not want to get famous after choosing to get into the acting department? Who did not want to be a star? However, they just did not have the chance to do so. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gomez. I really am not interested." Tara was still unmoved. Mr. Gomez, I'm interested." "Mr. Gomez, I'm interested too." Eliza and Rosalie quickly came over and said. However, since Madison's boyfriend Patrick was around, she did not go over. She finally got a rich boyfriend after so many difficulties, so she did not want to lose everything. Hector was not interested in Eliza and Rosalie. He had played with a lot of women like this before. Hector gave Simon a look, asking him to talk to Tara for him. However, Tara did not give them the chance. She immediately said to Madison, "Maddie, I still have something I need to take care of, so I'll get going now. Have fun." Then, she said to David, "David, can you drive me?" "Oh, all right." David answered quickly. He wanted to leave a long time ago, and now he finally had an excuse. After informing everyone in the room, the two left together. David and soon Tara left. Hector, who was left in the room, had an unpleasant look on his face. It had been a long time since Hector met such a disrespectful woman after becoming the manager of Starlight Entertainments. Hector could not do anything to those women who did not want to join showbiz and were also very stubborn. Eliza and Rosalie sat down on either side of Hector and started toasting him. They really wanted to get this role. Aside from Patrick from the Three Musketeers, who always continued on his own path, the other two were starting to butter Simon up. After all, Simon was a director with a bit of popularity, and he was already a big shot to Finn and the gang. With that, these people started drinking with different intentions in their hearts. Meanwhile, David and Tara got into the elevator to go downstairs. When they were inside the elevator, Tara suddenly asked, "David, does this hotel belong to your family?" "Huh." David did not have time to react. "Don't try to find an excuse to hide. I know you must have a very deep connection with this hotel, Tara said again. I'm not hiding anything, and I don't know what you're talking about, David said. David, the hotel can't give out free dinners because of an event, plus, each dinner meal cost more than $100,000. You went a bit overboard. A discount would have been better. What do I have to do with whether the hotel gives out free dinners or not? David, it's fine if you don't want to admit it, but you should know that a woman's intuition is very accurate. You must be the one who told the hotel to give out the free dinners, and only very important people to the hotel can do that. Let us analyze this properly when Maddie and the rest get here. We'll see who here has so much authority. David felt that this woman was amazing. She was so smart. She could even figure out who gave out the free dinner. It was such a waste that she was not a detective. However, he did not know that Tara only confirmed this because she saw the attendants fawning over him when he entered the hotel the day before. All right, Tara, you win. I was the one who arranged for the free dinner. David knew that he could not hide anymore, so he simply admitted. What's your relationship with the hotel? When Tara saw that David had confessed, she asked curiously. Just like you said, my family owns this hotel. So you're the young master? I think so. Not bad. David, I didn't think that you were a super rich kid. Tara, you're not bad as well. You rejected the director and the investor when they came and asked you to be the female lead. I'm not as good as a super rich kid like you. The two of them walked out of the hotel while chatting. Tara, do you need me to drive you home? David asked as they stood at the hotel's entrance. Of course. Do you expect me to hail a cab? Tara looked at him matter-of-factly. All right. David shrugged and called his Benz G-Class over. Then, he drove Tara back to South River Multimedia University. After he sent Tara back, David went back to International Residence. Pearl had already fallen asleep. David figured that Pearl must be exhausted over these past few days. The handover of the hotel must be mired in minor details. After he showered, he lay down in bed. After a while, he turned on his laptop and logged into whale streaming. Amelia was not streaming, nor was his cousin Lily. Hence, David was just wandering around, but his level was indeed a little terrifying. He was at level 1100. Whenever someone was at level 1000 and above, they would be king. David casually clicked on a game stream. Once he entered the stream, a 5-clawed golden dragon started circling on his screen. Then, 4 golden words appeared. The king has arrived. This arrival was astounding. The stream immediately blew up. Damn, the legendary Mr. Match is here. Welcome, Mr. Match. Welcome, Mr. Match. We honor your presence. Please offer us guidance. The streamer was playing the island. It was a very cute girl whose name was Jasmine. When she saw David, who was a king of level 1000 and above, she hid in a corner. Then, she stood up and lifted the pinkies of her both hands up. After that, she bent her knees slightly and said softly, Welcome to my stream, Mr. Match. It's an honor to have you here. This was a super big shot, so she had to entertain him well. The cute streamer's gestures amused David. Money truly made the world go round. David immediately commented, Jasmine, play the game well. If you win, I'll give you 666 super rockets as a celebration. When Jasmine saw David's comment, she was beyond surprised. If she won this round, then it would be even more worthwhile than winning 100 times or 1,000 times during normal times. She quickly sat down and continued the game. As she played, she said, Thanks for the support, Mr. Match. I'll work hard to win. The audience who was watching this started spamming at the comment section again. Mr. Match, you're the man. Mr. Match, you're so awesome. Mr. Match, you're incomparable indeed. The way you spend money is so out of the ordinary. Jasmine controlled the character in the game carefully. Her skills were okay normally, and she could win 8 out of every 10 rounds. However, she was scared that she would lose. If she did, then her gift of over $1 million would be gone. Therefore, she was understandably very nervous. She surmounted all difficulties, and when there were only 3 people left, Jasmine let out a sign of relief. She should be able to win now. However, suddenly, a grenade landed next to her, so she quickly jumped to the other side. But it was too late. With a boom, Jasmine died in the explosion. At that moment, Jasmine wanted to kill someone. She could taste that gift of $1 million, but now it was gone. Jasmine sat in front of the computer for a long time, unable to speak. The audience in the stream also expressed their pity. David felt that her skills were still okay. He was itching to play too, so he posted another comment. Jasmine, why don't you play with me? Jasmine came back to her senses when she saw David's comment. So, she quickly replied, sure, of course. Where are you, Mr. Match? I'll go find you. David entered the game, and the two of them formed a team to start a new round. The two of them landed in a valley and started picking up weapons to arm themselves. Jasmine kept running around David and would give David all the good equipment. David did not reject it either. To be honest, David was not that good because he did not play often. However, the two seemed to be very lucky as there were no powerful enemies during this round. Finally, Jasmine successfully brought David to the peak and won. This was also the first time David won. Even though he was not great at gaming, the strange thing was that no one was scolding him in the stream. They even said he was good at it. Who would dare to scold this kind of big shot? Would this kind of person be bad in real life if he could? Spend tens of millions on streams? If they angered this big shot, he would find them no matter where they were. David was in a good mood, so he started launching super rockets. Lil Match gave streamer Jasmine Super Rocket X1. Lil Match gave streamer Jasmine Super Rocket X666. When everyone thought this was over, Lil Match gave streamer Jasmine Super Rocket X888. Lil Match gave streamer Jasmine Super Rocket X1314. Finally, the number of Super Rockers stopped at 1314. This was worth more than $2 million. Whale Streaming's most expensive gaming companion was announced. The streamer played the island with the user and received a gift of more than $2.6 million when they won. Jasmine followed David on Instagram and asked David to look for her whenever he wanted to play games. Since there would be a holiday in May, they would not have days off for this weekend. The talent show for Labor Day would also be held a day before the break. David went to class as usual this period. As time passed, David's incident slowly lost traction, but he was also considered a famous person in the university now. The handover of the Golden Leaf Hotel was also completed, and David was now officially the boss of Golden Leaf Hotel. Additionally, he successfully spent $18 billion and obtained 180 lavish points. After spending 40 lavish points to upgrade his body and mind to 50 points, David did not continue upgrading anymore. He felt that the difference between 45 points and 50 points was not too large. When he was at the 50-point mark, his body and mind were now in the pretty strong range. David did not use the remaining 140 points so that he could add to any skills whenever he wanted. One day before the Labor Day holiday, David did not have class in the afternoon, so he rested in his dormitory to get ready for the talent show at night. The holidays had started for the South River Multimedia University, and the ones whose homes were nearby had started to leave the university one after another. In the dormitory, Tara was packing her things to get ready to go home. Suddenly, her phone rang. Tara picked up her phone and saw that it was her mother, so she quickly answered it. However, after she ended the phone call, she was stunned. Her mother told her that she should not come home for the time being. Plus, she also transferred $100,000 to her and asked her to be frugal. Tara could feel that something must have happened at home, so after she questioned her mother finally told her the truth while crying. Her family business failed, and they were in debt. Now, the house was being monitored by their debtors, and as soon as Tara went home, she would be stopped by those debtors. Hence, her family could only hide in her grandparents' house. Her father had not been eating or drinking for 2 days, and he had lost a lot of weight. Besides this, he would not listen to anyone. In Tara's heart, her father was the sky, and now, the sky had collapsed. She could not understand. Her family had been doing business for so many years, so how did they go bankrupt suddenly? She had to go back now and find out what was going on. If she did not go back now, she was worried that she would not be able to see her parents. After quickly packing, Tara rushed straight home. Her home was in Goat City, which was not far from River City. She would reach in about half an hour if she took the train. Even if she drove, it would only take 2 to 3 hours. When she got to her grandparents' house, it was almost evening. Knock, knock. Tara recomposed herself and knocked on the door. No one answered. Knock, knock. Tara knocked again. Still, no one answered. Could it be no? No way. Tara's heart trembled, and she quickly took out her phone to call her mother. The phone call connected. Mom, I'm back and I'm outside Grandma's house. Open the door. Tara said anxiously. Tara, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Tara heard her mother's voice from the phone, and she let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Even though she sounded exhausted, at least she was still alive. Soon, the door was finally opened. When Tara saw her mother, she could not control herself. She held her mother and started crying. After they cried for a while, they went into the house. When they saw that there was no one else in the house, Tara asked, Mom, what happened? Where's Dad? Where's Grandpa and Grandma? Where's my sister? Your uncle came and took your grandparents and sister away. Your father locked himself in the room and refused to come out. Tara, go talk to your father. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. If this goes on, his body won't be able to take it. After Tara entered the room and saw the man sitting there smoking, she could not relate this man, whose hair had almost turned all white, to her father. Back then, he was so high-spirited. He came from a rural area and had made something for himself in the city. He was the one with the most prospect in the family, and everyone would give him a thumbs up whenever they saw him. However, this man in front of her looked dead inside. This man in his 40s now looked like he was in his 60s. Dad, Tara called out, tears streaming down her face. Her father did not answer her. He was still minding his own business and smoking his cigarette. After he finished one, he continued with another. Mom, what happened? How did Dad become like this? Tara turned her head to look at her mother. Sigh, your father was scammed. His partner stole all of the company's money and left the country. Your father is the legal owner of the company, so his name is on all of the loans and receipts. Aside from the bank, there are still debts from the loan sharks. Your father could not endure this, so his hair turned white one night. He's been sitting here for 2 days. Why? Why did this happen? We were fine before. How did this happen? Tara collapsed on the group, tears flowing down her face uncontrollably. A few months ago, before she left, her family was still peaceful and harmonious. Her father was still the man of indomitable spirit as before. Her mother was still that middle-aged woman who loved to nag her and her sister. It was such a fortunate family, so why was it ruined like this so suddenly? Laura Carlton knelt and hugged her daughter. She felt tears stinging the corners of her eyes, but they and not fall. It was because she had been crying too much for the past few days. She did not blame her husband because she knew her husband had borne a lot. She could only blame those scammers for being too good at lying and scheming. Tara, we can't get over this obstacle. If we're not around anymore, you have to take good care of your sister. You're an adult now, so you should be responsible for taking care of your sister, okay? Laura said as she held Tara. When Tara heard what her mother said, her heart trembled and she said quickly, Mom, don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Laura continued to speak like she had not heard her daughter's pleading. But you don't have to worry. Your father and I saved some money for you too at your uncle's place. Even though it's not much, it's enough for you to live your life without worries. Mom, don't do anything stupid. There must be a way. There must be. Laura continued, however, you should move to somewhere they can't find you. Since a lot of these debtors are loan sharks, I'm worried that they'll threaten the safety of you and your sister. Mom, will this be solved if we give them the money? Tara suddenly remembered that David was the young master of the Golden Leaf Hotel, so he had to be loaded. As long as he was willing to lend her money, she would be able to solve her family's crisis. Then, she would slowly pay him back. If she could not, she would be his mistress or even second wife. At this moment, even if David was not a handsome young man, even if he was as short and fat and ugly as Hector, she would not hesitate to be with him so long as he could help her solve her family crisis. Because in her heart, nothing was more important than her family. You dumb girl, we can solve this problem by paying, but we can't afford to. We've come up with a lot of methods. We sold everything we could and borrowed from everyone, but at the end of the day, it's still not enough. South River University. More than 10,000 students had gathered on the field in an orderly fashion. The Labor Day talent show was starting soon. Firstly, the chancellor of the university gave a speech. Then, the students started their performance. All kinds of performances ranging from singing, dancing, skits, stand-ups, and magic shows were being presented on stage. However, David was not watching the performance on the stage at this moment. Instead, his teacher called him back to the classroom. Of course, he was not the only one receiving this treatment. Everyone in the class was called back. Everyone was a little confused. The teacher spoke at this moment. There's an emergency. Since Ava is sick, she can't go on stage. Who among you knows how to play the piano? Please replace her. You don't need to be good, you just need to deal with it. Everyone turned their gazes to Ava. Indeed, Ava's originally rosy cheeks were now very pale. After waiting for a while, she continued when no one volunteered. If anyone accepts this task, I'll approve their leaves in the future, no matter what the reason. When the teacher said that, some of them were moved, but playing the piano was something delicate. No one would be able to perform on stage after only learning it for a few days. David was moved too. He wanted to accept this task so it would be easier for him to request leave in the future. With that, he added some lavish points to add piano skills on the skills column. After that, he added 10 lavish points to improve his piano skills from novice to expert. Soon, David felt an abundance of knowledge rushing into his brain. When David was confident, he stood up and said, "Teacher, let me try." Every one of the students looked at David with looks of disbelief on their faces, including the other 3 musketeers, Ava, and the teacher. David knows how to play the piano? Stop joking. Throughout his university days, whenever there was a break, he'd work part-time or apply for part-time jobs. How would he have the time to learn to play the piano? Do you know how? The teacher asked after hesitating. Yes, I learned it when I worked as a part-timer. Can you play a complete song? The teacher asked again. Of course. All right then. Since no one else is volunteering, you should give it a try. Remember, take it easy and don't make any mistakes. At this moment, Dean stood up and said with a pained look on his face, "Teacher, I don't feel well either. We should just let David go solo." He did not want to embarrass himself with David. He would not believe that a pauper like David would know how to play the piano no matter what. Wouldn't it be better to get himself out of this early on and sit below the stage to watch David make a fool of himself? When the students in the class saw Dean pretending to look like he was in pain, they wanted to laugh. Naturally, the teacher saw this too. However, she did not expose Dean. Instead, she asked David, "David, can you do this alone?" "Of course," David replied. He did not want Dean to go on stage with him anyway. It was meaningless to work with a man. However, he felt that it was a bit boring to just play the piano. So, he spent another 30 lavish points to upgrade his lyric writing, song composition, and singing skills to expert. Now, he was ready. The matter was settled, so everyone went back to the field to watch the show. Meanwhile, David was standing backstage waiting for his turn. Goat City, Tara's grandmother's house. Mom, Dad, I have a friend who's the young master of the Golden Leaf Hotel. You should know that hotel, right? It's an 8-star hotel, and it's also the most high-end and luxurious hotel in the South River Province. That place is worth a lot of money. If he is willing to help us, we'll be able to make it through this crisis. Tara was trying hard to calm her parents down. As long as there was hope, they would not give up. When Ken Smith heard what his daughter said, he finally turned around and looked at Tara and her mother with eyes that no longer looked lifeless. As someone who was from the South River Province who was also a big boss who used to have a net worth of hundreds of millions, of course he would know about the Golden Leaf Hotel. He even met a very important client there before. The market value of the hotel was at least $15 billion now. If it was just as his daughter said, this might just help him get through this difficult time. If he could pay back the money owed to the loan sharks and banks and lift the prohibition on his company, he would be able to make a comeback with his ability. If this was possible, why would he want to give up on his happy family? Really? Ken asked with a hoarse voice. This was the first thing he said in 2 days. Really? Really? When Tara saw that her father was finally talking, she said after wiping her tears. When Laura saw that her husband was finally talking, she let out a sigh of relief as well. However, even if he has this ability, why would he help us? You're only his classmate. We need about 100 million. Can you really get him to lend you this money? Ken asked. 100 million? When Tara heard this number, she was even more shocked. She thought her family only owed a few million. So with David's super-rich status, he might not care about this figure. However, she did not expect them to owe 100 million. 100 million. Even if David was a super-rich kid, could he take out so much cash at one go? Perhaps his family could, but he was only a student. His family would not allow him to take out so much money to lend to someone he had only known for a few days. What should she do? What should she do? No, she finally gave some hope to her parents, so she could not let them find out the truth. Dad, David will lend the money to me because he's my boyfriend. We've been together for half a year. I was worried that you'd say that I was too young, so that's why I didn't dare to tell you. Ken and Laura were taken aback. The last glimmer of doubt in their hearts was also gone. They did not feel strange that their daughter was able to find such an outstanding boyfriend. They were very confident in their daughter. However, Ken had another question in his heart. Was this a lie that his daughter made up to comfort him? Probably. So, Ken said, call him now and see if you can borrow the amount from him. Tara's heart tightened. She said, Dad, I'll call him tomorrow. You should eat something. I'm hungry too. As someone who had been in the business world for many years, Ken noticed the subtle difference in his daughter's behavior. Just as I suspected, Ken sighed. This was just his daughter's delaying tactics. At this moment, Laura said something. Tara, call him. If we can borrow the money, then your father can prepare. If we can't, then we still need to settle you and your sister. If not, your father and I won't die peacefully. Tara had no choice. She could only take out her phone and call David after looking up his number. Even though she was already feeling hopeless, she still hoped for a miracle. South River University. David was backstage waiting for his turn. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he took out his phone to have a look, he saw that it was from Tara. Why was this chick calling him? Even though he was curious, he still answered the phone. Hello, Miss Tara Smith. Can I help you? On the other end of the phone, when Ken heard David calling his daughter, Miss Tara Smith, his last glimmer of hope faded immediately. No men would address their girlfriends like that. However, Tara did not care about the trivial details. David, are you free now? I want to tell you something. David looked at the schedule and saw that there were a few groups in front of him. So, he walked to a quieter place. What's going on? David, I want to borrow some money from you. David was stunned. Borrow some money? Isn't this chick's family loaded? Why would she borrow money from me? How much? David asked. 100 million. How much? David thought he misheard, so he asked again. I want to borrow 100 million. Why do you need to borrow so much money? David asked. David, my family's business failed, and we owe a lot of money to loan sharks. If we don't pay up, our family will be doomed. Can you please help me? I'll definitely pay you back slowly. Tara started sobbing into the phone. Loan sharks? That was something that would ruin her life. The image of Tara rejecting Mr. Gomez's hints of sleeping with him appeared in David's brain. If he refused now, after a while, this chick might become those people's plaything for the sake of money. All right, he would just think of this as saving a young lady who had taken the wrong step in life. Is 100 million enough? David asked. Is 100 million enough? This was the most touching sentence Tara had ever heard in her life, because this sentence was about to pull up her family that was about to fall into the abyss. Ken and Laura widened their eyes and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with shock. Their daughter's boyfriend was a little incomprehensible. 100 million to him was nothing. This was 100 million. Their family could not even take out 100 million even when they were at their most prosperous stage. However, could he just take it out casually? Someone like this was their daughter's boyfriend? They were so happy for their daughter. Plus, if he would take out 100 million to help their daughter, then it would mean he liked her a lot. It's enough. It's enough. Thank you, David. David wanted to cry right now. She had been very tense since the afternoon, and right now, she could finally relax. She wanted to vent so badly right now. Give me your account number. I'll transfer it to you later. David's voice sounded from the phone. Okay, thank you so much, David. After Tara hung up the phone, she sent her account details to David. Then, she noticed her parents staring at her. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Tara, is David really your boyfriend? Yeah. If not, he wouldn't casually lend me 100 million even if he's loaded, right? Right. When are you bringing him home? We want to thank him properly. Whenever he's free. He's very busy. When he's free, you have to bring him home so that we can meet him. All right. Fine. Mom, go make dinner. I'm hungry. At this moment, a robotic tone rang from Tara's phone. Your account ending with XXXX has received a fund transfer of $100 million. The three of them were stunned. At the same time, they breathed out sighs of relief. Even though David promised he would lend them the money, the weight on their chest would still be there before the money was actually in their account. Now that they got the money, their family's crisis was also resolved. Laura went to make dinner happily. Ken also walked out of the room he had stayed in for the past 2 days. After he drank some milk, he went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Tara sat on the sofa in the living room and thought about what happened that day. She could not imagine what would have happened to her family if she did not get David's help. Her parents might take the blame for all of this and then leave this world. Then, she and her sister would move somewhere without family and live lonely lives. David saved her parents, and he also saved her and her sister. In addition to that, he saved this family that was about to be destroyed too. So, she had made up her mind. From this day on, she would only belong to David. As long as David needed her, she would show up. When David did not need her, she would disappear. She decided to be by David's side regardless of if she was his mistress or maid. She also did not mind even if she had to work extremely hard for him. South River University. David was still waiting for his turn. He would be next. If he knew what Tara was thinking right now, he would surely be confused. He only lent her 100 million, so why would she give her life to him? At this moment, the MC's loud voice could be heard. Since the next performer, Ava Snowden, is sick, we'll be having David Liddell playing the piano for us next. After the MC finished talking, there was a commotion among the audience. Damn, why is it David? Where is my goddess? How can they replace her? Hey, David, can you show us how you vomited blood that day? I want to learn from you because my girlfriend is going to break up with me soon. Haha. Yeah, let him show us how he vomited blood. Ha ha ha. The scene was a little chaotic. After David got onto the stage, he heard the laughter of the students below the stage. He did not care. He walked to the piano and grabbed the microphone. Then, he said, Teachers, students, good evening. My name is David Liddell. Tonight, I'll be performing a song I wrote, named Boy. I hope you'll like this. He sat in front of the piano and placed his hands on the keys. After recomposing himself, the tutorial on how to play the piano appeared in his brain. It was as if he had practiced this countless times. His fingers danced on the keys. The music coming from the piano floated into everyone's ears. Damn, not bad. He looks like he's a professional. David even knows how to play the piano? He's been hiding this so well. Then, David's voice entered everyone's ears. Back in the time when I didn't know what hesitation was, I fell in love with her accidentally. I thought I understood her. So that was why I loved her so carefreely. A pair of hands that held on tightly, not letting go of the obsession in our hearts and the future. I can't forget your love, but the ending is very hard to change. I couldn't make you stay, and I'm not like him. I can't give you a future you long for. A childish boy. Oh, the first verse ended. The venue with more than 10,000 people was silent. Soon, the second verse came. I bring your care with me everywhere, and I'll only open it at a place with no one else around. I want to ask if you're still sad now, like the sea under the sunlight, like the color I painted with my heart. I'll make you smile and give you courage. I can't forget you. The song ended. However, the venue was still silent. Were they shocked? Of course. No one expected David to sing such a sad song. The lyrics, the music, the performance, and the piano had penetrated deep into everyone's hearts. The ones who shared similar experiences had tears in their eyes. Sarah was leaning against her best friend Sophie, her face drenched with tears. David's song was about their past. The you and I in the song were David and her. Sophie looked at her best friend in her arms and sighed in her heart. He was such an exceptional and loyal man, but she dumped him for a scumbag. She was destined to not deserve him. Ava sat below the stage, staring at David on the stage blankly. This man had been her classmate for 3 years, and it seemed that she did not know him at all. His lyrics writing, singing, and even song composition were top quality. The most important thing was that he had experienced this himself, so that was how he wrote such touching lyrics. An exceptional man was like a firefly at night. He would always be eye-catching. Ava wondered if David was triggered after the breakup, which caused him to show his secret side. How many secrets did he have? Ava was getting curiouser. Meanwhile, Amelia was feeling a little down. She was not surprised that David was so exceptional. What a joke. Would big shots like this not have any culture? However, didn't David say he wanted to keep a low profile? Was this keeping a low profile? Great. She would have a lot of competitors now. Amelia did not care about the others, however, she felt threatened by Ava, who was in the same class as David. No, she had to quickly take David down before everyone knew of David's real situation. If not, she would miss out on such a good man. The music teachers in the university were now looking at David like they were looking at a valuable treasure. They had not discovered this student with so much musical talent. It was unknown who clapped first. Then, one after another, more than 10,000 people started clapping thunderously in an instant. David stood up and bowed at the audience before leaving the stage. Tonight, he was destined to be the most eye-catching man. Lake City. This was a city by the sea. Compared to River City, which was inland, it was much more advanced in every other aspect. At this moment, David was resting his eyes on a plane flying from River City to Lake City. Behind him was a good-looking and tall stewardess who was massaging his shoulders. He was sitting in the super luxurious first class. Not only did he have his own room and all kinds of the world's finest food, but he was also even assigned a stewardess to serve him one-on-one. Since the service was excellent, of course, the price was also ridiculously high. It was 50 times the price of the economy class. This was not something that the normal person could enjoy. "Mr. Liddell, do you need any food or drinks?" Jane Blau asked as she massaged David's shoulders. She had been massaging David for an hour. Her hands were in pain now, but since David did not ask her to stop, she did not dare to stop. Instead, she could only ask whether David wanted to eat something. Jane was a stewardess in the super luxurious first class of this airline. The stewardesses here were not the same as the stewardesses in business class or economy class. Because they served the guests on first class one-on-one, the job was easy, and their salary was much higher than the salary of the other 2 cabin stewardesses. This job had very high demands on them in all aspects. After all, those who could sit in the super luxurious first class were definitely nouveau riches. She had been in charge of this cabin for less than a month. The last stewardess who was in charge of this cabin managed to snag a rich man and later resigned to live the life of a rich wife. The turnover of their job was very high because you never knew when one of their colleagues would leave with a rich man. Therefore, there were also many reserve personnel, and every day they would look forward to working on the plane. As soon as they entered the training class, they would sign a long-term labor contract. If they resigned, they would lose a lot of money, which amounted to the cost the company invested to train them. Even so, there were still many stewardesses who resigned every year. After they resigned, some of them had nice lives, and others, not so much. Jane never thought about dating any rich guys. She just wanted to cherish this job. "Mr. Liddell?" Jane called out again when David did not respond. David was sleeping soundly at this moment. "Mr. Liddell?" Jane continued to call out. David still did not respond. When Jane noticed that David had fallen asleep, she let out a sigh of relief and stopped massaging. Then, she softly closed the door and walked out. Half an hour later, "Mr. Liddell? Mr. Liddell?" Jane's voice appeared next to David's ear again. David slowly woke up. "Mr. Liddell, we've arrived in Lake City." "Huh? So fast?" David asked with a yawn. "Mr. Liddell, you've been sleeping for more than an hour." "Thank you, Miss Blau," David said. "You're welcome, Mr. Liddell. This is what we should do." David got up and moved his body before getting off the plane. Aside from his phone, he did not bring anything else. After he walked out of the airport, David stood by the road in front of the airport. Before he boarded the plane, he had called Hugh. Hugh said he would come to pick him up, but for some reason, he was not here yet. After about 10 minutes, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Mr. Liddell. David turned his head to look over and saw that it was the stewardess, Jane, who massaged him on the plane. At this moment, Jane was wearing her uniform and holding a small suitcase. Miss Blau, hello, David answered. Mr. Liddell, are you waiting for your friend? Jane asked. I'm about to call a cab. David was indeed planning to call a cab to go to Hugh's company. Call a cab? Jane was curious. A person who could afford to sit in the super luxurious first class was calling a cab? What a coincidence. I'm about to hail a cab to go to the hotel. Where are you going, Mr. Liddell? Do you want a carpool? Jane asked. When David was about to say no, he heard another voice. Jane, is he your boyfriend? A stewardess who was a few years older than Jane walked over with her suitcase. Please don't misunderstand, Ms. Jenkins. This is Mr. Liddell. He was in the cabin that I was responsible for just now, Jane explained. Jane, you must keep your eyes open when you are looking for a man. Some people just like to pretend to be rich and fly in first class to deceive you newcomers. Several of the girls in our crew have been deceived. Ms. Jenkins, it's not what you think. I know, young people like you always want handsome guys as your boyfriend. When you are a little older, you will know that good looks can't pay the bills. You must find someone who is practical, who is good to you, and also has money. Trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. David glanced at Ms. Jenkins, whose face was covered with thick makeup. Was this woman sick in the head? Or was she undergoing menopause? I'm just waiting for my car here. How did I offend you? As he was about to say that, beep, a Range Rover stopped in front of the three. My boyfriend is here. Jane, do you need us to send you to your destination? Ms. Jenkins asked pretentiously. At this moment, the door opened. They saw someone getting out of the car. When David saw Ms. Jenkins' boyfriend, he did not want to retort anymore. This man was only 160 centimeters tall, and he was about 108 kilograms. He could even compete with Mr. Gomez from that entertainment company in terms of looks. Plus, he was also balding, so David figured he might be around 40 to 50 years old. No wonder she immediately started roasting Jane the moment she got here. She was definitely jealous of Jane. It's all right, Ms. Jenkins. We can just call a car, Jane said. Wasn't he in first class just now? Why does he need to call a car? Jane, don't say that I didn't remind you when you're being lied to. At this moment, they could hear rumbling. Look, that car is so pretty. Damn, what a cool sports car. I even dream of having one. Then, two flashy sports cars stopped behind the Range Rover. Hugh got out of the car when the door opened. Then, he walked straight to David. Dave, I'm sorry for being late. I needed to take care of something. This is your car key. After Hugh finished talking, he tossed the keys to David. After David took the keys, he hugged Hugh. It's fine, Hugh. I feel ashamed for asking you to free up some time in your busy schedule to pick me up. All right, let's not exchange courtesies anymore. Go look at your car. This car has driven less than 300 kilometers in 3 years, so it's no different than a new one. Hugh placed his hand on David's shoulder and said. David walked to his Bugatti Veyron and reached out to touch the car. It was nice, and it felt even better than a woman's body. This was so cool. So stylish. He would definitely blind those sons of B** cheese if he drove this back to the university. Hugh, this car is great. I love it so much. That's good. Come, get in the car. I'll take you to a place to welcome you properly. I'll just follow your arrangements today then. At this moment, a person got out of the car that was parked in the back but was equally flashy. The man walked in front of Hugh and handed him a set of keys. Mr. Green, here's your car key. Lenny, you should call a car to go back to the company, Hugh said. Okay, Mr. Green. David stood next to the Bugatti Veyron and was about to get in the car. Suddenly, he saw Jane standing by the roadside, dumbfounded. Miss Blau, where are you going? Do you want me to drive you? David asked Jane. It's okay, Mr. Liddell. I don't want to trouble you. I'll just call a cab, Jane answered. Get in. David said and got into the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron. Jane hesitated and walked up to the car before getting into the passenger's seat. After David got into the car, he called Hugh, who was in the car behind him, and said he wanted to send someone somewhere. Since Jane's destination was on the way, Hugh went in front to lead David. The two super cool sports cars disappeared from the airport with a low rumble. Ms. Jenkins looked at the sports cars that were driving away, and her expression became slightly unpleasant. It was because this slap across her face came too quickly, and she did not have time to react yet. As she looked at her millionaire boyfriend whom she was proud of right now, she suddenly felt that he was not that great anymore. From afar, a few other stewardesses saw what happened. Did you guys see that? Jane got into that sports car. Did you guys take a picture? Go look up that car. I've never seen it before. I did, and I'm searching now. Gosh, this is the newest limited edition Bugatti Veyron. There are only 8 of them in the world, and the market price is $60 million. What? 60 million? That's too much. There's something even more ridiculous. That's the price 3 years ago. Right now, it's increased to 80 million. Gosh, Jane only started a month ago. How did she meet such a young, handsome, and loaded rich guy? Why can't I meet someone like that? After David drove Jane to the hotel she was staying in, he followed Hugh to the Lake Hart Club. The Lake Hart Club was the most high-end club in Lake City and was built in the center of a man-made lake. Aside from the beautiful scenery, there were all kinds of games for the rich, including a golf course and a racetrack. Hugh brought David to the golf course. 7 to 8 people in their 20s or 30s were chatting in the lounge. There was even a man and a woman playing golf outside. The man had his arms around the woman from the back, while his hands held the woman's arms like he was teaching her. Let me introduce you all. This is my friend, David Liddell. He's currently studying at South River University, Hugh told the people in the lounge. Then, he said to David, Dave, these are the members of S. The people sitting there glanced at David and did not pay any attention to him. He was too young after all. Green, you asked us here just to introduce us to this David? A young man who looked about 24 or 25 years old asked. His name was Andy Lewis, and he was also a middle-tier member of SCC like Hugh. There were different tiers in SCC. The higher your tier, the more powerful you were. So, a low-tier member would not dare to talk back to a high-tier member. However, since he was on the same tier as Hugh, he did not need to be polite with him. He would say anything that came to his mind. Furthermore, Hugh was a smooth and slick businessman, so he was more easygoing. Andy, I called you guys here today to be my witness. I'll use my privileges as a middle-tier member to invite David into SCC. The people sitting there were surprised when they heard what Hugh said, and they looked straight at David. Anyone who could make Hugh use his middle-tier member privileges were definitely not someone ordinary. One had to know that a middle-tier member could only invite one person to join the club, so the resource was extremely precious. There were even people who proposed to buy it with tens of millions, but still could not get it. Now, Hugh was giving his only invitation to this young man in front of him? Who was this kid? At this moment, a man in his 30s said, Since Green is exercising his privileges as a middle-tier member, then David will be a member of SE from now on. Come, David, save my contact and send me your ID. I'll report this to the headquarters, and 3 days later, you'll get your badge. I'll send you the brief introduction of SCC2. After he said that, he took out his phone and exchanged contact details with David. David was confused. He did not know what SCC was and what he would get if he joined. However, since Hugh told him to enter, then he would. After they exchanged contacts, David sent him his ID and also received a document. David opened it and took a close look. It seemed that SCC was just an acronym, and its full name was Springfield Car Club. Their headquarters was in Springfield, and they had a lot of branches in a lot of first-tier cities. David looked at the list of cities and saw that Lake City was one of them. However, these cities were all in the south, and there were none in the north. When SCC was first founded, it was meant to make life easier for people who were obsessed with cars and racing by offering a place for them to gather. Slowly but surely, it developed into a very tight organization now. This was the top circle of the upper class. Not only could they gather to have fun, race, ride horses, and golf, They could even sit together and talk business so that they could mutually aid each other to reach a win-win situation where they could share the spoils. A lot of the upstarts and nouveau riches badly wanted to enter this circle to get to know some of the elites, but did not have a way to do so. This was not a place they could get into just because they had money. The requirements were strict, and they had to fulfill all three of them. Firstly, it was to own a sports car worth tens of millions, which was not hard. Secondly, the individual must have assets of more than $1 billion, or the family behind them must have assets of more than $10 billion. This was not too hard either. Finally, they needed to be recommended by a member with a middle tier or above. This was the hardest requirement, and if someone were to give out an invitation, those upstarts would definitely fight for it. Of course, on the surface, the quota could not be traded with money, but you never knew what went on behind closed doors. There were 4 tiers to an SCC member: normal member, middle tier member, high tier member, and core member. A normal member would not have the right to recommend. A middle tier member had 1 invitation, while the high tier member had 3. Meanwhile, a core member had no limits. The ones who could become a core member of SCC were the super big shots who also acted as the management for SCC. They had to make some contributions to SCC if they wanted to go up a tier. SCC would host a lot of racing competitions or gatherings every year to increase everyone's cohesion. After David saw this, he figured that Hugh was pretty attentive, so he figured he should get to know Hugh more. If Hugh did not take him into this circle, he would never learn of this kind of place, and he would not have had a place to spend his massive sum of money. David did not know the reason why Hugh spent his only invitation to bring him into this club was because Bill told him that if David could take out $20 billion to buy Golden Leaf Hotel, then he had to be a child that was directly related to those aristocratic families in hiding. Hugh had never met anyone from a hidden aristocratic family before. He might have met one but did not know. Those people were very mysterious, and they were always hiding behind the scenes. Naturally, Hugh would not be stingy if he could get to know this kind of person. Dave, you still need to show us your proof of property. No need for that. I sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in River City to Dave a few days ago. He owns 100% of the shares now, Hugh said. The people present were all surprised when they heard that. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel was very famous. He would need about $20 billion if he wanted to buy it. If he could spend $20 billion on a hotel, it would mean that his assets were above $50 billion. It seemed that David's family was not weak at all. Dave, is your family in the hotel business? Andy asked. He felt that if David could buy the Golden Leaf Hotel, it would mean that his family was in this industry. He was only buying it so that he could have a monopoly in Lake City. If not, who would spend $20 billion to buy a hotel? At this moment, he did not look down on David anymore. On the contrary, he even wanted to get to know him. No, I just think the food there is up to my liking and it's near to my university, so I bought it, David answered. What the heck? Aside from Hugh, everyone present was looking at David with a look of shock on their faces. He bought an 8-star hotel for $20 billion because the food was to his liking? That was $20 billion, not $2 million. The people here were all old members of SCC. Even though most of them were normal members, they were not the same as those upstarts out there. However, they had never seen anyone who would spend $20 billion just to fulfill his desire for good food. Hee hee. Dave, you're hilarious, Andy said as he chuckled. David shrugged and did not explain further. None of you would believe me even if I told the truth. Soon the procedure required for David to join SCC was completed. He was now a normal member of SCC. In reality, as long as he was referred by someone else in SCC, the procedure was just a formality because no one would waste their quota to recommend someone who did not fulfill the requirements. It would take 3 days for the badge of SCC to be posted from the headquarters. David felt that it was a bit too lowly to be a normal member, but the introduction said that he needed to make some contributions for SCC before he could grade his fear. What the contribution was not stated. Hence, David asked, Hugh, what kind of contribution should I make to upgrade myself to a middle-tier member? What? Do you want to upgrade the moment you join? I'm just asking. The introduction did not state what counts as a contribution. Actually, it's pretty easy to upgrade from a normal member to a middle-tier member. Whenever there's an activity, you can try to do something that's within your power. You'll be able to upgrade to the middle tier after you work for a few years. Is there any other way? The easiest and quickest way is to donate 1 billion, then you'll be automatically upgraded to middle tier. I can upgrade just by donating $1 billion? David was thrilled. He was still worried as he did not know where to spend his money. He only had 100 lavish points left. The lavish points were so powerful. He needed to save up more in case there was an emergency. What if I wanted to upgrade to high tier? Can I donate? How much should I donate? Dave, are you really planning to donate? It's not necessary. You'll only get a tad more privileges with a higher tier. It's not worth spending so much money on. I think it is. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem at all, David said pretentiously. When everyone heard that, they figured that David was right. He was so domineering. Dave, you'll need to donate 1 billion to upgrade from normal to middle tier. However, if you want to upgrade to high tier from middle tier, the amount will be tenfold, and you'll need to donate 10 billion. Do you still want to do it? Sure. Really? Yeah. Finally, David spent 11 billion to become a high-tier member of SCC. At this moment, aside from the other members, even Hugh wondered if David was not right in the need. Even if you're the heir of a hidden aristocratic family, this is still 11 billion. A lot of the listed companies are not even worth this money. No more than half of the people present could take out 10 billion. Even if they could, they would be emptying their family's assets. Hugh was the richest among them, and 11 billion was about 1/5 of his assets. However, he would only use his money to invest in projects or fixed assets. It would be very hard on him if he were to take out 10 billion right now. How many people in this world were still working their bottoms off for a salary of thousands of dollars? Wasn't it nice to keep the 11 billion and spend it on himself? This was incomprehensible. Everyone thought David was insane. Only David himself was secretly thrilled that he had added another 110 lavish points. When the gang was racking their brains to try to get close to David and form a relationship with him, a man's flustered and exasperated voice came from the place where people could practice golfing. Slap. UB*TCH, did I give you permission to do that? Then, they could hear a woman's muffled sobbing. A few of them went over and pulled the man back. The man who was pulled back was still yelling at the woman as he walked. Do you believe that I'll King destroy your reputation tomorrow? The woman also followed behind him. David felt that this woman was a little familiar. Wasn't that the celebrity Marie Kent? A few days ago, he heard Mr. Gomez say that he wanted to ask Marie to play the supporting female lead in his movie and have Tara as the female lead. However, Tara rejected him. David did not think that he would see this celebrity so soon. However, she was not as bright and beautiful as she was on television. Her left cheek was slightly red and swollen. It might be from the slap just now, which David could even hear from where he was seated. David liked Marie back then. She was in a lot of television shows and movies, and she was regarded as the geek conqueror. Back then, David was one of these fans. Looking at the goddess whom he used to worship right now, David was not that interested anymore. Indeed, the goddesses who looked so beautiful and cool to the paupers were just playthings to those big shots. She was taken advantage of, slapped, and she still had to follow behind him obediently. Unbeknownst to him, right now, David was also a big shot in the eyes of others. Marie lifted her left hand to touch her slightly red and swollen face as she sobbed softly. She felt aggrieved. Just now, that man touched her bottom and chest. She was only trying to stop him, but she was slapped. However, she did not dare to leave because her agent told her that if she infuriated these men, her future would be ruined. Not only would she be finished, but the company behind her would also be finished. Thus, she could only stay here and see whether she could quell his temper. John, can you stop this? Hugh said with his eyebrows furrowed. Green, stay out of this. I only touched her a few times and she's pretending to be so innocent. Listen, Marie, if you don't wash up and wait for me tonight, I'll ruin your reputation tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mr. York, Marie said softly. Sorry? What the hell can I do with sorry? Wash up and wait for me tonight. Do you hear me? I'm sorry, Mr. York. I asked you if King heard me? Mr. York won. Do you want to be King beat up? After John said that, he stood up and slapped Marie again. Marie was scared stupid. so she did not dare to move. However, this final slap did not land on Marie's face. David, who was sitting at one side, could not watch this anymore. She used to be the goddess he worshipped, so he could not watch as she was slapped in front of him. So, he stood in front of Marie and used his hand to stop John's slap. John was also stunned. He did not think that someone would dare to stop him. Who the F***ck are you, kid? How dare you interfere? Are you tired of living? Your name is John, right? How can you slap women? Are you still a man? When the two of them were about to fight, Hugh quickly stood between them and said, John, Dave, we're family. Don't do anything impulsive. Who the F***ck wants to be family with him? Do I even know him? John asked disdainfully. At this moment, someone whispered into John's ear. John's unpleasant expression from a second ago was now replaced with a huge grin. Oh, it's Dave. I'm so sorry. Of course, we're family. Since you have your eyes on this chick, then I'll give her to you, John said generously. Just now, someone told him that David spent $11 billion to forcefully upgrade from a normal member to a high-tier member. John was just a middle-tier member, and a high-tier member was one tier higher than him. Plus, David directly spent $11 billion to upgrade his tier. SCC had been founded so many years ago, but this had never happened. However, two people did spend $1 billion to upgrade to the middle tier. How much money did he have since he dared to spend so much money to upgrade his tier? This level of wealth was no longer comparable to the upstarts. David was definitely from a super wealthy family which John could not afford to offend. Since John was starting to admit defeat, David did not pursue the matter anymore. Everyone sat down and started chatting. However, they were all here for David because they wanted to have a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, Marie just stood behind him the whole time. David spent his day in Lake Heart Club and talked about a lot of things with everyone. Then, he parted with the others in the evening. After he got out of Lake Heart Club, David drove his limited edition Bugatti Veyron to Hilton Hotel alongside his previous goddess Marie. Marie was staying in the Hilton Hotel, and David wanted to send her back before going to find his cousin Lily. In the car, Mr. Liddell, thank you, Marie said gratefully. If it were not for David, she would be finished because it was either get under John or get her reputation destroyed. She did not once doubt whether John had that ability. Even her boss was scared of this person. She turned her head slightly to look at David's side profile and was mesmerized. David's appearance, body, and personality were great, plus, he even had a background that would scare John. This kind of man was just like the star in the night sky. He would be the most dazzling figure no matter where he went. She wondered what kind of woman would be a match for such an exceptional man. Perhaps only women who were on the same level as him. Marie could only hide her foolish crush at the bottom of her heart. It's fine, it's just a small matter. Miss Kent, I like the movies you were in, David said. Really? Mr. Liddell, do you really like my movies? Marie asked in surprise. She did not think that a big shot like David would pay attention to her. This overwhelmed her with surprise. David was stunned. Are you really so surprised about that? You're the new geek conqueror and one of the 4 rising stars. Is it strange that I like your movies? So many people in my university love your movies. Not only your movies, I even have 2 posters of you in a bikini in my dormitory. However, he could not tell her this. Yeah, I like it a lot. Mr. Liddell, which one of them do you like? Marie asked. I like. David's phone rang in the middle of the conversation. He stopped the car by the road and took out his phone to have a look, only to see that it was from his cousin Lily. After he answered the phone, he said, Hey Lily, I'm in Lake City now. I'll go to find you soon. Dave, I'm in dazzling KTV. Please come and save me. I think I've been drugged and I'm so dizzy right now. Lily's weak voice came from the other end of the phone. David was stunned, and he immediately realized the seriousness of this matter. Send me your location. I'll come right over. Hold on. After David said that, he turned around and said to Marie, Miss Kent, I'm sorry. I have an emergency, so can you? Marie could tell that David was in a rush, so she said, You can go if you have something urgent to take care of, Mr. Liddell. The hotel I'm staying in is in front. I can just walk over. Thank you, Miss Kent. I'll buy you dinner next time. After Marie got out of David's car, David slammed on the accelerator and zoomed more than 10 meters ahead. He was worried that his driving skills were not good enough, so he added 10 more lavish points on driving and upgraded it to expert. Marie stood rooted to the spot and watched David leave. She murmured in disappointment. He didn't even leave his contact number, but he's saying he'll buy me dinner. How insincere. However, when she remembered that her crisis had been resolved, she felt cheerful again. After that, she took out her sunglasses and hat from her bag. Once she put them on, she started walking toward the Hilton Hotel. Earth private room in dazzling KTV. Lily was hiding in the toilet as she called David. She wanted to come to the KTV with a few of her friends to relax. Unexpectedly, they ran into a few of the seniors from their university. In the end, everyone got into the same private room to have fun. Then, some random people who looked like they were close with the seniors came in halfway. With this, a gathering of only a few people became more than 10 people. Moreover, she did not know most of them. She and her friends planned to leave, but they were stopped a few times. At the end of the day, they were just weak girls and there were 7 to 8 guys on the other side. If the guys did not let them leave, then they would not be able to leave. Finally, the girls were finally allowed to leave after they begged piteously. However, they had to each drink a glass of alcohol before. The girls had no choice and just wanted to leave as soon as possible after they finished drinking. However, after Lily finished drinking, she started to feel dizzy and her body started to feel weak. She was smart, so she knew she had been drugged. With that, she seized the opportunity to come to the toilet. After she racked her brain, she figured she could only call David because he told her that he would come to Lake City today. Right now, she could only wish for David to come faster. If not, she did not even dare to think about what would happen. David was speeding toward dazzling KTV. However, since he was in the city, he could not drive too fast. He looked at the distance and calculated that if he kept driving at this speed, he would need about 20 minutes. He did not know whether Lily would be able to hold on for that long. So, he called Hugh. "Hey, Dave, what's up?" Hugh's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hugh, do you know the boss of Dazzling KTV? Can you contact them for me?" David asked anxiously. "Dazzling KTV? Yeah. Andy is Dazzling's boss. You can call him." Before Hugh finished speaking, David hung up the phone. He did not have so much time to explain. After he hung up, he called Andy. "Dave. Andy, listen to me. My cousin is in Earth private room in Dazzling, and she's been drugged. I'm rushing there now, but I will need about 20 minutes. I don't know if she can hold on for that long. Can you ask the manager of Dazzling to take care of this for me first?" After David finished talking, Andy knew this was serious. "Dave, don't worry. I'll take care of this for you. I will not allow your cousin to get hurt." After Andy hung up the phone, he immediately called the manager of Dazzling. After the manager got the call, he brought more than 20 security guards to head to Earth private room. "Dave, where are you? Hurry. They're knocking on the door now," Lily asked while sobbing. "Lily, don't be scared. There will be someone saving you soon. Hold on for 5 more minutes. No, 2 minutes. There will be someone saving you in 2 minutes. Dave, I'm so scared. Hurry." Bang. Before Lily could finish talking, the toilet door was forcefully opened by someone. "Why are you taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you." Dave heard the voice of a strange man. I don't know you. Go away." There was no more sounds on the phone. F***CK. David roared. Now, he was boiling with anger. He regarded Lily as his own sister. He had been staying at her place for 2 years, and her family was good to him. They never treated him as an outsider before. Even when Lily's brother was born, his aunt and uncle still treated David like he was their son. What would he say to his aunt and uncle if something happened to Lily in front of him? However, he was helpless now. He could only hope that Andy was a man of his word. After hearing his cousin Lily's screams on the phone, David did not care anymore. Even if there were a lot of roads on the car, he started overtaking them. He passed one after another car and he almost collided a few times, but he managed to avoid them using his expert driving skills. In the Earth private room in Dazzling KTV, Wally Leonard was knocking on the toilet door. Lily just went in and had not come out yet. The drug should be working now, and he was ready to break in. When he thought about how such a wonderful junior like Lily was about to belong to him, Wally became very excited. He spent so much time and effort planning this just for the final moment tonight. He knocked a few times, but did not get any response. Wally did not want to wait anymore, so he directly kicked the door open. When he saw Lily on the phone, Wally quickly charged over and snatched the phone to hang up the call. Then, he grabbed Lily's hand and dragged her out. After dragging Lily out from the toilet, he saw the others were starting to take action against their own targets. Wally could not hold back anymore, and he directly held Lily from behind. Since Lily was drugged, her body felt weak and soft. She could not resist at all even if she was not rugged. How could she win against a grown man? She was feeling hopeless. After she was pulled back to the private room, she saw her friends being harassed by the other men. Even though they were conscious, they could not exert a single ounce of energy and could only be taken advantage of. Lily could predict the fates of everyone, including herself. The man who dragged her out was already holding her from behind. She was fighting him with all her might, but it was no use. At this moment, the door of Earth's private room was forcefully opened from the outside. Then, more than 20 security guards came in from the outside with electric batons. "Don't King move. If anyone moves, I'll break your head open." The manager of Dazzling KTV, Mike Holland, walked in from the door. Everyone in the room was shocked, and no one dared to move. "Which one of you is Miss Lily Gregg?" Mike asked. "Me. I am." Lily quickly got out of Wally's grip and ran to Mike. She figured that this person must be the person Dave asked to save her. However, after taking 2 steps, her knees gave out and she fell to the floor. "Hurry up and help Miss Gregg to the sofa," Mike said to the security guards next to him. Then, the 2 security guards nearest to Lily went over and helped her up. Mike then walked to Wally and said, "You're pretty bold, kid. How dare you do this kind of dirty trick in my place? And you're even doing it to the boss friend? Tell me what I should do with you." Wally was so scared his knees buckled, and he knelt in front of Mike. Then, he slapped himself and said, "Mike, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. We had dinner before. My father is Tim Leonard." He was terrified. Even though Mike was only the manager of Dazzling KTV, he was also a popular savage among the gangsters. Now, he was even working for the boss behind Dazzling KTV. It was said that the boss of Dazzling KTV was very mysterious. His father was just the owner of a company, and he was a far cry from the other party. Lily was the friend of the boss of Dazzling KTV. Those 2 kids were going to get him into so much trouble. Wally felt that his life might go downhill from this day on. Not only would he not get out of his mess, but he might also even get his father into trouble. Mike looked at Wally, who was kneeling in front of him while furiously slapping himself. If this was a few years prior, he might not even have said anything before taking action. However, after working for his current boss, he learned a lot of things. Sometimes, violence could not solve anything. Also, as a leader, it was low of him to use violence to solve problems. Right now, he preferred using his identity, background, and ability to suppress the other party, just like this person in front of him. Once he heard Mike's name, he directly kowtowed and apologized. "Come here," Mike told the rest of the gang. The few of them walked over timidly and knelt next to Wally. After that, they started slapping themselves too. If Wally did not dare to challenge Mike, then, of course, they would not dare to challenge him either. After a few minutes, the faces of the people kneeling on the floor were swollen from the slapping. There was even blood on the corners of their lips, but they did not dare to stop. If Mike took action against them, it would not be as simple as a few slaps. "That's enough. Stop it," Mike said. "Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike." They all felt as if they were relieved from a huge burden. David finally arrived at this moment. When he entered the private room, he saw 20 to 30 security guards with electric batons and a few people kneeling in the middle of the room. Their faces were swollen and there was blood on the corners of their lips. Meanwhile, Lily was sitting on the sofa. "Lily! Dave!" When Lily saw Dave, she wanted to cry. Dave quickly walked over to pull Lily into his arms. "It's over now. Everything's over now," David comforted her. "You must be Mr. Lydell." Mike spotted David too. "Hello, I'm David. Thank you for saving my sister. You don't have to be so polite with me, Mr. Lydell. I should apologize to you because this happened in my territory, Mike said courteously. This was the person his bosses asked him to serve well. Of course, he did not dare to neglect David. Mr. Lydell, what should we do with them? Mike asked. The people on the ground did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They could tell that David was not someone ordinary from the conversation just now. David should be the friend of the boss of Dazzling KTV. David looked at the people kneeling on the ground. If something happened to Lily, he might not be able to control himself from crippling these people. However, since Lily was fine, he calmed himself down. Lily, what do you think we should do to them? David asked Lily. Dave, I just want to leave this place as soon as possible, Lily answered weakly. Fine, we'll just let Andy handle this. As David said that, he helped Lily up and was about to leave. Dave, those are my roommates. They came with me. Can you guys walk? David asked Lily's roommates. Yes, the three of them answered at the same time. Let's go back together then. David supported Lily in front, while her roommates followed behind them. After David left, Mike took out his phone to make a call. Is it done? Andy asked. It's done. Mr. Lydell has left, and his sister is fine too, Mike answered. All right, well done. However, Mr. Lydell said you should take care of these scoundrels before he left. Who are they? They should be the kids of some company owners. Send them to prison, then you should decide what to do with their families. Yes, boss. After David brought Lily and her roommates out of the KTV, he realized his sports car could only fit 2 people. What would he do with the other 3? Finally, David could only take them to a nearby hotel. He wanted to book a room for each of them, but in the end, they were scared so they wanted to stay in the same room. In the end, David booked 2 suites, one for them and one for himself. After he settled them down, David went back to his room to take a shower. When he lay on the bed and recalled what happened earlier, he was still feeling a little scared. Thankfully, his sister was fine. If not, he would feel remorseful for the rest of his life. If he did not join SEC today and met Andy, he might not be able to take care of this matter so easily. So, he had thought it through. Since he might never be able to finish his money and he needed the lavish points, he would spend the money to make some friends. The more friends you had, the more options you had in life. He might need help from one of them one day, just like in today's incident. After David thought this through, he called Andy. Dave, is your sister okay? Andy asked over the phone. She's fine. Thank you so much for today, Andy. From now on, if you need anything, just tell me. You're too polite, Dave. I'm also responsible for what happened today. It's my place after all. I've wronged your sister. This has nothing to do with you. She's not vigilant enough. Right, Andy? Next time if you ever need money for any project, you can come to me. I'll invest in it, but I promise I won't try to participate in the management. I'll only be a shareholder. When Andy heard that, he was thrilled. This was the reason Andy got close to David. Since David could immediately donate $11 billion to SCC to upgrade his membership, then it was easy to understand how loaded his family was. This was not a normal wealthy family anymore. This was the ability only a super-rich family or a consortium could have. Naturally, mingling with someone like this only had advantages and not disadvantages. Since you think so highly of me, I do have a project right now. There will be a charity dinner in Lake Heart Club tomorrow night, and we can meet up and talk about it. What do you think? All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Andy hung up the phone and hummed a tune. He was feeling great. When the B-list actress who was massaging him saw this, she asked, "What made you so happy, Mr. Lewis?" "I met a money god. Do you think I should feel happy or not?" The actress was stunned. Mr. Lewis was their money god. So who could become Mr. Lewis money god? She could never get into contact with a lot of this stuff with her status. After David called Andy, he called Hugh. He told Hugh the same thing he told Andy and said if Hugh needed an investor, he should come to him. Hugh also invited him to the charity dinner the next day. In another suite, after the girls finished showering, they had started to recover slowly. However, even though they were still scared of what happened just now, they were still simple-minded little girls. They lay in bed and started gossiping. "Lily, the person who saved us was your cousin. right? Yeah, what do you think? My cousin's pretty great, right? He's not just great. He's like my idol now. Didn't you say he's very pitiful? His parents passed away when he was young, and his uncle was bad to him. He even stayed with your family for 2 years. You told us all this. Yeah, it should be that way. However, didn't you see what happened just now? The manager of Dazzling was so polite to him, and he even called him Mr. Liddell. What kind of place is Dazzling? Didn't you see those scumbags slapping themselves in front of the manager? Your cousin must be hiding a lot of things from you. I don't know what happened either. I'll ask him tomorrow. Right. Does he have a girlfriend? Yeah. Her name is Sarah, and they've been together since senior high. What's wrong? Are you into my cousin? Do you want to be my sister-in-law? Shut up. The next morning, Lily's roommates called a car and went back to campus. Dave, I have something to ask you. Lily asked when she saw that her roommates had left. I know you have a lot of questions now, so come. I'll take you to a quiet place to talk. David brought Lily back to the parking lot of Dazzling KTV. Get in. David took out the car keys and unlocked the Bugatti Veyron as he said to Lily. When Lily saw the flashy car in front of her, she could not think straight for a moment. Dave, is this your car? Lily stammered and asked. Yeah, it's mine. Get it. After David said that, he got into the driver's seat. Oh, okay. Okay. Lily got into the car in a daze. Then, David took Lily to the beach. While they were driving, everyone on the road would turn their heads to look at the car. Too many people were staring at them on the way. While they were on the road, the other cars would stay more than 10 meters away from them. They would do the same even when the light turned red. Obviously, David was not someone to be messed with. The two of them found a quiet place by the beach. Then, they leaned against the railing, allowing the sea breeze to blow past them. Lily, I know you have a lot of questions. So just ask whatever you want to know, David said, looking at the ocean in the distance. Dave, is that your car? Lily asked. Yeah, I bought it yesterday in Lake City. The reason I came this time is to visit you and also to buy the car. How much was the car? 80 million. How much? 80 million. Where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? If I did, do you think I'd be able to sit here and talk to you? Also, do you think I could get 80 million from robbing a bank? Then, where did you get the money? I made the money. How? I can't explain to you in just a few sentences. I've not done anything illegal, and you only need to know that your brother is a true nouveau riche now. Does my mother know? No. How many people know? I think so far, only you. Really? How much money are you going to give me so I'll shut up? As much as you want. You're not sincere at all. The two talked about a lot of things. Even though they had not seen each other for a long time, the two did not feel distant at all. Today, David brought Lily to all of the malls in Lake City and bought her a lot of expensive clothes and makeup. Lily did not go easy on him at all. This was her brother, so of course, he would need to spend his money on his sister. At 5 p.m., David brought Lily to Lake Heart Club in his Bugatti Veyron. After he parked the car and got out, they still had to take a boat to the gathering spot in the middle of the lake. When they got to the side of the lake, there were a few boats ready to fetch the guests. The two got on one at random, and the person driving the boat drove straight to the middle of the lake. David leaned against the railing of the boat and looked at the clear lake water below. He then murmured in his heart that these rich folks really knew how to enjoy life. Dave, why did you take me here? Lily's voice sounded from behind him. I'm taking you to a gathering to get to know two people. When I'm not in Lake City, you can ask them for help. One of them is the boss of Dazzling. David and Lily arrived in the middle of the lake. After they got off the boat, they were led to the second floor of the building by an attendant. Here you are. The attendant opened the door of the hall on the second floor and said to both of them after gesturing to them. David and Lily entered the hall on the second floor. In that instant, they felt as if they had entered another world. This hall was at least 5,000 square feet, and it was luxuriously decorated with shiny lights. There were over 100 people there, and they gathered in groups as they chatted. More than 10 tall, good-looking attendants were holding trays with alcohol and food as they walked in and out of the crowd. This was the first time Lily visited a place like this, so she was nervous. She gently tugged David's shirt. Don't be scared. Relax, just take whatever you want to eat. David patted Lily's shoulder and comforted her. To be honest, he had never seen this kind of scene before and was pretty nervous himself. However, he remembered that he was the richest man in the world and that everyone else should be nervous, not him. Then, the two walked into the hall. When David walked past an attendant, he took a glass of wine. After he took a sip, he found it pretty tasty. On the other hand, Lily was much more reserved. Dave, you're here. Andy walked over with a glass of wine. Andy, sorry for the long wait. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Lily, and she's attending university in Lake City. Please take care of her in the future, Andy. What are you saying, Dave? Isn't your cousin also my cousin? Just contact me whenever you need anything, Lily. I have some reputation in Lake City. After Andy finished talking, he handed Lily a gold-plated name card. Thank you, Andy, Lily said softly. Lily, you should hang out by yourself first. You can eat anything you want and treat this as your home. I need to talk to Dave about something. All right, go ahead. Andy then brought David to a private room on the third floor. When David entered the room, there were already two people inside. There was a man and a woman. The man looked like he was in his 40s, and he appeared cultured and refined. The woman should be in her 30s. She had light makeup on and had the charm of a mature woman. Dave, I'll introduce you guys. This is Mr. Josh Thomas and Ms. Holly Sheffield. This is my friend David Liddell, and he's the fourth shareholder. Andy briefly introduced both sides. After David shook hands with Josh and Holly, he sat down. At this moment, Andy started to tell them about the project. To put it simply, Andy had a contact and managed to get himself a diamond mine in Safariland. He had been to the place to look at it, and the quality was top tier. The total investment was about $15 billion to $20 billion. Andy was prepared to invest $5 billion for 40%, and he would let the others invest in the other 60%, which was valued at $10 billion. Because he still had to go through various formalities and establish contact between all parties, he needed to have more of the shares. This meant that David and the other two would need to invest $10 billion and account for 60% of the shares. Both Josh and Holly contributed only $2.5 billion, with each person holding 15% of the shares. What remained was 30% of the shares, which was $5 billion. Dave, if you don't think you can handle that, we'll get another shareholder. I've inspected the mine myself, and it's definitely a new one, Andy told David. Could not handle it? David felt that this amount was too little. It was only $5 billion. All right, I'll invest $5 billion and have 30% of the shares. All right, it's decided then. I'll send the information to you all later. Here, let's have a toast. After David left, Lily started wandering around the hall and slowly relaxed. No one was paying attention to her, so she was happy. When she was at the place where they served food, Lily stopped walking. All of the desserts here looked delicious. Wow, this is so sweet. This is so crispy. This smells so good. This is so soft. Lily ate the desserts one after another as stacked the treats she liked on her plate. Hey! Lily spotted someone and quickly ran over. Are you Marie Kent? Marie was talking to a senior in the movie industry when she heard a voice interrupting her. Marie looked over and saw that it was a young girl in her 20s. Hello, I am Marie Kent. Wow, you really are Marie. I love your movies. Can I take a picture with you? My roommates love you a lot, Lily said in surprise. Thanks for the support. I will definitely take part in more good movies. After the two of them took the picture, then Lily posted the picture on her Instagram with the caption, "Do you know who this is?" Then she put her phone away to look for her next target. Oh my, isn't that the popular celebrity Kevin Corden? Gosh, isn't that the Empress Elsa Winter? With that, someone who had a plate of dessert in her hand and her phone in the other going around looking for celebrities to take pictures with appeared in the hall. All of the celebrities would take pictures with her because only reputable people would be allowed to enter this place today. Even though this young girl was good-looking but also did not seem so intelligent, no one could guarantee that she was not brought here by some big shots. Lily was looking for celebrities to take pictures with and was very excited. She already had 7 to 8 pictures, and they were all taken with popular stars of the times. If she took this back to her university, her classmates would be so envious of her. Lily Gregg? As Lily was lowering her head to look through her phone, she heard a voice. When Lily lifted her head, she saw a young girl with heavy makeup on her face who was holding the arm of an old man with a beer belly. Jessica Morgans? Lily asked. This person looked like Jessica from her class, but since there was a lot of makeup on her face, Lily could not be sure. It really is you. How did you sneak in here? This is the most high-end gathering in Lake City. Oh, I know. You must be a part-time attendant, right? Jessica said sarcastically. No, I came with my brother, Lily answered. Your brother? Is your brother the security guard? Does he want to lose his job? How can he bring random people in here? Jessica, I will not allow you to talk bad about my brother, Lily said angrily. Jessie, why don't you introduce this pretty girl to me? The old man next to Jessica said. SR. This is Lily Gregg, from my class, Jessica introduced reluctantly. Of course, she knew what the old man's intention was. Hello, Miss Gregg. The old man reached out his hand to shake Lily's hand. Jessica, is this your father? Jessica, the old man. Her one sentence successfully angered two people. Lily, stop talking nonsense. If you do, Lil, I'll rip your mouth off of your face. This is my boyfriend, Jessica said, flustered and exasperated. The old man spoke as well. Miss Gregg, if you apologize to me now, give me your contact details. And make sure you come out when I ask you out. I'll let you go today. If not, not only will you be kicked out of here, your brother will also lose his job. Clearly, he believed what Jessica just said, and he really thought Lily's brother was a security guard here. Boyfriend? Lily was stunned. Oh no, she said the wrong thing. It was mainly because Jessica was always acting like she was the daughter of a rich family in university. She would always carry branded bags, branded clothes, and she would also be picked up and dropped off in luxury cars. Who would think that she'd have a boyfriend like this? This is so disgusting. But whatever, I'll just be wrong. Who asked you to talk bad about Dave? I'm not apologizing to you. Humph. Lily was about to turn around and leave after she said that. However, Jessica grabbed her hand. After Jessica grabbed Lily, she started screaming at the top of her lungs. Where's the organizer? Where's the organizer? This person snuck in to steal free food, and she's even taking pictures with celebrities to show off. Is no one going to do anything about this? I didn't. Get your hands off me. Lily was struggling with all her might. The two's dispute garnered the attention of some people. More and more people were gathering around them now. After all, there were not a lot of people who dared to make a scene at a place like this, so everyone was curious. At this moment, the staff walked over. What's going on? A staff member asked. Jessica pointed at Lily and said, It's her. She snuck in here to steal food, and she even went around to take pictures with celebrities. Please show your invitation card, miss, the staff said to Lily. Since the organizer booked the Lake Heart Club to host this charity dinner, the more powerful big shots in Lake City would have gotten invitation cards. They should have shown their invitation cards when they entered the clubhouse, but since David's car was too cool, no one dared to stop him. 1-to-1 don't have one. Lily was about to cry. There were so many people looking at her. See? I told you she snuck in to steal food. You failed as organizers too. How can you allow irrelevant people to sneak in here? Jessica said in an extremely arrogant tone. Security. Security. The staff member called out. Soon, a few security guards came over. Please escort this lady out of here, the staff said to the security guards. However, when the security guards were about to go up to her, Wait. Two voices said at the same time. One was Empress Elsa Winters, and one was Marie Kent, one of the 4 rising stars. I brought her here. She's my temporary assistant, Elsa said. Yes, I can prove it too, Marie chimed in. Elsa liked this cheerful and adorable little girl. When she saw that Lily was being isolated and feeling helpless, she felt pitiful and wanted to help this girl out of compassion. It was just a small matter to her anyway. When Marie saw Lily's encounter, she remembered what happened to her yesterday. She was lucky she ran into a good person so that she was able to escape that calamity. Hence, she wanted to help Lily too. When the 2 celebrities were able to testify for Lily, the security guards did not dare to do anything anymore. At this moment, the man next to Jessica spoke. Guys, don't simply take responsibility for anything. You'll have to bear the consequences of your actions. Tristan Collins knew the two celebrities. However, he was a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions. Even though there were a lot of people in the hall who were much more powerful than him, he was sure these two were not. Celebrities? To normal people, they were celebrities. However, to a big boss like him, they were just jesters. Jessica interrupted at this time. You're lying. Lydie is my classmate, and she's still in university. How can she be your assistant? Also, she said her brother brought her here, and her brother is definitely a security guard here. Miss, what's the name of your brother? The staff member asked. My brother is David. Lily muttered indignantly. David? Is there a David among you? The employee turned to the security guards and asked. The security guards shared a look and replied, no. Marie's heart shuddered when she heard Lily's claim about being David's sister. Is that the same David that saved me yesterday? Just as she was about to say something, Lily spoke up again. A man called Andy came and took my brother with him just now. He said that they were going to discuss business, and they went to the third floor. Andy? Everyone in the crowd was shocked. There was only one Andy in Lake City, and it was Mr. Lewis. He had the highest social standing here in Lake City. If her brother is discussing business with Andy, then her brother must also be someone prominent as well. The employees and Tristan started to feel uneasy. Mr. Lewis was not someone they could afford to offend. Mr. Lewis was well known here in Lake City. If he saw you as his friend, he would treat you undeniably well. However, if you were his enemy, then he would do everything in his power to get rid of you for good. There had been too many little businesses in Lake City that had fallen victim to his various schemes to count. As such, a saying began to circulate in Lake City. It's all right if you can't be Andy's friend, but never be his enemy. Tristan's train of thought stopped here. He started breaking out in a cold sweat. His net worth of a few $100 million was nothing in comparison to Mr. Lewis, and the latter could easily make him bankrupt at any moment. Just at this moment, David and Andy had finished discussing their business and come downstairs. David's eyes swept the area and, instead of finding Lily, he saw a large group of people gathered in the middle of the hall. 3. David quickly walked over and broke through the crowd, only to see Lily currently being grabbed by the arm by a young woman with heavy makeup. Lily looked like she had been wronged. She tried but could not seem to struggle out of the other woman's grasp, and the corners of her eyes were slightly wet. Lily! David shouted. Dave! Jessica's grasp loosened instinctively when she heard Lily call out for David, allowing Lily to run over and hug David. It's all right now. It's all right, David comforted. What's going on? Andy walked over to ask. It's over. Tristan felt his head swell when he saw Andy, and his feet almost gave out, causing him to almost fall onto the ground. The employee wiped off the cold sweat that beaded on his forehead and relayed the general situation to Andy quietly. Who is he? Andy pointed at Tristan and asked after listening to the employee. Mr. Lewis, that's Tristan Collins, the owner of Auspicious Clouds Real Estate. Someone from the crowd suddenly said. Mr. Collins, was it? You have 3 days to gather your things and get out of Lake City. Either leave yourself, or I'll make you leave. I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis. Please let me go. It's all that woman's fault. She's the one behind this. Then Tristan slapped Jessica across the face. The strength behind the slap had Jessica falling to the floor, confused and dazed. Meanwhile, Tristan fell to his knees and started to beg. Dying would hurt less than leaving Lake City in 3 days. He might have a net worth of a few $100 million, but it was all in terms of assets. He would not mind leaving Lake City if he had a few $100 million in cash, since he could just start a business from scratch again. His fixed assets worth a few $100 million would have to be sold at a much lower value if he had to liquidate them within 3 days. Not to mention that no one would dare to buy his assets since Mr. Lewis had made his distaste clear tonight. He had also invested quite a bit of money into a recent project as well. If he left now, he would have to pay a lot of money for breaking the contract. It was very likely that he was going to go from the owner of a big business worth a few $100 million to a bankrupt man owing a bunch of debt. He still had a few mistresses and 2 illegitimate sons to take care of. I do not want to repeat myself, Andy stated expressionlessly. Tristan was already in despair. until another voice rang out from the crowd. Andy, are you bullying some poor fellow again? Hugh walked over. Mr. Green, save me, please. We've worked together before. I'm Tristan from Auspicious Clouds Real Estate. Tristan grabbed onto Hugh like the latter was his savior. If there was anyone in Lake City who could help him, Hugh Green would be one of them. As the second son of the Green family, he was supposed to be the second in line to inherit the family business. However, Hugh had managed to turn the tides around and fight on an equal footing with his older brother. The elders in his family had yet to decide who would truly inherit the family business. Thus, the elders decided to give both of them a sum of money for them to use and develop to their best capabilities for 10 years. The son with the best results would then be chosen as the heir. 5 years had already passed, and Hugh clearly had the upper hand. Green, who said I was bullying anyone? He was the one who bullied David's cousin. What else was supposed to do? Andy pointed at David and protested. Hugh turned to look at the young lady David was hugging. Oh, you bullied Dave's cousin? You're bold. I'll give you that. Hugh turned to ask Tristan. Huh? Tristan felt confused. What do you plan to do, Andy? I gave him 3 days to get out of Lake City. 3 days? That's too long. I think 1 day is more than enough. Tristan fainted once he heard Hugh's words. There was no chance for him to turn the tables around now that 2 distinguished figures in Lake City were targeting him. Blood rushed to his head, and he fainted. Throw him out and call him an ambulance. If he doesn't wake, then leave him be, but if he does wake up, tell him that he has 1 day left, Andy told the employee. Yes, Mr. Lewis. A few security guards carried Tristan and ushered Jessica out. Now that the situation was dealt with, everyone turned to look at David with curiosity. This man's status had to be terrifying, considering he was friends with 2 big shots in Lake City. Marie's heart soared when she saw David. She did not think she would get the chance to meet him again because of her identity. She did not expect to see him again today after parting yesterday, though she did arrive at this place bearing some hope today. Since everyone's here, I'll make this clear now. David is a good friend of mine, so his cousin is my cousin as well. Anyone who dares to bully her in the future will face my wrath, Andy shouted at the crowd. Mine too, Hugh added. Thanks, brothers, David replied. David felt that he was close enough with Hugh and Andy that he could refer to them so intimately. You're welcome, Dave. All right, everyone. Time to go back. The crowd slowly dispersed. Marie walked over to David and said, We meet again, Mr. Liddell. Hello, Ms. Kent. Lily had also calmed down by now. She looked between David and Marie and asked, Dave, you know Miss Marie? Yeah, I do. Miss Marie, thank you for helping me just now. Miss Elsa too, thank you. Elsa was about to leave when she heard Lily call out to her. She walked over. You're welcome, Lily. Thank you, both of you, David said. You're too kind, Mr. Lindell. Both celebrities replied at the same time. River City, South River International Residence. Pearl walked through the entrance with 911 dialed on her phone. She did not realize that there was a taxi following close behind. Excluding the driver, there was also a young man and woman in the taxi. Where is this place, sir? The young man asked. This is River City's wealthy residential area, son. This is as far as I can go. That'll be $50, the driver said. So expensive? The young man asked. Time is money. I waited for a long time. All right then. Thank you, sir. The two paid and got out of the car. They made their way to the entrance of South River International Residence. They were about to take a closer look when the security guard stopped them. Hey, what are you two doing here? Move along. This isn't a place you people can enter. Can I ask who that red Porsche that just drove in belongs to? The young man asked. Who? A tenant, of course. Who else's can it be? Yours? Go away. It must be pretty expensive living here, right? Are you from the rural villages, Sonny? Let me put it this way. The houses here cost at least $200,000 per square meter, and each house is at least $50 million each. You tell me whether it's expensive here or not. What? So expensive? What if someone's just renting a house here then? Is something wrong with you? Why would anyone spend $50 million on a house and lease it to someone else? And if someone has the money to live here, you think they'd need to lease a house out for rent? Just get lost already. All right, All right, I'll get going now. Thank you. The young man left with the young woman in tow. The two found a cheap motel and decided to settle there for the moment. Only after entering the room did the woman speak. Sam, can't we just look for your sister directly? The young man was Sam Warner, Pearl's younger brother, and the young woman was Minnie, his girlfriend. However, Minnie's family was against this relationship because Sam's family were farmers while they lived in town. Thus, Sam and Minnie decided to secretly come and seek Pearl's help, only for Sam to realize that Pearl had lied to their parents. Pearl said that it was difficult making money in the city and that she had to pay rent and afford her living expenses. Yet, Sam saw Pearl drive a luxury car and live in an expensive house. No, we'll go look for her once Mom and Dad are here. I've always been terrified of Pearl, and only Mom and Dad can keep her in line. I'll go call my mom first. Sam pulled out his phone and made the call. Where did you go, Brat? Come back here right now. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out from the speakers. Mom, I'm already at River City now. I'm not going back. The young man said, You brat. You ran off with someone's daughter. Now her family has come to ask us where she is. Get back here right now. Mom, listen to me. I found Pearl. She's rich now. She's driving a car worth millions of dollars and living in a house worth at least $50 million. Come over and look for yourself. You've gone mad. It's real, Mom. I'm not lying. I found where Pearl works yesterday, and I saw her drive a red sports car worth millions after she got off work. And then? Asked his mom over the phone. I didn't follow her yesterday, but I called a taxi today to wait at the entrance. I saw her enter a residential area, and I asked the security guard about it. He said that the housing there cost $200,000 per square meter. That's enough to buy a whole house back home. Every house in that area costs at least $50 million. Are you sure? You didn't mistake her for someone else, did you? Why would I lie to you? And that's my sister, as if I wouldn't recognize her. All right, I'll come with your dad tomorrow morning. This stupid girl. How dare she send us only $20,000 each month when she's driving a sports car and living in an expensive house in the city. Minnie, you should call your parents to come here tomorrow too. Sam told Minnie after ending the call with his mom. For what? So they can drag me back? They've never agreed to our relationship to begin with. Are you silly? Your parents don't agree because you live in town while my family farms in the village. My family isn't as wealthy as yours. But now that my sister made a lot of money, I'm sure your parents will agree to us being together, and we won't have to date in secret anymore. Minnie thought about it and agreed with Sam. Thus, she called her parents. Her mother immediately started scolding the two of them, but she did promise to come to River City the next day. Sam laid in bed with Minnie in his arms as he said, Minnie, let's never go back. We can stay here in River City. I'll have my sister buy me a nice car and house. Then we can drive it and enjoy the view every day. But will your sister buy them for you? Minnie did not believe him. Not if I ask, but she will if my parents ask her to. That's why I called them over. Don't worry, my parents have always been on my side. They leave the best things to me because I'm the only son. As far as they're concerned, my sister only exists to serve me. Okay, I want a car like your sister's too. It's so pretty. It's a dream to have something like this. All right, then we'll get you one too. We can have one each. The two fell asleep as they fantasized about a great life together. Lake City Lake Heart Club. Tonight's charity auction was already in progress. Everyone was seated in the hall on the first floor. Hosting on stage was the main rising star of Lake West Province Broadcasting Station, Ida Rice. Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to Lake City's third charity auction. Today is a day of love, care, and harmony. Today is also the day where we show the people worldwide our spirit of giving and universal love. The large display started playing the video once the host finished her opening speech. The video showed some remote mountainous areas where some students had a lot of trouble going to school. Some even had to walk through 2 or 3 hours of mountain road to get to school. As a result, children end up spending 5 to 6 hours a day walking to and from school. The conditions in the schools there were pitiful as well. The desks and benches at school were all donations from the students' homes, and they looked old and worn down. Many of the students' parents had to leave the area and work far away to make a living, leaving the young students at home with their old grandparents. These children have had to mature and become responsible at a very young age, some even exceptionally skilled at doing the laundry, cooking, and other household chores. These children have a strong desire to learn as they wish to see the world beyond the mountains they live in. The video ended here. Ida continued her speech. Everything auctioned off tonight will be donated to the children in the video. The money will be used to fund a new school for them, with new desks, new chairs, new school bags, and new clothes. Now, let us begin with our first item of love. The first item is a new song from Empress Elsa. The auction begins. There's no starting price. Feel free to call any price. 100,000, 150,000, 300,000, 500,000. Nice. Guest 17 called 500,000. Is there anyone else? David took a look at the card in his hand. Number 7. He raised it and said, 5 million. Many heads turned to look at David when they heard him call for 5 million. They were curious which big shot had called such a large value. 5 million. Guest 7 called 5 million. Is there anyone else? Calling once. Calling twice. Sold. Let's give a round of applause of Empress Elsa's new song. Elsa got up on stage. She did not expect her song to be auctioned for a price as high as 5 million. Not that she could enjoy a cent of it anyway, since it was going to be donated fully. Still, she was very happy as more children from the video could be benefited from a bigger donation sum. Empress Elsa finished singing. The second item was a piece of art from a great master. In the end, the artwork was taken home at a final price of 800,000, even though it was only worth 1/8 the price. However, this was a charity auction, after all, so such greatly overstated value was understandable. As items continued to be auctioned off, David did not raise his card again that night. That was until Marie. She was auctioning off a dance. Like Elsa's song, Marie's dance was also sold to David at 5 million. This was how David was. He was the kind of person that would repay kindness others had shown him tenfold. Those two had helped his cousin Lily tonight, so it was only right that he offered a higher price to buy their performances. Soon later, the auction event was about to end. After the last item of love had been auctioned off, the banquet was about to end as well. Just then, David raised his card and spoke. Ms. Rice, I'd like to donate a song. Ida was about to read the closing speech when she saw David offer to donate a song. David had spent 10 million at the auction today, so it would not be right to refuse him. Ida allowed David to come up on stage. Mr. Liddell wishes to donate a song. Is anyone willing to buy it? Ida asked. I'd like to buy it myself if that's all right. David asked. You want to buy your own song?
Yes.
Of course. Since Mr. Liddell wants to buy his song back, then let's listen to Mr. Liddell sing. Mr. Liddell, how much are you calling? 100 million. How much? Ida stuttered. I'm offering 100 million to buy my song. Ida was stunned, and so were the hundreds of guests sitting below the stage. Excluding Hugh and Andy, everyone was shocked by what they heard. Buying your own song for 100 million? Isn't he essentially just donating another 100 million? We've never heard anything about this David in Lake City before. Not only is he close friends with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Green, he also just donated 100 million. There are no bounds to how wealthy this man is. David walked over to the piano and sat down. The song I'm singing tonight is called Snail. With it, I hope that the children in the video can only find their own place in the world. With that, David started to sing. A slow melody drifted from the piano. Should I take off my heavy shell and search for the blue sky? The gentle wind blows as I dance softly in the skies. The hurt I experienced before feels like nothing no more. Step by step, I make my way up and await quietly to watch the sun shine. A sky so small holds a dream so big. A slight desire hides in a heavy shell. Step by step, I make my way up, and on the highest point, I soar through the skies on a leaf. A sky so small holds past sweat and tears. There will be a place for me. The song was finished. Thunderous applause erupted below the stage. The children in the video were just like the snail in David's song. How they wanted to experience the world outside and find a place for themselves in the world. Mr. Liddell, Did you produce this song? Someone from the audience below asked. I did, David replied. You're so talented, Mr. Lydell. So handsome. Marie looked fondly at David, who was on the stage. This was the man she admired. Elsa looked at David with shock as well. He was not like other men. The next day, David sent Lily back to school and transferred $100 million into her bank card. He told her to spend it as he wished and to tell him if she needed more. He even told Lily to disclose small pieces of information to her parents when suitable. Then he drove his Bugatti Veyron back to River City. Lake City was around 1,000 kilometers away from River City, so David decided to just drive there. The car was high quality, the highest quality even. Thus, it made sense to be more costly. Coupled with David's exceptional driving skills, the Bugatti Veyron sped across the passing lane. David's car finally arrived at River City's roads. He gave what happened over the past 2 days a lot of thought. Andy was the one who helped settle both his cousin's sister's accident at Dazzling KTV and stood up for her when she was bullied during the charity banquet. He might have a boundless amount of money, but money also seemed to be all he had. He could not rely on other people to resolve his problems forever. Not to mention that Hugh and Andy might even set their eyes on his money once they found out that he did not have a powerful family to support him. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to enhance his strengths and build his powers. Thanks to his unlimited wealth, it would not be too difficult to build his powers. His only issue was finding people who were loyal to him. This took time, but he needed this power soon. Next, he needed to enhance his strengths. He looked at the panel and found that he still only had 200 lavish points, meaning neither the $100 million he donated yesterday nor the $100 million he transferred to Lily today had earned him any lavish point. Since sending people money did not earn him lavish points, did that mean he could only earn lavish points by buying things? However, he had earned lavish points when we donated $11 billion to SCC. That donation had earned him the identity of a high-tier member, so it meant that donations could earn him lavish points as long as he had gotten something of the corresponding value spent. Both his body and mind stats were at 50 points, which, according to the system's description, were rather strong. Since his body stats had increased from 18 to 50 points, David believed that his current physique should be around that of people who exercised frequently even though he had not tested it yet. He wondered what would happen if he raised his body stats to 100 points, 200 points, 500 points, or even 1,000 points. Would it turn him into a superhero? This was something he had to slowly find out. Raising mind stats sharpened his senses and cleared his mind, so he would have to enhance that as well. Next was his skill column. There were currently 5 skills in the column. He had 10 points each in driving, song composition, lyrics writing, performing, and piano skills. These were all expert level according to the description. I seen a no can add as many skills to his column as I want, then maybe I can learn the 18 dragon taming punches as well? No harm in trying. With that, David found a service area and stopped his car to try and learn the 18 dragon taming punches. It'll be awesome if I actually manage to learn it. I'm so excited. I'm going to become the best fighter in the world. Add 18 dragon taming punches to the skill column. Testing panel display. I don't remember this happening the last time I tried to add points. Just then, David heard a voice ring out in his head. System has not detected skill 18 dragon taming punches in the host's current world. Point addition failed. 10 lavish points will be deducted. F***CK. I knew it wouldn't work. It's still just a novel after all. David had no other choice but to accept reality. Just as David was about to continue his journey, he felt his car jolt forward. David was stunned. What the F***CK? Did someone just collide with the rear of my car? He quickly got out to look. As expected, he saw a BMW pressed up against the rear of his Bugatti Veyron. David took a look around. He did indeed stop his car in the service area, so this was the other party's fault. His luck was horrible. After losing 10 lavish points, someone had collided into the rear of his new Bugatti Veyron. He took a better look and let out a sigh of relief internally when he realized that the damage was not severe. Hey, how can you just stop in the middle of the road? You're in the middle of the road? A woman in her 30s got off the car and shouted at David. Miss, I stopped my car in the service area. You're the one who collided with my car. This is your fault. David told the woman. My fault? You're the one who stopped the car in the middle of the road. This is your fault. You think that you're better than me just because you're driving a sports car? Who knows? Maybe that car isn't even yours and you just rented it. Look at what your car did to my BMW. I'm telling you, there's no way I'm letting you leave until you pay compensation. Originally, David planned to leave the issue be since it was just a small scratch, and repair fees were not a concern to him. However, he did not expect to meet such an arrogant person. Fine then. I'm not going to waste energy arguing with someone like this. I'll just call the police. The woman's loud voice attracted many passers-by. It was currently the Labor Day public holiday, so there were many cars on the road. When they saw a car collide with the rear end of a Bugatti Veyron, many people moved over to the service area to observe. What the hell? That's a Bugatti Veyron. That car costs at least $30 million. Even repainting must cost a few $100,000. So expensive? Since it's a rear-end collision, the BMW will have to take full responsibility. Even if they sold their BMW, they might not even have enough to pay for the repairs. Sigh. I can't afford to pay the repairs for such an expensive car. I'm going to steer clear of cars like this in the future. Hey. What are you guys saying? Do none of you have better things to do? Once David heard her, he understood that this woman was just here to argue for the sake of arguing. Soon after, the traffic police arrived at the scene. After viewing the scene and the cameras in the service area, they agreed that the BMW should have to take full responsibility for the collision. At this point, the BMW driver fell quiet. Well, Mississippi, since they've agreed that you should take full responsibility, I'll have to tell you that my car is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. There are only 8 of them in the entire world, with an official price of $60 million, though the market price is around $80 million now. There's a small scratch in the rear, so I'm guessing that it'll cost at least $1 million for repairs. How do you plan to compensate for this? The audience who had gathered to gossip sucked in a cold breath when they heard David's claim. $80 million? And a simple scratch would cost at least $1 million to repair? This had refreshed the crowd's worldviews. They could not understand the world of the wealthy. What? At least $1 million? That's impossible. That's a scam. A scam? Go search it up on your phone and see if it's a scam or not. The woman searched it up on her phone and immediately panicked when she saw the price. I don't have money for you. All I can give you is my life. Kill me. This woman started acting shamelessly. He had never seen someone this shameless before. Miss, if you don't have any money, I will have to apply for a distraint warrant. By then, your house and car will be auctioned off, and you will be detained for 10 days to half a month. Any thoughts? You! The woman was too shocked to speak, and her complexion paled in fear. The crowd around, however, were elated. Mister, can you please not take my mom away? Please. I'll apologize on behalf of my mom. I'll pay you back once I grow up and make more money, okay, please? David looked and found that a little girl around 5 years old had hugged his pant leg without his knowledge. Hey, buddy, is she your mom? David pointed at the woman. Is she good to you? She is. Does she hit you? Mom hits when Annie is bad, but Mom doesn't hit when Annie is a good girl. Your mom owes me a lot of money. Are you afraid? I'm not. As long as I study hard and save money when I start working, I'll be able to pay you back, mister. Do you have money on hand? Yeah. The little girl pulled out a $10 note from her pocket and handed it to David. I only have this much right now. David took the $10 and stood, then turned to return to his car. As he walked over, he said, What's wrong with people nowadays? Maybe you should learn from your own child, He pulled, opened the car doors and started the ignition, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Holy sh*T, does he not want the repair fees? That's at least $1 million. Who knows what rich people think? Let's go. We should give birth to a daughter. Then we won't have to pay compensation even after knocking into luxury cars. River City. Pearl drove the Porsche 911 back to South River International Residence after work. Before she could enter the gates of South River International Residence, she was suddenly stopped. Pearl took a close look at the people who stopped her and found her parents, her brother Sam, and 3 other strangers she did not recognize. What are they doing here? Pearl quickly got out of the car. Dad, Sam, what are you guys doing here? HMPF. How else would we find out that you're actually driving a nice car and living in a mansion in the big city while we work ourselves to death at home? Pearl's mom, Lee, said. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Pearl explained. Your boss? Your boss lets you drive his car every day? Why you, huh? Why not anyone else? Mom, can we talk somewhere else? Where are you guys staying? I can get you 2 hotel rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I want to live inside. Don't try to lie to me. Your brother's been watching you over the past few days, and he knows that you've been living inside. Lee said, pointing at South River International Residence. Mom, that's my boss' residence. I can't just bring you guys inside. T. What boss? It's your boyfriend, isn't it? That's why you can drive his car and live in his house. How dare you forget about your parents just because you found yourself a boyfriend? I'm going to take a page out of the family rulebook and teach you a lesson, Pearl's father Billy said as he raised the wooden stick at Pearl. Pearl did not expect her father to suddenly hit her. Tears immediately sprung to her eyes in pain when the stick smacked against her arm. She felt wronged. She had been living with minimal expenses just to provide for her family and even paid for Sam's university living costs. She has been sending $20,000 to her family each month, which was essentially all the money she has been making these years. Yet, now she was being subjected to a bad scolding. Still, there was nothing she could do since they were her family. She had no other choice but to bring the 6 of them into the international residence. Pearl thought that since it was a public holiday, David would be at his hometown instead of River City. The 6 guests were stunned when they entered the residence. Not even on television had they seen such a luxurious house. Minnie's entire family was too stunned to speak. They thought that their living conditions were pretty good and so looked down on the Warners, who lived in the village. Only now did they realize how close-minded they had been. Minnie's parents now looked at Sam with glee instead of distaste. If his sister could live in such a nice lodging, then Sam himself would not be too far off either. It's so grand here. Pearl. The decorations, the view. This place is even more luxurious than what we see on television, Sam said as he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He started imagining how his life would be living here every day. It was such a huge house, so there should be no problems housing him and Minnie. The guests soon snapped out of their daydream. They had originally felt out of place in this house, but immediately relaxed once they realized that this was their daughter's house, and therefore an extension of their own. At this moment, Pearl asked, So, Mom, Dad, what are you here for? Billy pointed at Minnie and her parents and introduced them. This is Minnie, your brother's girlfriend, and these are Minnie's parents. We're planning to arrange your brother's marriage, so just give us $5 million to buy him a house and a car. Pearl wanted to chortle at the ridiculousness of it all. Her father had been a farmer his entire life, so it was unlikely he would ask for $5 million outright. He might not even know how much $5 million could buy. Thus, the $5 million must have been Sam's idea. I don't have that kind of money, Pearl said. Then how much are you planning to contribute? Billy asked. He, too, felt that $5 million was too much when Sam suggested this amount. 1. I won't contribute a single cent. What? Do you want me to hit you again? Billy roared. You can beat me to death, but I will not give you a single cent. You damned girl. You're trying to anger me and give me a heart attack, aren't you? I don't care. You're going to give us the money whether you like it or not. Billy pointed at Pearl and scolded. Tears of indignation swelled in Pearl's eyes as she shouted back at him. You've always favored him just because he's a boy. You give him the best you can afford, while I have to make my own money to pay for my university fees. What have you done for me? He wants to go to university, but we can't afford it? Fine. I'll borrow the money for him and slowly return it by saving as much as possible from what I earn. I spend as little as possible on myself. Do you know what kind of life I've been living? I've even fainted at work from malnutrition. My work only got better afterward, and I only kept a small portion of my earnings for living expenses. I sent everything back home to you. So what more do you want from me? And you, brat, what did you even learn in university, huh? You have shown not an ounce of gratitude, And now you want $5 million from me? What do you take me for? An ATM? Let me make myself clear to you right now. I will not give you guys a single cent anymore from now on. Pearl had kept this bottled up inside for too long. She had never been recognized as a person of value at home, no matter how well she performed, all because she was born a girl instead of a boy. It did not matter if she scored first place in every exam, as her parents would never spare her any praise or recognition. Sam, however, was showered in their parents' love and care no matter how much trouble he caused. All Sam had to do was tell on her, and she would immediately be beaten up. When she got into university, she almost had to drop out because her parents were not willing to pay for it. They said that ladies did not need to study because they were going to be married off anyway, so she might as well start working to help feed the family. Had it not been for her teacher's sponsorship and her part-time job, she might not have been able to graduate in the end. Now her parents have come to ask her for $5 million for her brother's wedding. Where was she going to get the $5 million from? She might have gotten a promotion, but David never said anything about a pay raise. Pearl's sudden outburst silenced everyone present, especially Lee and Billy, for their usually obedient daughter had suddenly talked back at them. They were too stunned to speak for a moment. I don't care. We're not going to leave this place until you give us the money, Lee said shamelessly. If that's the case, then I might as well tell you the truth. My boss took pity on me. That's why he let me stay here. Do you know how much money this house costs? Pearl did not wait for them to guess before she told them the answer. $400 million. $400 million? Oh my God. They did not have a grasp on how much $400 million was, but it should be enough to buy an entire street in their town. They even refused to believe it when Sam said that the house Pearl lived in costs at least $50 million. There's no way a house can cost so much. Only now did they realize that $50 million was much too little. Do you know how much $400 million is? Anything in this house is enough to buy an entire house back home. If you're not going to leave, then I will. Just don't blame me when the security guards come here and start seizing you people for burglary. Breaking and entering into an area as high class as this one can land you around 10 years in jail, you know? Pearl turned to leave once she finished speaking. Stop right there. How dare you rebel against us, you damned girl. Billy stood up to hit Pearl, only to be held back by Lee. Dad, ever since I was young, you've never referred to me as anything other than damned girl, you know? I am your daughter. Yet I mean less to you than those beggars outside, Pearl said with tears in her eyes. Sam was also shocked. He originally thought that as long as he called his parents over, Pearl would end up giving him anything he wanted. That was how things always have been, after all, but things did not go according to plan this time. Pearl, Shut up. I know what you're planning. You called Mom and Dad over so that I would cave under their pressure, didn't you? How old are you this year? Huh? Can't you make your own money to pay for your own marriage? Pearl then ignored them and walked toward the door. The others in the room immediately stood up to follow her. They were not from the city, and there was no one they could turn to for help should they get thrown in jail for 10 years. Just as Pearl arrived at the doorway, the main doors opened from the outside. It was already dark by the time David arrived at River City. He would have arrived way earlier had he not been held up on the road. Exhausted, he returned to the South River International residence and opened the doors to his home, only for him to see Pearl with reddened eyes about to leave. Huh? Miss Pearl? What's wrong? Are you going out? Then he spotted the people standing behind Pearl. Who are they? Pearl felt her chest tighten when she saw David. Didn't he go home for the holidays? Why is he back so soon? And now of all times, too. My apologies, Mr. Lydell. These people are my family members. They came over to visit me from home. SOL thought I'd bring them here to sit down. I'll show them out right away. Pearl replied nervously. She was afraid that David would be angry. Anyone would be upset to know that random people had come into their $400 million house while they were out. Where are you going so late at night? There are plenty of rooms here. Why not just stay the night? David asked. Pearl had overthought the seriousness of the issue. Houses were meant to be lived in anyway. There were many rooms in this house, and it could most certainly house these 6 guests. David did not mind housing them. No, it's all right, Mr. Lydell. I already arranged hotel rooms for them. So I'll be? Billy interrupted Pearl. You must be this damned girl's boyfriend? Huh? You're already living together, so might as well get married as soon as possible. We might just be an insignificant family, but there are still proper rights to perform. We're not asking for much, just $10 million and a house and car for your brother in River City. It doesn't have to be too expensive, and if you can afford such an expensive house, I'm sure these requests mean nothing to you, right? David was stunned. Damned girl? Is he talking about Pearl? What kind of father calls his own daughter that? And he's mistaking me for Pearl's boyfriend. But considering that we do live in the same house, I guess it makes sense that people think we're living together? Ah, there's no clearing this misunderstanding, is there? But $10 million and a house and car in River City? Why does it feel like he's selling his daughter off? David glanced at Pearl, but did not say anything. Pearl's chest heaved, and she stared at her father with fear. Tears fell without stopping down her face as she shouted, "Dad, stop with that nonsense." How is that nonsense? You're already living together. What's not clear here? Who else will marry you if he doesn't make you his wife? How do you expect us to live with dignity back at home? Billy refuted. Sir? I'm just Miss Pearl's boss. I'm not her boyfriend, David could not help but say. Boss? What kind of boss lives with their employee? You just don't want to take responsibility, do you? Billy asked. David was rendered speechless. Not only had the misunderstanding not been resolved, but he had also made himself a target. Realizing that Billy was not going to listen to whatever explanation he had, David stayed silent. Dad, please just stop talking already. Are you trying to screw me over? Pearl shouted at Billy with tears in her eyes. Pearl, Dad's helping you here. Sam interrupted. He was elated now. Now that his dad had asked his sister and brother-in-law to buy him a house and car in River City, he might actually get those things. Not to mention that the $10 million would one day be his too. Once he had a house, a car, and savings, he would not need to work at all. Instead, he could just drive around and take in the city view. Minnie and her parents were also excited. If Billy's demands were met, they would be more than happy to let their daughter marry Sam. They would return home with pride if their son-in-law had $10 million as well as a house and car in River City. Pearl looked at her parents' and brother's expressions. There was not a shred of guilt at all for causing her pain and turmoil. They were only ever here for the money. If David happened to be broke, Pearl knew her family would do everything to get them to break up. This was why they were so ready to sell their daughter and get a large sum of money from David when they realized that he was wealthy. All they cared about was money. As long as they had money, what happened to Pearl was not their concern. In this instant, Pearl suddenly understood. Ever since she was born, she had been nothing more than a method for her family to get what they wanted. Pearl had no one to blame but herself. She thought that family mattered most, so she only left a small portion of her earnings for herself and sent the rest back home. It was at this moment she realized that she was just a piece of plankton in the sea, with nowhere to go and nowhere she belonged. Her heart grew cold. Without another word, Pearl turned and walked into the elevator. All she wanted was to leave this place. David could feel that something was wrong with the situation, so he quickly followed and squeezed into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. With the two of them gone, Sam and the others shared a confused look. They did not know what to do. In the end, they decided to leave the house as well since it was not theirs. Pearl's threat worked, as they did not want to be mistaken for thieves and get thrown in jail. A park in River City. David and Pearl were sitting by a river. Pearl told David about what she had been through for over 20 years. David listened quietly and did not speak. Mr. Liddell, aren't I stupid? I give them whatever they want. If I don't have the money, I'll just loan it from someone else and save up to pay back the loan, Pearl asked when she had finished. Miss Pearl, you're not stupid. You're just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they take it for granted, David said after pondering it. Perhaps. But I've decided to live for myself for the next few decades after I've lived the first 20 years for them. Miss Pearl, please invite your parents to the hotel for dinner tomorrow. I should do a little something since they've come this far. If you need money, just go to the finance department and get it. No matter what decision you make, I will support you, said David. Thank you, Mr. Liddell. Pearl cried as she leaned into David's arms. She thought David would look down on her because she had such a family, but he did not mind at all. Little did she know that David's parents had died when he was a child, and his life with Uncle Trace was not much better than hers. However, he had his Aunt Diana and Aunt Sally, who doted on him. Pearl had no one, so his heart ached for her. She had her family's best interests at heart, but eventually found that they only used her as a tool to make money. Miss Pearl, cry all you want. You'll feel better crying it all out, said David as he patted Pearl on the back. Pearl wept in David's arms for about half an hour before getting up. She was embarrassed to see that the chest area of David's clothes was wet with her tears. Mr. Liddell, I'm sorry. I wet your clothes. It's all right. Miss Pearl, come on. Let's go back. The two returned to South River International Residence. They soon realized Sam and the rest had left. Mr. Liddell, I'll go find them. Pearl wanted to leave after finishing. However, David stopped her. Miss Pearl, didn't you say you're going to live for yourself from now on? You should learn to say no. They'll get more brazen if you go to them now. Besides, they're adults. Nothing will happen to them. All right. Good night, Mr. Liddell. Pearl entered her room once she said this. She thought David was right. Since she wanted to live for herself, she should learn to say no. David lay on the bed. He looked at the system panel in front of him. Host, David Liddell. Balance, $999,686,5462,5465. Body, 50, pretty strong, plus. Mind, 50, pretty strong, plus. Skills, driving, 10 expert, plus. Piano skills, 10 expert, plus. Singing, 10 expert, plus. Lyrics writing, 10 expert, plus. Song composition, 10 expert, plus. Lavish points, 190. He had 190 lavish points left. He wanted to improve himself quickly. Making up his mind, he spent 50 lavish points on his body. The body column went from 50 to 100. Suddenly, David felt hot all over his body. It was as if ants were crawling in his muscles. He felt sore. The feeling lasted a full 5 minutes before disappearing. David felt as if he had just come out of the water while it soaked into his skin. Then, he calmly spent another 50 lavish points on his mind. His head instantly felt drowsy. It was as if he was drunk. David closed his eyes and lay quietly on the bed. A few minutes later, David felt sober. He opened his eyes. My vision seems to have improved a lot. He used to be a little short-sighted. However, he could now even see a mosquito on the ceiling 3 meters high. Not only could he see it, he could also see which foot the mosquito was moving. How amazing! David quickly looked at the panel. His body and mind had reached 100 points, and they seemed to have reached the maximum limit. Even the next morning, Golden Leaf Hotel Chairman's office. Miss Pearl, I'm planning to set up an investment company called East League International, but I don't have time. So, I need someone I trust to help me set up my team. I hope you can help me. Mr. Liddell, I'm scared that I'll fail. Pearl replied hesitantly. She wanted to do it, but she was afraid that she was not capable enough and would wreck David's big plans. Miss Pearl, you're capable. You should go beyond this small hotel. You should go out and see the world. I'll give it a try. Go for it. The greatest support I can give you is unlimited financial resources. We'll hire anyone you think is capable. If someone is offering them $1 million, we'll offer $5 million, or even $10 million. We're not afraid to spend money as long as they're good. Okay, when shall I start? The sooner the better. Then I'll start tomorrow. Sure, call your parents over. We'll have a meal together. After last night's events, David thought Pearl had changed. She used to be optimistic and cheerful. Now, she was turning into a ruthless businesswoman. To be honest, David still liked the old Pearl, who occasionally gave him a little unintentional temptation. However, there was no other way. People would change after experiencing certain things. On the other side, Billy and the rest stayed in a regular hotel. In the morning, everyone gathered and waited for Billy to decide what to do. Dad, what shall we do today? Asked Sam. What do we do? We'll go straight to her hotel and find her. But what if my sister doesn't want to see us? She doesn't want to see us? I gave birth to her and raised her all these years. but she doesn't want to acknowledge her own father now that she's leading a good life? Then I'll make a scene at her workplace so that she can't hold her head high in front of her colleagues. Yes, let's do that. It's not that easy to get rid of us now that she's grown up. Lee chimed in. Minnie's family said nothing, but they still hoped that Sam could get Pearl's help. After all, it was related to their daughter's future. The group was heading to Golden Leaf Hotel, where Pearl worked, when Pearl called and asked them to go to the hotel for dinner. Dad, it seems that Pearl has compromised. We're going to get the house and car, Sam said happily. Minnie was happy too. What was Sam's was hers. She was going to have a fancy car too. Billy also smiled and said, Look at you. Your brother-in-law is a wealthy businessman living in a house worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He can't handle such a big hotel by himself. Didn't you say Pearl's some manager? Ask her to give you a supervisory job. Yes, she's the general manager. She holds the most power besides David. I'll ask him to arrange a job for Minnie and me. Ask your sister to set you up with a supervisory job and put Minnie in charge of the money. That way, we can prevent your brother-in-law from having an affair with all his money. And you two can help your sister out a little, said Lee. With that, they happily headed to Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon arrival at the hotel, the waiter led them to private room number 1. David and Pearl were already sitting inside, and the dishes were already served. Looking at all the delicacies on the table, they gulped a little. They had only seen kings on TV eat such good food. They never expect themselves to be able to eat such food too. Uncle and Aunt, you have come a long way. I'll treat you to a meal today. Help yourselves. I'll ask the kitchen to make more if it's not enough, said David. Thank you, David. Sam sat down and helped him to the food, and several others followed. This lobster is delicious. Minnie, try some of this. Mom and Dad, have some of this lobster too. Why is this crab so big? Mom, this is king crab. It's crazy expensive. They cost thousands of dollars each. What's this? It's black and melts in your mouth. It tastes so good. This is caviar. This cost more. This is abalone. I don't know it either. This one tastes better. While they enjoyed themselves with the food, David got up and said, Uncle and Aunt, take your time and enjoy the food. I gotta go. If the food's not enough, ask Miss Pearl to inform the kitchen to make more. David, you can go. Sam replied with a mouthful of food. David left, knowing Pearl had something to say to her family. He did not want to be there to interfere with her decision. He would support whatever decision she made anyway. A few moments after David left, Pearl spoke. Pack up your things and go home when you're done eating. I'll transfer you money on time every month. Pearl, I don't want to go back anymore. Why don't you arrange a job for me here? Sam said. Pearl thought about it. It would be a good thing if Sam could work there, so she said, Give me your university diploma, and I'll see which position suits you. Sam suddenly stopped talking, and the room became quiet. Pearl kept staring at Sam. Sam felt a little nervous. He had been afraid of Pearl before, but not as he was today. Pearl's gaze made him shudder. Finally, he had no choice but to say, Well, Pearl, I didn't go to university. Oh, you didn't go to university? What happened to the money I saved up to send you to university then? Pearl asked after taking a deep breath. Well, I lost some money gambling at the time, so I was forced to lie to you and say that I was admitted to a university, Sam said with a shudder. So the entire family conspired to trick me? I scrimped and saved even at the expense of my health such that I fainted at work, and you used the money I saved to pay off your gambling debts? Sister, we had no other choice. Those debt collectors said they'd chop off my hand if I didn't pay them. Mom and Dad had no choice but to lie to you. Pearl, I know I was wrong, but I've changed my ways and haven't gambled since, explained Sam. I can testify to that. Sammy did change, interjected Lee. Pearl took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm her fury. All right then. You can start at the bottom as a waiter. Pearl, I don't want to be a waiter. Give me a supervisory job and put Minnie in charge of the money. This way, we can prevent David from having an affair when he has money. I promise to report everything he does to you. Mom told us to help you out, Sam said bravely. Pearl laughed out of anger. A supervisory job? Put her in charge of the money? Help me out. They're trying to rob David. Do they also think that this hotel is going to belong to the Warner family in the future? How dare they think that way? You want to be in charge of the money? Do you know how much is the monthly revenue? Do you know how much is this meal? Let me tell you. This meal cost $1 million, and the revenue of this place is nearly $1 billion a month. Do you think you can manage that? Pearl finished speaking. Everyone stopped eating. They looked up at her with shocked eyes. $1 million for one meal? That was crazy. Pearl, how much did you say we had this meal for? Sam swallowed his food and whispered. This meal cost a total of $1 million. The crowd was silent for a long time. After the shock wore off, Lee said, Do you make that much money every month? It seems that you have good taste. Then we're not going back. We've had a lifetime of hard work. It's time to enjoy. Since you're so rich, let's get Sammy a house and car so he can get married and settle down, added Billy. Pearl looked at the family, speechless. They were all the same. She was sad that she had been born into such a family. She thought of helping them as much as possible since they were family after all. However, now she just wanted to leave. She did not want to see these people anymore. Help yourselves to the food. I'm going out for a while. Pearl got up and left after speaking. She was disheartened. Her entire family had conspired to trick her. They took the money she saved to pay off Sam's gambling debts. If they could give them what they wanted today, they would ask for more tomorrow. They would never be satisfied and grateful. All they did was take. She did not want to see these people anymore. The crowd continued eating. It would be a waste not to eat this meal costing $1 million. At the same time, Pearl went to the chairman's office. David was playing with his cell phone out of boredom. Hey, Miss Pearl, why did you come upstairs so soon? Mr. Liddell, I want to leave and never see them again, said Pearl. Do you want to leave now? What about them? Shall I give them some money? Asked David. He suspected Pearl's family had said something hurtful to her that caused her to react so strongly. Since Pearl had made up her mind, he would support her. Please don't. It would never end if you give them anything. They'll never be content. Then should I ignore them? Yes, ignore them. If they cause any trouble in the hotel, just report it to the police and put them in the police station for 2 days. All right then. Where do you plan to go first, Miss Pearl? I'm going to Springfield. It's a world-class metropolis with many talented people, and I have a university roommate in Springfield whom I can ask for help. Okay. I wish you a smooth journey, Miss Pearl. I'll host you a celebration dinner when you come back. Thank you, Mr. Liddell. Billy and the rest had no idea Pearl had just left for Springfield. They had already eaten a lot, but could not bear to part with the delicacies costing $1 million. Thus, they eventually spent 3 hours eating. The group left the private room after finishing their meal, and they were taken to the chairman's office by the waiter. My dear brother-in-law, where's my sister? Asked Sam. Don't call me your brother-in-law. I told you, Miss Pearl and I are just colleagues. We've never stepped out of line, and I'm still a university student. How could I be your brother-in-law? Replied David. The group looked at each other. Something did not feel right. It was not a problem earlier, but now they could not call him this. Well, Mr. Liddell, where's my sister? Sam asked again. Your sister has left. You should go home after finishing your meal, answered David. She left? We'll go find her. When I said she left, I don't mean she left the hotel, but River City. Here's Miss Pearl's resignation letter. Take a look yourself. David handed Sam a sheet of paper after saying that. Did she resign? The group was shocked. Something did not seem right. Sam took it and saw that it was indeed a resignation letter from Pearl. Mr. Liddell, why did my sister resign? How do I put this? Miss Pearl thinks you'll keep bothering her if she works here. She can't meet your requirements, so she has no choice but to leave, replied David. Where did my sister go? I don't know. I think she went to find her university roommate. Lee quickly took out her cell phone and called Pearl. Sorry. The number you're calling is unavailable. Sorry. No. Oh no. Lee plopped down on the ground. Did you gang up with that wrench to fool us? I'm telling you, we're not leaving unless she comes out. Billy said to David with a face full of fury. Sir, don't lose your temper here. I didn't force your daughter to leave. You're the one who did that. What does it have to do with me? It will be your fault if you throw a tantrum here. I don't care. I'm staying here unless she comes out. I get to enjoy good food and good drinks anyway. Billy remained unmoved. Sir, I treated you to the best food in the hotel for her sake when Miss Pearl was still here. This meal cost millions of dollars. But I don't need to be polite to you anymore now that she's gone. I'm going to report to the police if you throw a tantrum here. Don't blame me for ruining your reputation if you got locked up for some time. David said slowly. Sure enough, they were scared as soon as David said that. After all, David was a big shot in their eyes. Don't bluff me. I'm telling you, I've lived a long time. Nothing scares me, said Billy. Although he said so, his shaky voice betrayed the unease in his heart. Sir, how could I bluff you? I know a little about Miss Pearl's situation. She's also your child. But why do you treat her so differently? If you had paid any attention to Miss Pearl, she wouldn't have left today. Miss Pearl cried her eyes when she left. She said she has repaid you for raising her when she left. She doesn't want to see you again. You'll probably never find her again. Billy felt a surge of fury fill his chest and almost fainted when he heard what David said. Lee quickly stepped forward to support Billy. Sam also felt a buzz in his head. The bright future he imagined was gone. Minnie's parents pulled Minnie to leave. They did not want to behave so recklessly with Billy. What if they actually got arrested? Minnie, yelled Sam. Minnie turned and looked at Sam sadly. What are you looking at this loser for? They had such a good opportunity, but they just had to force Pearl away. Look at the situation now. They didn't manage to get anything. With his abilities, when will he be able to afford a house and a car? Come on, hurry home with me. Cut your ties with him. I'll introduce Yato to someone better, Mrs. Fuller said fiercely as she yanked Minnie. Sam instead felt like falling to hell from heaven. Billy and Lee also felt their blood boiling as rage consumed them. If Pearl changed her contact information, where were they going to find her? Pearl had sent them money every month for years, so it had become a habit. They had not worked for a long time. They were the envy of everyone in the village, raising a good daughter and having money to spend without working. What if they were suddenly cut off financially? Were they going to have to go back to the old days of going out in the morning and going home in the evening, working hard every day? What would the village think of the family? The old couple regretted it when they thought of that. They enjoyed just staying at home. They could spend the day just playing poker and taking a walk. It was all that punk Sam's fault. If it were not for him, they would still be having the time of their lives at home. Now great. They had nothing left. The old couple did not reflect on how harshly they treated Pearl since she was little. They only regretted listening to Sam and coming all the way here. They were right, of course. If they stayed at home, Pearl would still send them same amount of money without a penny less. David sat quietly on the couch as he watched the family's reaction. He could have paid to get rid of them. Even if they had asked for an insane amount of money, David could afford it. However, David did not want to pay them. David found it a miracle that Pearl did not abandon herself with a family background like that, and that impressed him. Pearl had a good figure and good looks. She was no worse than the 3 campus belles of SRU. She even had a maturity that was even more attractive to men. He knew that well. She worked in a fancy place like Golden Leaf Hotel and was in touch with wealthy businessmen, so it would be a piece of cake if she gave her all in earning money. Sir, if you still don't believe me, you can wait at the hotel entrance every morning to watch whether Miss Pearl will come to work. Of course, the condition is that it can't affect the hotel's operation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. That's all I have to say. You may leave. The group left dejectedly. David had no idea if they were going home right away or if they would wait. However, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Some things would not be appreciated until they were lost. Perhaps they would finally realize how good Miss Pearl was after losing her support and being down and out for a while. Minnie's parents pulled Minnie to leave. They did not want to behave so recklessly with Billy. What if they actually got arrested? Minnie, yelled Sam. Minnie turned and looked at Sam sadly. What are you looking at this loser for? They had such a good opportunity, but they just had to force Pearl away. Look at the situation now. They didn't manage to get anything. With his abilities, When will he be able to afford a house and a car? Come on, hurry home with me. Cut your ties with him. I'll introduce you to someone better, Mrs. Fuller said fiercely as she yanked Minnie. Sam instead felt like falling to hell from heaven. Billy and Lee also felt their blood boiling as rage consumed them. If Pearl changed her contact information, where were they going to find her? Pearl had sent them money every month for years, so it had become a habit. They had not worked for a long time. They were the envy of everyone in the village, raising a good daughter and having money to spend without working. What if they were suddenly cut off financially? Were they going to have to go back to the old days of going out in the morning and going home in the evening, working hard every day? What would the village think of the family? The old couple regretted it when they thought of that. They enjoyed just staying at home. They could spend the day just playing poker and taking a walk. It was all that punk Sam's fault. If it were not for him, they would still be having the time of their lives at home. Now great. They had nothing left. The old couple did not reflect on how harshly they treated Pearl since she was little. They only regretted listening to Sam and coming all the way here. They were right, of course. If they stayed at home, Pearl would still send them same amount of money without a penny less. David sat quietly on the couch as he watched the family's reaction. He could have paid to get rid of them. Even if they had asked for an insane amount of money, David could afford it. However, David did not want to pay them. David found it a miracle that Pearl did not abandon herself with a family background like that, and that impressed him. Pearl had a good figure and good looks. She was no worse than the 3 campus belles of SRU. She even had a maturity that was even more attractive to men. He knew that well. She worked in a fancy place like Golden Leaf Hotel and was in touch with wealthy businessmen, so it would be a piece of cake if she gave her all in earning money. Sir, if you still don't believe me, you can wait at the hotel entrance every morning to watch whether Miss Pearl will come to work. Of course, the condition is that it can't affect the hotel's operation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. That's all I have to say. You may leave. The group left dejectedly. David had no idea if they were going home right away or if they would wait. However, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Some things would not be appreciated until they were lost. Perhaps they would finally realize how good Miss Pearl was after losing her support and being down and out for a while. David took several deep breaths after walking out of the hospital. It was all over. The moment David let go of everything, he felt more relaxed than ever. He was pulling out of the hospital gate. Thief! Stop the thief! A voice rang in David's ear. David pulled the car over quickly. When he got off the car, he saw a young man not far away running toward him with a wallet in his hand. A woman in her 30s followed at a distance behind. Go away! Go away! Do you want to die? The young man shouted and gestured with a dagger he held in his other hand as he ran. David wanted to test himself after upgrading his body to the maximum limit. Just as he was about to start, he suddenly felt a dark figure passing by. It was so fast. When David looked at the thief, he saw that he was already pinned to the ground by one hand. The thief lay on the ground and struggled, but he still could not break free from the big hand that was like a pair of iron pliers. A professional. That must be a professional. That was David's first impression. David's mind had reached its peak now, and his 6 senses were very keen. When the man passed by him earlier, he could feel the intense aura pouring out of the man's body. David took a closer look. Isn't this the man who begged the doctor to save his mother at the hospital? Paul Shaw walked out of the hospital full of anxiety. His mother's illness was serious, and she needed a lot of money to have a chance of curing it. However, he did not have any money. He had been working abroad as a mercenary for years. He had made a lot of money and would have soon been able to return home to provide a good life for his family. However, when they were about to finish their last deal, they were attacked by an unknown party when they were protecting an official of a small country giving a speech outside. Only 3 of the 12 of them survived. After returning to their home country, the 3 decided to give all their money to the families of their brothers-in-arms, who were forced to stay in a foreign land forever. This was because they had at least come back alive, while their brothers, who had gone through thick and thin with them for years, were left forever in a foreign land. He did not expect his mother's health to deteriorate so fast. She would miss the best treatment period if she delayed the surgery, but where could he get so much money so soon? There was a saying where even a penny could cause inconvenience to a hero, let alone so much money. What could he do? He had gone abroad for years. His best buddies were the two people who came back alive with him. However, they came from poor families like himself. Otherwise, no one would go abroad to risk their lives for money. They did not have a single penny on themselves by the time they came back. They must be struggling to make a living right now. Asking them for help would only be a drop in the bucket. As soon as he walked out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting about stopping a thief. Thus, he instinctively rushed over and subdued the thief. He pressed the thief to the ground with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. The woman, who was the victim, soon caught up with him and took the stolen wallet from Paul. "Thank you, sir." The woman thanked him immediately. "Don't mention it. Hurry and call the police," replied Paul. "Okay. Yes. The woman took out her cell phone and called the police. A few minutes later, the police came and took the thief away. The woman repeatedly thanked Paul and took a lot of money out of her wallet to thank him. However, he refused. He did not catch the thief for money. Even if he needed it, he could not accept it. Just as he was about to leave, a figure blocked his way. If he went to the left, the figure would block him on the left, and if he went to the right, the figure would block him on the right. This was repeated several times before he realized that the person had done it on purpose. "What's the meaning of this, man?" Paul asked as he looked at David. "Sir, why don't we go somewhere and talk?" asked David. "I don't think we know each other. I can pay to save your mother. Don't get me wrong, I was visiting a friend in the hospital when I saw you begging the doctor." Paul watched David carefully. After all these years on the edge of life and death, he could feel a little threat from David. He wondered how the young man did it. After all, there were very few people who posed a threat to him, even in the mercenary circle abroad. They soon found a park nearby. As it was still early, there were not many people in the park. "What's your name, sir?" asked David. "My name is Paul Shaw." "Mr. Shaw, I know you're in urgent need of money to save your mother right now. I can get the best hospital, the best equipment, and the best medicine for your mother. But no matter what happens, you have to serve me for 10 years. What do you think?" Paul looked at David. Unwilling to look weak, David looked at Paul too. Moments later, Paul said, "Okay, but I'm only responsible for your safety. I won't help you do anything illegal." "Deal." David held out his hand. Paul held out his hand too. Their hands clasped together. They were creating a legend. "Mr. Shaw, my name is David Liddell. You can call me Mr. Liddell." "Mr. Liddell, don't call me Mr. Shaw. Just call me Paul." "Okay, Paul. I'd like to test my skills with you." David had wanted to test his skills for a long time. Ever since both his body and mind had reached their peak, David not only felt a much stronger sixth senses, but also an inexhaustible strength in his body. "Mr. Liddell, please start," Paul said. He also wanted to see what the young man who could pose a slight threat to him could do. The two men stood more than 10 meters apart. David had no skills. All he had was acute sense and explosive power in the body. He tried to mobilize the power in his body and let them fill all over his body. At this moment, David exuded the aura of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Paul felt intense pressure. Besides feeling shocked, he also exuded a bloody aura formed from wandering on the edge of life and death for the years. David kicked hard with his feet, and his body instantly shot at Paul as he punched him. They were just testing each other's skills, and David did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, so he only used half of his strength in the punch. Paul felt a surge of pressure when David rushed toward him. He was momentarily distracted and found that David was already punching him. He immediately clenched his hands and folded them in front of his chest to block David's punch. Bang! David knocked Paul 7 or 8 meters away before stopping. David stopped where Paul had stood earlier, grinning and shaking his aching right hand. Paul looked at his red and swollen arm, his face full of shock. David was stronger than he imagined. David was a bit of a threat at first, but he did not take him seriously. After all, David was so young. He looked like he was only 20 years old. Even if he had been practicing since he was a kid, he was no match for someone who had been on the battlefield like him for years. Therefore, It was inevitable that he looked down slightly on David. However, David punched him 7 or 8 meters away just now, and his arm had gotten a little red and swollen. He had underestimated David. There would always be someone better than you. What he did not know was that David only used 50% of his strength. There was no knowing how he would feel if he did. "Paul, what do you think about my punch?" asked David as he shook his still aching right hand. "Mr. Liddell, you're the first person I've ever met at your age this good. You're so strong at such a young age. I'm impressed." "The first person my age? So you've seen someone better than me, just older?" David was a little dissatisfied with Paul's comments. "I've already upgraded both body and mind to the maximum. Is there someone else better than me? Does that mean I can't outdo them? 1. I can't be invincible even after I've cheated? Looks like I need to study the system. Paul, let's go. Let's help your mother transfer to another hospital and settle the surgery earlier so that you can be by my side without worry." "Thank you, Mr. Liddell," Paul said excitedly. David asked in the South River Province SCC chat group if anyone knew Champion Hospital's top management. Soon, someone replied. A man named Charles Luther added David and gave him a phone number to talk to the director of Champion Hospital. David called and explained his purpose. The other party was polite and friendly. They told David that the patient could transfer at any time, and they would arrange a consultation with specialists as soon as possible. When David, Paul, and his mother arrived at Champion Hospital in the afternoon, a team of more than a dozen specialists was already waiting at the entrance. "You must be Mr. Liddell." "Hello, I'm Tom Lake, the director of Champion Hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We will do our best to cure the patient." "Thank you then, Dr. Lake." "You're too kind, Mr. Liddell. It's our job." What followed was a series of examinations on Paul's mother by a team of more than a dozen specialists. The conclusion was that they had to operate as quickly as possible to prevent her disease from deteriorating, and every day that passed increased the risk of surgery. Therefore, the hospital arranged the surgery for Paul's mother the next day. Champion Hospital's premium ward. "Paul, does such a nice hospital cost a lot of money?" "Mom, don't worry. I've solved the problem regarding the money. You should just focus on getting better in peace. I don't want to cure my illness anymore. Save the money to get a wife. You're already more than 30 years old and don't even have a wife. Look at the boy next door who grew up with you. His son is about to enter junior high. Mom, hurry and get well, and I'll get a wife to birth you a healthy grandson, okay?" "Okay, okay, okay. Make sure you keep your word. I've been looking forward to grandkids my whole life." Paul stepped out of the ward and wiped his wet eyes. The people he did the most wrong to were his parents. He would not let his mother leave this world with any regrets. Paul's mother had a successful surgery the next day. The surgery was performed by the top medical professors in South River Province, and the hospital had sent 2 senior nurses to take care of her. After this, David gave Paul his binge G class, and Paul started working. He protected David in secret. At the same time, Sam and his family split in 2. Billy and Maggie waited outside the hotel while Sam waited at South River International Residence's entrance. It seemed that they were unwilling to leave just like that. Without Pearl's financial support, they were unsure of their future. David ignored them to see how long they could go on. At the very least, it would teach them a memorable lesson. There was also good news from Pearl. Under the temptation of a huge amount of money, there were already people interested in East League International, and she was in contact with them. As an investment company, East League International would first recruit a team of strong lawyers, negotiation experts, and an evaluation team. David told Pearl to hurry and that it did not matter if she spent more money. They were going to work with Andy soon, and David hoped that the recruits could be helpful. Evening. River City Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center. Madison brought Patrick here for her class reunion. Today's party was organized by people who stayed at school for the holidays. Some of them who got back early attended. However, Tara did not join them. She had some problems at home, so she was probably taking a few days off. Madison brought Patrick with her because he was a rich guy and had pretty good looks. He was the typical tall and handsome rich guy, so Madison wanted to show off. Entering a large private room, they found that there were already about 20 or 30 young people inside, both men and women. These young men and women had good looks. After all, they were from SRMU's acting department. No one would learn to act if they did not have good looks. Madison and Patrick's arrival caught everyone's attention. After all, Madison was one of the people who stood out in her class. Madison, who's this? Aren't you going to introduce us? One classmate asked. Madison said, "This is my boyfriend, Patrick Reed. He's studying at SRU. His family runs a small business with only tens of millions of assets." Wow, Madison, I can't believe you found a tall and rich quee with good looks. I'm so jealous of you. Maddie, I can't believe you went ahead of us without saying a word. You're lucky. You can settle down and marry rich after graduation. We still have to work hard for a living. The voices all around her were envious. Madison felt like she was on cloud nine. She enjoyed being envied. Hello, my name is Patrick Reed. I'm Maddie's boyfriend. Thank you for taking care of Maddie. I'd like to propose a toast, Patrick said as he took the beer from the table and downed it. What Patrick did won a lot of praise from the girls. The boys were a little upset by Patrick. It would be weird to feel happy knowing that someone from another school had stolen the most beautiful girl in class. After a brief introduction, everyone went on singing and dancing. What was it like to go to a club with SRMU students? Patrick knew what it felt like now. It was just a small party. Everyone was so expressive, singing and dancing. Patrick had no chance to show what he was capable of. Patrick wanted to go up there and shout, but was scared of humiliating himself. As Patrick was no match for these professionals, he could only sit on the couch and watch. Luckily, Madison was there for him. After a while, Madison got up and went to the bathroom. Patrick sat on the couch and applauded the future star. About 10 minutes later, Madison hurried into the private room, grabbed Patrick and said, "Pat, let's go." "What happened?" "Maddie," asked Patrick. He could see that there was something wrong with Madison. "Hurry. We'll talk after we get out," Madison said hurriedly. "All right." They were about to leave the private room. The private room door was suddenly opened, and a crowd of men in black rushed in. Click. The light in the private room was then turned on. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the group of uninvited guests. "Damn it. Who hit me earlier?" A bald man came in and asked. The man was in his 30s. He was fat, shirtless, and covered in several bizarre tattoos. The room was silent. No one spoke. Everyone was shocked. After all, they were only students, and the man did not seem like someone you should mess with. The bald man soon spotted Madison and Patrick, preparing to leave. He walked a few steps up to them and yanked Madison's long hair. Madison screamed and was pulled into the bald man's arms. "You hit me, didn't you? F***CKU. It's the first time someone has slapped me in the face. What do you think I should do?" The bald man whispered into Madison's ear. Patrick was also shocked to see the bald man yanking Madison's hair, but quickly came to himself and said, "What are you doing? Let Maddie go, or I'll call the police," Patrick said as he took out his cell phone to make a call. However, a man in black kicked him to the couch before he could make the call. He gasped as he clutched his stomach while his cell phone was kicked into the crowd of students. Several timid girls screamed. The others were scared out of their wits too. F***CK. The bald man grabbed Madison's hair as he looked at the other person in the private room and asked, "Are you guys together? This little girl just slapped me in the face. What do you think I should do?" "You touched me first," Madison said as she wept. "It's an honor to have me F***King touch you. Do you know that many girls want me, Harry, to touch them, but I'm just not interested?" No one in the private room dared to speak. However, a female student hiding in the back of the crowd stealthily picked up Patrick's cell phone. Then she typed a few words, "Danger in Fuller Golden Sands, private room number 47, and randomly sent IT to someone. Then she quietly threw the phone to its original position. Patrick slightly came to his senses. Looking at the bald man, he said, "Harry, right? I apologize on Maddie's behalf. How much money will it take to let her go? Name your price." He now had a clear view of the situation. Although there were many people on their side, most of them were women. If they did fight, their side would suffer. Besides, it was doubtful whether anyone but him would dare to fight. They had all turned pale with fright. "Are you this girl's boyfriend?" the bald man asked. Yes, replied Patrick. Okay, you seem smart. Just give us $1 million, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you can let me have some fun with this girl since she's pretty too. Ha ha, the bald man said and laughed. Pat, save me, Madison shouted as she wept. The bald man yanked her hair so she could not move at all, and he kept taking advantage of her. Harry, $1 million is too much. We're only students. We don't have that much money. I'll pay $100,000 if you let Maddie go. $100,000? Do you think we're F***king beggars? The bald man asked as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Patrick. That's all I have. I hope you can be the bigger person and spare us. Patrick only had $100,000. He was a rich kid, but his parents' business empire. He was a big spender, so he could not save any money. The $100,000 was his allowance next month, but he had no choice but to rescue Madison first. Fine, $100,000 then. Transfer me the money first, the bald man said. He did not expect students nowadays to be so rich. He just casually asked for $1 million, thinking it would be good enough to get $10,000 or so. He did not expect him to give him $100,000. That was enough money to let him splurge for a while. Patrick was relieved when the bald man agreed. It was only $100,000, and he could just make up an excuse and ask his parents for more money. He did not know what to do if they rejected him. When Patrick was about to pick up his phone and make the transfer, he heard Madison screaming. Ah, bastard! Stop! Patrick looked over, but the sight made Patrick so angry that he went over with a wine bottle and smashed it over the bald man's head. It turned out that the bald man yanked Madison's hair with one hand and touched her body with the other when Patrick went to pick up his cell phone. The bald man's head was covered in blood from the hit. He let go of Madison and shouted while holding his head. Several men in black reacted quickly, rushed over, and pinned Patrick down. Those SRMU students were so scared they dared not move. They had never experienced such a thing. Madison was also shocked. She was touched by Patrick's daring rescue. Watching Patrick pinned to the ground by several men in black, such that he was unable to move, she wanted to help but was grabbed by the bald man who had regained his senses. The bald man looked scary at that moment. He had blood running down his face and looked terrifying. Boy, you're f***ing daring. I, Harry, have been in River City a long time, but you're the first person to hit my head. How am I supposed to face others in the future if I don't teach you a lesson? Put his head up. For M.E. You hate it when your girlfriend gets bullied, don't you? Open your f***ing eyes and see how I bully her. A man in black grabbed Patrick by the hair and yanked him toward the bald man. The bald guy took Madison in his arms and started groping her. Madison struggled, but the bald man slapped her in the face and made her dizzy. She dared not resist again and let him do what he wanted to her. Stop. Stop. I'll pay you. $1 million. Patrick was devastated and struggled to get up at what he saw, but the men in black pinning him down prevented him from moving. He could only watch the bald man bully Madison. The bald man ignored Patrick and continued to grope and kiss Madison. When he met Madison in the washroom earlier, he could not resist groping her under the influence of alcohol. He had done this a lot in the past, and with Harry's status, those who got groped could only swallow their pride and bear it. However, Madison slapped him in the face today. It was why he followed Madison here with his men. The bald man tried to kiss Madison on her red lips when he saw how the beautiful woman had become obedient after he taught her a lesson. David was half lying on the couch as he played with his cell phone. He received a text message out of the blue. On closer inspection, it was from Patrick. He tapped the message open, and it wrote, Patrick, danger in Fuller Golden Sands, private room number 47. David jumped to his feet. Patrick would not send him a message like that for no reason. He wanted to call him and ask. However, on second thought, it must not have been a good time for Patrick since he texted this. Therefore, he called Paul and told him to come out right away. David hurried downstairs and drove to Fuller Golden Sands. He met up with Paul on the way. Together they hurried over. Soon they arrived at Fuller Golden Sands, where a waiter led them to private room number 47. David pushed the door open and saw a bald man with blood on his head groping a woman. Patrick was pinned to the ground by several men in black, one of whom had pulled his head up by grabbing his hair. Patrick's eyes glared at the bald man with red eyes. There were 20 or 30 other young men and women in the corner of the private room. David came in and surprised everyone in the private room. The bald man also stopped groping Madison, looked at David and yelled, "Who the F***ck are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you barge in?" David then realized that the woman being sexually harassed was Patrick's girlfriend, Madison. This man must be a psycho to F***king bully Patrick's girlfriend and make Patrick watch. Instead of answering the bald man, David said, "Paul, he's yours." "Yes, Mr. Liddell," replied Paul. Then, he stepped forward. "F***ck. You're asking for trouble. Get him." The bald man shouted and rushed over with a wine bottle he casually picked up. Bang! As soon as the bald man touched Paul, his body flew back several meters before he could raise the bottle. From there, he lay on the ground screaming and rolling. In less than half a minute, the 7 or 8 men in black and the bald men in the private room were all lying on the ground, shrieking like hell. With the men in black out of the way, Patrick got up, took off his shirt, and covered Madison with it. David walked up to Patrick, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Are you okay, Pat?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Dave. As long as you're all right." David walked over to the bald man, stepped on his face, crouched down, and said, "How dare you hit my friend and harass his girlfriend? Baldy, what do you think we should do about this?" With David stepping on his face, the bald man mumbled, "Punk, you're dead meat. I'm telling you. I'm with Mr. Camden. Now that you touched me, there's no more place for you in River City." "Oh, how arrogant. Then I'd like to see who this Mr. Camden is. Get up and call him to come over." David let go of the bald man after saying that. The bald man quickly got up and looked at Paul, who was behind David. He was a little afraid since the man was so strong. "Hurry," said David. The bald man trembled as he took out his phone and made a call. The bald man told the man on the phone that someone caused trouble at Fuller Golden Sands and that he had been beaten up. He also told them to bring someone over as the troublemakers were strong. David did not care if the bald man lied as long as they showed up. "Boy, Mr. Camden will be here soon, and you're going to be dead." The bald man was confident that Mr. Camden would be here soon and began to grow bold again. "We don't know who's gonna be dead yet. Come on, let's wait in the lobby." David went downstairs to the lobby after saying that. Paul dragged the bald man all the way downstairs. David sat in the middle of Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center's lobby, with the bald man under his feet and Paul standing behind him. Around them, a dozen security guards had been knocked to the ground. The manager of Fuller Golden Sands, who was also in the crowd, watched in shock at Paul standing behind David. He was so strong that more than a dozen security guards collapsed one by one and could not get up. Many people were watching them in the lobby/by. Even the 20 or 30 people from SRMU were here, with Patrick and Madison among them. Everyone looked at David curiously. David wore his SCC high-tier membership ring on his finger. With his tier, he summoned all SCC members in River City to come to Fuller Golden Sands. This was something exclusive to high-tier members. Neither intermediate nor junior members had the right to refuse, only those who were also high-tier members. No one had tried to see how much impact could be generated when all members of River City SCC gathered before. No one knew if Mr. Camden could withstand it. Camden's real name was Seth Camden. He made a name for himself in River City with his iron fists more than a decade ago. He had 6 fingers on his left hand, so he was nicknamed Six. As time went by, Six became increasingly famous. He almost integrated River City's underground forces with his iron fists. People began calling him Mr. Camden whenever they saw him. They slowly forgot Six's name, and not many people in River City dared call Six by his name. Today, Six got a call from his lackey, Harry, asking him to bring his men to Fuller Golden Sands as someone was causing trouble there. "How dare someone cause trouble in my territory?" And they even beat up Harry. This person must be new to River City. Harry might not be his right-hand man, but Harry had a dozen men with him. Whoever defeated him must be strong. Hence, Six headed to Fuller Golden Sands with more than 100 men. He had not dealt with anything in person for a long time. His body was probably going to rust if he did not exercise sooner. They soon reached Fuller Golden Sands entrance. Six led the way, followed by more than 100 people. They entered Fuller Golden Sands lobby. Six froze. In the middle of the lobby sat a young man. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man. Under his feet was the lackey Harry, who had called him on the phone. A dozen security guards were lying on the floor. There were hundreds of Fuller Golden Sands guests watching. It had been years. Six had not been insulted in this way in years. It was more than humiliation. He basically climbed on top of him. With all these people watching them, how was he going to keep his reputation in River City if he did not take care of this today? Six stepped forward. He was about 7 or 8 meters away from David. The hundreds of people followed and stood behind Six. When the onlookers saw so many people appearing suddenly, some began to sneak away as they were scared of getting hurt. 2. Many of the braver ones remained, but they just stayed near the edge of the lobby. It was 2 against more than 100 people. Even though Paul showed great martial arts abilities, no one was optimistic about them. Patrick whispered something to Madison, walked into the middle of the lobby, and stood behind David. Madison tried to grab Patrick, not wanting to go. However, she remembered that David got into this mess for saving them, so she withdrew her hand and looked at them nervously. David offended them to save him, and Patrick could not stand by and do nothing. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. Some things have consequences," said Six as he looked at David. Mr. Camden, save me," Harry shouted as David stepped on him. "Are you his owner? Do you know your pet has been biting people randomly?" he asked as he stepped on Harry, who was beneath his feet, instead of replying Six. "Even if my pet bites others, I'll handle him myself. I'll break the hands of whoever touches him." "You have a strong attitude, Mr. Camden. You didn't even ask why. But I not only touched him today, but I also did it with my feet. What are you going to do with me?" "It doesn't matter why. The important thing is that you've touched my men, and you can forget about leaving this lobby. Watch what I will do to you." Six then rushed at David. His iron fists were not famous for nothing. Though he had not fought anyone for a long time, he still practiced every day. Although it was not as good as when he was at his peak, it was close. He had to take David and his gang down decisively today. Otherwise, he would be too humiliated to stave I. In River City, when Six moved, so did Paul, who was standing behind David. He quickly moved around David to meet Six iron fists. Six was not far away from David and wanted to take him down. However, he found a figure standing in front of David after rushing over. It was Paul, who had been standing behind David. That was quick. Six was surprised. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from David, and it was a linear distance. He did it out of the blue, but his opponent caught on so quickly. He was definitely an expert. Six was not afraid. After all, he was crowned the king of River City's underworld after fighting his way through the heaps of experts. A second later, he punched Paul. Paul turned sideways, bent over, and said in his head, "Cannon fists." Then he threw a punch. Bang! Their fists met in the air and collided. Then, they parted. Paul took a small step back and steadied himself. He looked at Six with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Six retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. He was even more shocked to see Paul taking only a tiny step back. "This man is so strong." He admitted that with the exception of the hidden martial arts experts in River City, others in the open were nothing to him. However, this man was able to block his iron fists and knock him 6 or 7 meters back. Besides, he felt like at least 3 finger bones on his right hand were broken. These two were anything but ordinary people. They were most likely from aristocratic families. However, they were not local. As the king of River City's underworld, he knew the local aristocratic families of River City. He had also come across several descendants of those families, but the people in front of him were not among them. Therefore, they had to be strong visitors. However, they had to back off since they were in his territory. So what if they were members of aristocratic families? He had people backing him up too, or he would not have made it this far. Six did not go any further because he knew he was no match for Paul after the collision. "You're good. But 2 fists are no match for 4, and you have to protect your master." I'll see how you handle it. Just as Six was about to outnumber David and take him down, Paul suddenly rushed to his side at great speed. Before he knew it, a grip like iron pliers had already seized his neck. You. Six had only spoken one word before Paul grabbed him by the neck. He could no longer make a sound and could only stare at the person in front of him with frightened eyes. Mr. Camden. Mr. Camden. The lackeys around him wanted to come forward, but Six gestured at them to stop. If the man in front of him applied a little force, Six was going to die miserably today. David got up, walked over to Six, and said, Mr. Camden, right? Your pet has bitten someone, yet you want to break the victim's hand. I want to know who gave you the right to do such a thing? The 100-something people behind you? Or the martial arts skills you think you're so good at? Just then, there was suddenly a huge machine-like roar from outside the lobby. As the largest entertainment center in River City, Fuller Golden Sands had a huge lobby on the first floor. The huge roars resounded through the lobby before custom Aston Martin pulled up. Then a second one, a third one. In the end, a dozen limited edition sports cars pulled up to the lobby. Each was worth at least $10 million. The arrival of the 12 limited edition sports cars also drew gasps from onlookers. One would have been rare, but today, 12 showed up. Charles got out of the first sports car. He was the eldest heir of River City's local wealthy family, the Luther family. He was also the head of River City SCC and a high-tier member of SCC. With his position, he did not need to be present, but he received a notice from headquarters 2 days ago that the second high-tier member of SCC had appeared in River City. As the head of River City's SCC, he wanted to meet them. David happened to send the high-tier member summons today, so he came. There were 12 cars and 12 people consisting of 10 men and 2 women, mostly in their 20s and 30s. These people represented almost half of River City's influence. Ordinary people might not know who they were, but those who had reached a certain level would know how terrifying they were. In the eyes of ordinary people, Six, the king of River City's underworld, was already a big shot. However, little did they know that Six was just a pawn put up by some people to get attention. The real bigwigs hid in the background and kept a low profile. Charles soon led a group of people over to David. Everyone held their breath as if they could predict the chaos that would ensue. David, would you do me a favor? Asked Charles as he walked up to David. The chaos they expected did not appear, but they were still looking forward to what would happen next. David looked at Charles. This should be River City SCC's only high-tier member, and also the boss of River City SCC. He's probably the person who put me in touch with Champion Hospital to operate on Paul's mother. Paul, shouted David. Paul released his grip on Six at that. After being released by Paul, Six took several heavy breaths and respectfully shouted to Charles, Mr. Luther. Slap. TT. A voice rang through the silent lobby, catching everyone off guard. Hurry and apologize to David, Charles said after slapping Six. Mr. Luther. I. Slap. Charles slapped Six in the face again. Six immediately came to his senses after Charles slapped him twice. Who was Charles? The eldest heir of the Luther family, the most influential family in River City. He could only become the king of River City's underworld because of the Luther family's support. To put it crudely, he was the Luther family's lackey, who they let out to attract people's attention. Anyone on a first-name basis with Mr. Luther had to be on at least the same level as him. It seemed that he had offended someone big today. He immediately spoke respectfully to David. Mr. Liddell, I'm sorry. I was ignorant and offended you. Please be the bigger person and not be mad with me. A great man knew when to yield. Six got where he was today for a reason. A man in his 40s humbly apologized to a youth in his 20s in front of so many people. It was not something that most people could do. Besides, everyone knew that the middle-aged man was the head of River City's underworld. David ignored Six and said to Charles, Since you've asked, I'll let this go. You're generous, David. Hurry and thank David. Thank you, Mr. Liddell. Thank you, Mr. Liddell. Six said quickly. Come on, David. Let's go have a drink somewhere. Let's go, Charles. Together, they made their way upstairs, followed by a group of River City SCC members. David patted Patrick on the shoulder, and told him to go home first. The manager of Fuller Golden Sands immediately rushed forward to lead the way. Thus, the group left. They left hundreds of bold onlookers and the more than 100 lackeys that Six had brought over dumbstruck. They seemed to be stuck in a dream. That's it. What about the chaos we were expecting? Mr. Camden, known as the king of River City's underworld, was slapped twice in the face, but had to apologize humbly. Many people looked at Six, who rooted to the same spot. They seemed to be thinking, aren't you the boss of River City's underworld? Why are you so lame? You apologized after getting beaten up. Except for the few who knew the truth, the others found it to be something mind-blowing. Harry lay on the floor pretending to be dizzy, such that he could not get up. He was afraid that Six would tear him apart. If it were not for him, Six would not have been so humiliated today. It probably would not be long before news of what happened today spread throughout River City. Six, the king of River City's underworld, would also be the butt of jokes and banter. Of course, they could only talk behind his back. Madison and her classmates saw David's leaving figure and found it surreal. They wanted to ask Patrick who David was, but had no idea how. Patrick was also dumbfounded. David and Patrick were roommates when they were freshmen in university. They were the closest amongst the four roommates. He did not expect David to have such a terrifying identity. It seemed that he needed to find a chance to ask him about this. In the crowd, Rosalie and Eliza looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. If they had been able to get along with David when Madison invited them to hang out with Patrick, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in River City right now. They looked down on a big shot they could only dream about. Life would sometimes turn out like this. You would not have another opportunity once you missed it. A premium private room in Fuller Golden Sands. Two young men were chatting. Howard, thank you for all the hard work over the years. Mr. Quinn, you're too kind. It's my pleasure to work for you. I'll treat you to a meal when you get back to Capital City. Thank you, Mr. Quinn, the man called Howard exclaimed. Few people could get Mr. Quinn to treat them to a meal himself. It was a great honor for him. By the way, how's Luna doing? Miss Luna's doing pretty well, Mr. Quinn. Knock, knock. As they were talking, there was a knock at the door. Come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. Mr. Quinn, there were a dozen members gathered downstairs just now. Oh, do you know why? I heard that a high-tier member used the summons. Charles? No. River City has another high-tier member. Don't worry. SCC is just a bunch of rowdy people. Besides a few core members and a few high-tier members, the others are nothing to worry about. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man left the room. Howard, look up this new SCC high-tier member in River City. Yes, Mr. Quinn. David and Charles were led by the manager of Fuller Golden Sands to the luxurious private room on the top floor. As the largest entertainment center in River City, this place was not only a place for guests to have fun, but also had rooms for guests to talk about business quietly. Come, Dave, let me introduce you. These are the SCC members in River City. This is my sister Sandy. This is Vivian White. This is... Charles introduced the members of the River City SCC to David one by one. With David's mental power maximized, he could remember all of them in one go. The 12 people here were not all the members of the River City SCC. The other 3 were unable to come because they were not in River City. David scanned the people present. Sandy was dressed like a delinquent, and she was only about 17 or 18 years old. Vivian should be about the same age as him, but she was also wearing heavy makeup. Don't these kids from rich families need to go to school? If they did, which school would accept them for wearing outfits like this? He did not know that the school belonged to the Luther family, so who would dare to control her? I wonder what you are doing in River City now, Dave. I don't think I've seen you here before. Charles asked. After hearing that, everyone present pricked up their ears to hear David's answer. After all, it was not easy to become a high-tier member. Moreover, no one would even consider spending $10 billion directly to upgrade to a high-tier member. There was no such precedent of this rule since the establishment of SCC, and only 2 to 3 people had upgraded to middle-tier members with $1 billion before this. There were not many people present who could come up with $10 billion in cash. They could do so many things with $10 billion. Wouldn't it be better to invest in a project, buy a piece of land, or even buy a building? What else could they do with a high-tier membership aside from boasting about it? Unless they had so much money that they did not know what to do with, no one would do such a thing. If David came to River City suddenly, then with his status of a high-tier member was indicative that the people behind him were very powerful. In this case, if the various forces in River City refused, then they would be reshuffled. Thus, they had no choice but to listen carefully. There were so many benefits in River City, and suddenly, one person wanted to come and take a share of it. Naturally, this would inevitably reduce the other's cut. Even Charles thought so. Before David, he was the only high-tier member of River City SEC, and he was the eldest son of the Luther family, who could be said to be the most powerful family in River City. If David really came to River City suddenly and had the idea of staying here, then he had to pay close attention, as he did not have any idea about David's background. The people who could become high-tier members in SEC were not easy to deal with. The most terrifying things were often the unknown. Charles, I'm attending university in River City now. However, I have an investment company. If you guys need funds, you can come to me. I will only invest in the company and I will never participate in management, David replied. Only hold shares and not participate in management or decision-making. Now, everyone present was intrigued. Wasn't this free money? Was there such a good thing in the world? I wonder, what projects are you interested in? We might be able to collaborate. Charles was also interested. Any project is fine. I'm not picky. Well, we should find a time to have a good chat. David received several following requests at once, and since he was here to offer money, they would naturally not refuse this. No one would doubt that David did not have this ability. After all, it was not easy to get upgraded to a high-tier member in SEC. However, these people also had doubts. Was it possible that David was deliberately giving out money first to get on their good sides and then achieve his goals? In this case, they would still need to consider whether to work with him. In reality, David just wanted to spend the money as soon as possible. He wanted to save more lavish points and see if there were any new functions in the system. At this time, David said, "Don't worry, I have absolutely no intention of advancing into River City, and I don't want to steal the goodies of River City from you all. I just want to give you some money. If you are worried, you can write it on the contract. I will not participate in management no matter how many shares I hold." "Dave, you're hilarious," Charles said awkwardly. He previously had such an idea. David smiled and did not answer. Since his mind power had reached the limit, not only had his senses been enhanced, but his IQ had also improved, so he could naturally sense the fear of these people. Therefore, he made this clear to reassure them. He did not believe that these people would reject him when he wanted to give them money. "Since you said so, I'll stop being pretentious. River City has been stable for many years, and I don't want to cause trouble again. I hope you understand, Dave." "Of course. I'm still going to say the same thing. I'll only invest, and I won't participate in management. I won't advance into River City, so you can rest assured. If you need funds, you can come to me at any time." "All right, since you're so direct about this, I welcome you on behalf of all the members of River City SEC. Hope we have more opportunities for cooperation in the future." After this, naturally, everyone was happy. Many people who had projects in hand but lacked funding began to introduce themselves to David. Just like what David said, no one would reject free money. On the other hand, David just wanted to spend money in exchange for lavish points. When everyone was chatting happily, Paul knocked on the door and came in. Then, he whispered a few words into David's ear. David frowned. He said to Charles, "Charles, Paul said that there are masters in the private room next door." "Masters? What kind of master?" Charles asked. "A master that even Paul is not sure if he can defeat. At the very least, the man is no weaker than Paul," David replied. "Oh." Charles was taken aback and looked at Paul, who was standing behind David. The first time he saw this person, he could feel a strong pressure from him. If he could easily defeat Six Camden, his strength should not be lower than the two uncles in his family. Hence, he immediately figured that David might be the first person sent by the big family to kickstart a new project in River City. However, now that David had made his intentions clear, it appeared that he did intend to encroach into River City. Now, such a master had shown up. Since when did River City have an abundance of masters of this level? Charles still felt that he should take a look. If a master of this level was hiding in River City, then he should have a very strong deterrent. He had to learn the origin of the other party. After all, River City was the Luther family's territory. Let's go, Dave. Let's go and get to know him. Charles got up and walked out first. Then, he gave Sandy a look before leaving. The group came to the door of the private room next door, but were blocked by a middle-aged man. Paul stood directly in front and confronted the middle-aged man. The aura they emitted suffocated all of the SCC members. Except, of course, Charles and David. Charles shouted directly at the door. "May I know which master has come to River City? Please allow little old me to play host." Soon, a voice came from inside. "Mac, let them come in." The man named Mac pushed the door open and walked in. Charles and the rest followed suit. They saw two young people sitting in the private room. David looked and saw that one of them was Howard Jackson, the president of the student council in South River University and also the most handsome guy in the university. David did not know the other person, who looked a few years older than Howard. Mac walked behind this person and stood still. "I wonder what your name is. What are you doing in River City?" Charles asked. "Do I need to report to you what my name is or where I am going, Mr. Luther?" This person did not answer Charles, and instead returned with a question of his own. "I will not interfere if you want to go anywhere else, but since you're here in River City, I still have to know." What an awe-inspiring authority, Mr. Luther. "Well then, listen closely." The young man stood up and walked in front of Charles. Then, he said each word slowly. "I am Zachary Quinn from the Quinn family in Capital City." Zachary Quinn from the Quinn family in Capital City? Zachary Quinn from the Quinn family? Charles's pupils contracted, and he asked weakly, "Zachary Quinn, one of the 8 great fighters from faction in Capital City?" When the SCC members behind Charles heard that he was Zachary Quinn, one of the 8 great fighters of the T faction in the Capital City, they all looked at the young man opposite Charles in shock. Capital City T faction and Springfield SCC were old rivals. The Springfield SCC was originally established to stop the expansion of the Capital City T faction to the south. The two forces were like fire and water. The 8 great fighters of T faction in Capital City were legendary figures. The SCC never expected them to appear in front of them right now. "Oh, I guess Mr. Luther knows who I am. I thought the Capital City T faction didn't interest you anymore," Zachary said. "Zachary, you're one of the 8 great fighters in the T faction of Capital City, but you came here unannounced. What's your purpose?" Charles asked after coming back to his senses. He was indeed surprised. The 8 great fighters of the Capital City T faction. That was equivalent to the level of the core members of Springfield SCC. However, he was not afraid. This was not only the SCC's territory, but also the Luther family's territory. No matter how powerful the opponent was in the north, this was the south, and this was River City. Even if a dragon came here, it would still need to bow its head to Charles. "Mr. Luther, I don't need to report to you where I want to go. You are not qualified for that, and if I really did have an ulterior motive, would I bring only one person?" Zachary did not want to cause a conflict with Charles. After all, this was the other party's territory, and he only brought one person. So he added that explanation at the end. Otherwise, as one of the 8 great fighters of the Capital City T faction, he would not have said so much to Charles. Charles's status was simply not high enough. He came here because he was doing business in the North River province, and while he was on the way, he stopped by to ask Howard about Luna before he unexpectedly ran into the other party. If not, he could have already left. Luna was the 3rd daughter of the Chorons, a hidden aristocratic family. The Chorons and the Quinns both intended for them to date and then form a marriage between the two families. Luna came to the South River province for university, and Howard was sent by Zachary to help him monitor Luna. At the same time, he could help him drive away any potential suitors around Luna. He was Zachary's woman, and no one was allowed to even look at her. "Zachary, I don't care what your purpose is. I hope you can leave River City as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you are one of the 8 great fighters in the T faction, I will still intend to try out your strength today," Charles said. Zachary smiled. He had not been threatened like this in a long time, and he was even threatened by a high-tier member of the SCC. If he left now, how would he continue to stay in T-Faction? And how would he have the prestige to continue to serve as one of the 8 great fighters in TS Faction? He wanted to show some respect to Charles so that they could get out of this awkward situation, but he did not expect the other party to not give him such a chance. If that was the case, there was nothing else to say. Mr. Luther, I've already given you enough respect. If you keep challenging me like this, don't blame me for bullying you. So what if you're from the Luther family? It's just a small family living in one city. I, Zachary Quinn, don't care about it at all. All right. My family can't compare to yours, but I still have to give it a try today. I want to see how strong the 8 legendary fighters in T-Faction of Capital City are. Charles said all right thrice to show the anger in his heart. How dare Zachary not take his family seriously? So what if he was one of the 8 great fighters in T-Faction? He had to teach a severe lesson to the other party today. Otherwise, Zachary would look down on the Luther family. At this time, Sandy brought the 2 bodyguards from the Luther family over. Charlie, Sandy yelled. Mr. Luther. The 2 bodyguards also called out. Guys, please take action to correct the name of the Luther family lest some people look down on us and think that there is no one worth respecting in my family. Yes, Mr. Luther. The 2 bodyguards replied at the same time. Mac, go play with them, Zachary said to the middle-aged man behind him. Yes, sir. Mac finished speaking and walked in front of Zachary. The 2 bodyguards of the Luther family also stepped forward. Everyone else stepped aside to give them enough space. Boom. The 3 attacked at the same time. Fists collided with feet, and even a small explosion was produced in the air, showing the strength of the trio. Mac single-handedly resisted the attack of the 2 bodyguards from the Luther family, seemingly doing so with ease. Bang! Thud! The 3 of them punched each other, making 2 loud sounds. Mac stood still. However, the 2 bodyguards of the Luther family staggered a few meters backward. It was clear who had the upper hand. Charles was also extremely shocked as watched from the side. The 2 bodyguards were attacking at the same time, yet were no match for Mac. Mac, end this quickly? Zachary said at the back. Yes, sir, Mac replied. The 2 bodyguards of the Luther family glanced at each other, and both saw the shock in the other's face. The 2 then nodded and attacked Mac from both sides at the same time. One would punch Mac's upper body, while one would do a leg sweep to attack Mac's lower body. The 2 of them had been working together for many years, and their combined attacks would definitely be more powerful than when they attacked individually. Mac was still standing his ground. When the 2 were next to him, he suddenly exerted a force through his feet to block the leg sweeping attack. At the same time, he clenched his right fist with all his strength and slammed it into another person's fist. Thump! Everyone watched as the man was directly thrown against the wall of the private room. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. What? The onlookers were horrified. They only staggered backward when they were exchanging punches. How was he sent flying right now? Was the opponent hiding his strength? The other bodyguard did not expect that Mac could injure his partner while blocking his leg sweep. However, it was too late by the time he wanted to retreat. After Mac sent one of them flying, he turned around and kicked the other one with the other foot. Thud! There was another loud noise, and the remaining bodyguard was kicked directly into the corner. If he had not blocked his chest with his hands just now, he would have suffered horrendous injuries. Now, both of his hands were broken. Vin, Rock, Charles and Sandy ran to the 2 men at the same time and helped them up. Are you a master in the Tiger rank? Rock, who was helped up by Charles, asked. Mac did not answer. Instead, he went back straight to Zachary's side. A master in the Tiger rank. David was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard this. Except for David, all the SCC members present were shocked when they heard that. This was a level that ordinary people could never reach. Some people might have consumed too many novels or television series, so they felt that all the rankings were made up and that there was no such thing in the real world. However, there was only one list in the global underground community. Anyone who could put their name on this list would be a top master in the world. Tiger rank was one of those lists. So, what do you think, Mr. Luther? The only master in your family, old Master Luther, is in his 70s this year, right? If he's gone, do you think your family will be as well off as it is now? Zachary teased with a smile. Zachary, it's not up to you to worry about what will happen to the Luther family. I won't let you think that I, Charles Luther, is an easy target, so I'll make you leave something of yours behind today. Charles pulled out a gun and pointed it at the other party. However, he pointed the gun at Mac behind Zachary. He really did not dare to do anything to Zachary. The Quinns were an established family with a profound background in Capital City. They were simply not comparable to the Luther family. If Zachary was seriously injured or even died in River City, then the Luther family might be wiped out in an instant. He only blocked Zachary to teach him a lesson. He would not really do anything to him. If he did not do anything today and word about this got out about how the senior management of Capital City T faction swaggered through the door of his house while he, a high-tier member of Springfield SCC, did not even dare to do anything, then he would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC. He would forever lose the chance to be promoted to become a core member of SCC. Content is copyright 2024 Novel Drama, org. Zachary was right. His grandfather was in his 70s, and his health had started to decline. So far, no one in his family was able to hold up the entire family alone. Thus, he had to become a core member of SCC so that he could stop the decline of his family. That was why he rushed forward even though he knew that the other party was one of the 8 great fighters of the Capital City T faction. It was because he was putting on a show for the members of SCC. If he failed, it would show that he at least had the courage to go head-to-head with the 8 great fighters of the T faction and was not a coward who did not dare to do anything. If he succeeded, it would greatly help him in his ambition of becoming a core member of SCC. Because of this, he had to act like this, regardless of if he won or lost. As long as he kept Mac, who was standing behind Zachary, here, then he would win. When Zachary saw Charles pointing his gun at Mac behind him, his expression changed. The grin of his face was now replaced with seriousness. Both Capital City T faction and Springfield SCC had a tacit understanding that firearms were not allowed in a conflict. Now, Charles dared to point a gun at them. Mr. Luther, do you know the consequences of what you're about to do? Charles did not answer. Mr. Luther, don't. Rock, who was standing beside Charles, also stopped him. He wanted to tell Charles that masters in the Tiger rank were no longer afraid of low-end firearms like pistols. However, it was too late. For the sake of the family, Charles no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot silenced the entire room. Mac, who was supposed to collapse from the gunshot, was nowhere to be seen. Paul! David exclaimed suddenly. His mind power was upgraded to the maximum, so his sixth sense was very strong. He could see Mac easily dodging Charles's bullet before he rushed toward Charles. At the same time, he also saw the murderous intent in Mac's eyes. He wanted to kill Charles. Paul stood behind David, and he was the closest to Charles. That was why David called his name, so he could save Charles. When Paul heard David's voice, he reacted quickly and immediately moved in front of Charles. Then, he ran toward Mac. After Mac dodged Charles's bullet, he did not hesitate to run toward Charles with eyes that were filled with murderous intent. How dare you point your gun at Mr. Quinn? I have to kill you. Bang! Another loud sound resonated in the private room. This one was much louder than the gunshot earlier. The sound was generated by vibration. The vibration was created when the two went collided with each other, compounded by the fact they were enclosed in a private room. Therefore, except for the few people with a certain foundation, the other ordinary people covered their ears and had pained looks on their faces. The two figures quickly bounced away after contact. Max staggered 5 or 6 steps backward before he stopped. Paul also staggered 5 or 6 steps backward. He even knocked Charles to the ground behind him. Charlie! Sandy hurried over to help Charles up. When Charles got up, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He was only hit by Paul's retreating body in the duel between the two Tiger rank masters, but his internal organs were injured. The strength of the Tiger rank masters was truly terrifying. Charlie, why are you vomiting blood? Are you all right? Sandy asked, looking at Charles with tears in her eyes. Sandy, I'm fine. Charles was also pale now. After regaining his senses, he looked at David with gratitude. If David had not asked Paul to block in time, he would be a corpse now. When he calmed down, he recalled what happened earlier and realized he was indeed too impulsive. It was mainly because Zachary was poking at his weak spot, which blinded him with rage and caused him to pull out his gun. Now that he thought about it, what would happen if he killed Mac with the gun? He would be breaking the rules of both sides. Plus, he did not dare to kill Zachary, but Zachary dared to kill him. This was the difference between the status of the two. Zachary was surprised when he saw both Mac and the guy named Paul staggering backward. Now, he turned to look straight at David. This person that was on the same level as Mac seemed to have been next to this person the whole time. "Who are you?" Zachary asked David as he looked at him. "I am David Lydell, a high-tier member of SCC," David answered. "You're the newest high-tier member of River City SCC?" "That's right. And you want to stop me?" "If Mr. Quinn leaves now, then I won't." What a joke. Charles broke the rule between T-Faction and SCC, and he dared to point a gun at me. He's the first person to ever do that to me, so I have to kill him. Zachary was indeed mad. As the son of the Quinns in Capital City and also one of the 8 great fighters of the T-Faction, a gun was being pointed at him by a high-tier member of SCC. If Charles did not die, how would he maintain his reputation? There's nothing to say then. I'm definitely protecting Charles. "Mac, go all out," Zachary said to Mac. Mac did not say anything after he heard that, and he immediately charged toward Paul. Paul was not scared either. The two were fighting again. Thump, bang. Their punches would land every single time. The entire private room was filled with the loud sound of their punches and kicks. Additionally, there were also explosions in the air that were caused by strong forces. Aside from David, even top-notch masters like Vin and Rock could not see their actions clearly, let alone the others who could only see the two figures entangling together. The power of experts on the Tiger rank was not something an ordinary person could observe. Bang! The two suffered punches from each other before jumping away. If one looked at them closely, one would notice that they were both hurt. There was blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Zachary was truly shocked. Mac's skills were top rank even among the Quinns. Now, he had met an evenly matched opponent in a small place like River City. The two had been fighting for so long, and yet the result was unclear. Plus, Mac was also hurt. David stared closely at the two that were currently engaged in the fight. If Paul showed any subtle signs that he would be defeated, David would immediately take action. The last time he fought with Paul, he only used 50% of his strength, and he was able to make Paul stagger a few steps backward. He did not know what would happen if he used 100% of his strength. Right now, he was eager to try it out as he watched the intense fight between the two masters from the Tiger rank. The two Tiger rank masters stood quietly at a distance of more than 10 meters apart, as if they were preparing for the final blow. Paul and Mac stood more than 10 meters apart. Both were shocked by the strength of the other. However, they could also see their opponents fighting intent. It was not easy to find an evenly matched opponent, and it was even harder to find this kind of opponent that would only attack and not defend. Mac grew up in an underground wrestling ring, and he learned his various skills from the wrestlers. Later, He joined the army, but because of his withdrawn personality, he offended someone important. Finally, he was rescued by Old Master Quinn and joined the Quinn family. It was clear that the Quinns acknowledged Mac's ability now that he was assigned to protect the son of the Quinns. On the other hand, Paul was always on the brink of life and death. If he could survive for many years in a foreign country that was constantly enveloped in the flames of war and came back alive, it was not just because of luck. Both of them were known for their toughness. Their punches would land every single time, as neither of them made any attempts to block. Because of this, both sides suffered some minor injuries, but to them, it was nothing at all. Now they were readjusting themselves while getting ready to showcase their finishing blow. The private room fell into a temporary silence. David originally wanted to make a move, but upon seeing Paul's eyes, he suppressed this thought. With his keen sixth senses, he could feel that Paul was excited, and that his blood was boiling. He yearned for this battle, and he also yearned for a breakthrough. The Luther family's bodyguards Rock and Vin were also paying close attention to the battle between the two Tiger rank masters. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Both of them were top-notch masters, and they were only one step away from entering the Tiger rank. However, even this one step was like a moat which they might never be able to cross in their lifetime. If they could be inspired by watching the battle between the two Tiger rank masters, then there might be a chance for them to go further. Charles, Sandy, and a group of the other SCC members looked at Paul in shock. They did not expect Paul to have such strength at all. If that was the case, David's background was indeed a little scary. This made them all look at David a little differently. Suddenly, the two people who were standing quietly moved at the same time. One could only see two shadows rushing towards each other at a very fast speed before converging in the middle in an instant. When the two of them met, Mac sank his breath to his lower stomach and pushed out his palm alongside the momentum of his whole body. Then, he shouted loudly in his heart, "King Kong Palm." Paul clenched his right fist in front of his chest. At the moment of contact, he gathered all his strength and punched out, thinking silently in his heart, "Tiger Cannon Fist." Boom! When the fist and the palm connected, a thunderous sound rang in everyone's ears, with the vibrations causing everyone to feel dizzy. Not only was there a loud noise, but this time, a huge airwave was produced while the two of them tried their best to fight against each other. Even the table and chairs that Zachary and Howard were sitting in earlier were overturned, making everyone feel as if they were in a violent storm. Then came two muffled groans. Paul and Mac flew backward from force at the same time. David hurried forward and put his hands on Paul's back to soften the blow that sent him flying. While on the other side, Zachary also caught Mac's flying body. Mac and Paul spit out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time after stabilizing their bodies. Right now, both of them were a little sluggish. This time, the two of them did their best to cause great harm to each other. At this point, it would be difficult for either of them to recover within the next couple of months. "Paul, how are you feeling?" David asked as he supported Paul. "I'm fine, but sir, I won't be able to protect you for a while," Paul said. "That's fine. You should recover first," David said. On the other side, "Mr. Quinn." Mac wanted to speak, but was stopped by Zachary. "Mac, you should rest first. Leave the rest to me." Zachary handed the Mac to Howard, so he could help support him. Then, he walked into the center of the private room by himself. "Charles, do you think you can get away with someone helping you today?" As soon as Zachary's voice fell, the aura from his body instantly radiated outward. Then, he drew a soft sword from his waist that glinted coldly in the light. Before Charles could answer, Zachary disappeared from where he stood. "Mr. Luther, be careful. Mr. Luther, be careful." Rock and Vin shouted at the same time. The two stood in front of Charles and Sandy together. At this time, Zachary's attack also arrived. In reality, Zachary's strength was only at the first-class peak level. However, Rock and Vin were both seriously injured earlier, so their strength was greatly reduced. They were defeated with two flicks of Zachary's sword the moment he showed up. Then, bloody wounds started to appear on their bodies. After defeating the two, Zachary did not stop. Instead, he rushed directly in front of Charles and Sandy before stabbing Charles with his sword. Seeing that the sword in Zachary's hand was about to stab him, Charles closed his eyes and gave up resisting, but Sandy, who was beside him, pushed him away and fell under Zachary's sword herself. "No!" Charles yelled, his eyes widening. Sandy pushed him away and fell under Zachary's sword. She wanted to die for him, so how could he let this happen? The tip of the sword stopped just a centimeter in front of Sandy. This was not Zachary finding his conscience and wanting to let the siblings go. Instead, two fingers appeared at the tip of the sword. These two fingers naturally belonged to David. Those two fingers stopped the blow from Zachary, a first-class peak master. Zachary widened his eyes and looked at David in shock. Not only Zachary, everyone, including Mac, looked at David in disbelief. "Mr. Quinn, that's enough," David said calmly. Before Zachary could say anything, Mac, who was standing behind him, spoke. "Mr. Quinn, let's go."
Mac.
Zachary still wanted to say something. "Let's go," Mac repeated, his expression firm. Just now, he felt an aura from David that even he would fear. Zachary had never seen Mac talking to him in such a heavy tone, and he was slightly stunned at that moment. Zachary was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he left right now, he would completely humiliate himself as the son of the Quinns and also one of the 8 great fighters of the T faction. However, if he did not leave, he feared the consequences. He had never seen Mac talking to him in such a tone. Mac had been by his side for many years and would never do anything to hurt him. What should he do? Should he leave, or should he stay? Zachary glanced at everyone in the private room. Except for David's indifferent expression, everyone else was a little stunned. The extreme duel of the Tiger Rank Masters was indeed thrilling, and while he was amazed, he was also longing for this in his heart. Zachary felt that he could not leave yet, and even if he could not kill Charles today, he had to teach him a lesson he would never forget. If he retreated today, besides his prestige, it would also affect his state of mind. He had already reached the peak of being a first-class master. If he wanted to get into the Tiger rank, he had to have indomitable determination. The most important thing was that he felt that no one dared to kill him or even seriously hurt him. As the eldest son of the Quinns in Capital City, he had such confidence. No one in River City could bear the anger of the Quinns in Capital City. Definitely not the Luther family, let alone other families. Even when Charles was using a gun, he only dared to point it at Mac, not at him. This was the benefit of having a strong background. He could kill others, but others dared not kill him. After thinking about that key point, Zachary pushed the sword forward hard with his right hand, trying to pierce Sandy's body. However, if when he used all of his might, the sword in his hand did not move at all. How? How was this possible? He had exerted all of his strength, and yet he could not beat 2 fingers? Mac could also tell that Zachary was not planning to leave. If Zachary did not want to leave, he had no choice either. He was only here to protect Zachary, and now, he only hoped that the Quinns' reputation could scare the other party such that he would not do anything too serious. Sir, please spare him. If you do, the Quinns will be eternally grateful, Mac quickly said. David ignored Mac and said to Zachary faintly, Mr. Quinn, it seems that you're not giving up yet. Then, he released his hold on the tip of the sword, and, with speed as fast as lightning, pressed his fingers together and flicked the tip of the sword. Ding! A crisp voice resonated through the private room. This was the sound produced by the extremely fast vibration. It traveled into everyone's ears extremely sharply, making them feel as if they were being pierced by countless needles. Zachary's right hand was also shaken by the extremely fast vibration from the tip of the sword. His whole arm was numb now, and it was as if that arm did not belong to him. He quickly released the hilt of the sword. The moment he released the hilt of the sword, the body of the sword could no longer withstand such a rapid vibration, and it shattered into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Everyone watched this scene in shock, including the 2 Tiger Rank Masters. David stood indifferently beside Sandy. She had her eyes closed and her face was scrunched. Zachary stood 2 meters away, holding his right hand with his left hand, his face twisted with pain. Moreover, the fragments of his soft sword laid between them. Zachary looked at the fragments on the ground in front of him, and there was an indescribable shock in his heart. This was a superalloy weapon made with the most advanced technology. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could cut through iron like mud, but now, it had broken into pieces after a single flick. The strength of this person was simply unimaginable, and he was really scared now. If this person had such strength at such a young age, how strong was the family behind him? Mac quickly disregarded his seriously injured body, pushed away Howard's support, and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Zachary. Howard stood there watching David, a little distracted. When he saw David for the first time, he felt that this man was familiar, but he could not remember where he had met him. It was not until the other party introduced himself as David Liddell that Howard remembered. Wasn't this the guy who was rumored to have vomited blood and fallen into a coma after he was dumped by his girlfriend in the woods beside the field of South River University a few days ago? He could still find some of David's photos and deeds on his phone. Although they looked the same, had the same name, and were about the same age, Their temperaments were completely different. He suspected that they were two different people, but how could there be such a coincidence? It was impossible that their age, appearance, and name were the same. Thus, this meant that this person was David Liddell, a student from his university who vomited blood after he was dumped by his girlfriend. However, he was standing here now with this indifferent temperament. He was not even taking Mr. Quinn seriously. He felt that this was a little unbelievable. "Mr. Quinn, do you want to continue?" David asked. David did not continue. His purpose was just to save Charles. After all, Charles had helped him, and the two were in the same club. Thus, he could not stand by while watching the other being killed. 1. He also did not want to offend Zachary. Although at this moment, he felt that his strength should be quite strong, his background was still far from impressive. Moreover, there was no rivalry between the two. Zachary wanted to kill Charles, not him. If someone really wanted to kill him, David felt that he would not hold back. No matter what the background of the opponent was, he would kill them without hesitating. This was the change brought about by strength. Zachary did not say anything. He just stared straight at David with Mac between them. He could not understand. David was obviously younger than him, but why was he so strong? Perhaps. Zachary thought of a possibility. Only this could explain it all. Upon thinking of this, Zachary was relieved. Only they could cultivate such talents. However, he had to report this matter to the T faction as soon as possible. Those people had shown up, and some of them had already joined SEC. This was not good news for the T faction. "Mac, Howard, let's go." Howard quickly stepped forward to support Mac. Then, the three of them left the private room together. When Zachary walked to the door of the private room, he turned around, looked at Charles, and said, "Charles, I hope you will have the same good luck the next time we meet." Then he said to David, "David, we will meet again." After that, the trio left. Aside from David and Paul, everyone in the private room let out sighs of relief. They were very stressed by the appearance of the legendary 8 great fighters of the Capital City T faction. Then, everyone began looking at David in a different light. When they first met him, they stared at him with disdain in their eyes, but now, it was replaced with respect. He went head-to-head with Zachary, one of the 8 great fighters of the T faction, and won. Besides this, he even saved Mr. Luther from his attack. If word about this got out, the entire Sheffield SEC would shake. A powerful man would be respected no matter where he went. "Dave, my sister and I will never forget you saving us today. From now on, no matter what you need, just tell me and I will never say no." "Me too. I won't say no to anything you ask for either. If anything happens to you in River City, just tell them my name." Sandy immediately went back to her delinquent self. "You're too kind, Charles." Zachary and the gang sat in the car. Howard was driving in front while Zachary and Mac sat behind. Normally, Mac would be the one driving, but since he was severely injured, only Howard could drive. Howard would need to send them back to North River Province. In the car, "Mac, what level is David at?" Zachary asked. He wanted to know the strength of David, who was younger than him. "Sir, I can't tell. He only showed an ounce of his aura, but it already horrified me. Plus, I can't smash the sword with a flick of a finger like him. I think he's at least at the peak of the Tiger rank, or even higher." Mac replied after thinking about it. "Above the Tiger rank? How is that possible?" Zachary asked in shock. "Sir, you should know that there are always people who can do better. Some of them are extremely talented. Back when I was in the underground wrestling ring, I met a guy that was not any inferior to David," Mac explained patiently. "Mac, do you think I have a chance to reach that level?" "Sir, you're pretty talented, so if you are willing to work hard, you'll be able to do it. However, how much further will they progress once I reach a level like them?" This time, Mac did not answer. It was because he did not know how to answer. There were differences in human beings, just like how someone's starting line was the goal that others would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Some people were born to be very talented. They could reach a super high level with just a bit of hard work. However, others would not have such talent, so no matter how hard they worked, they would always be stuck in the same spot. That was why he did not know how to answer this question. Zachary was talented, but there was still some disparity between him and those real geniuses. "Mr. Quinn, I know that guy. Howard said as he drove. Oh, you know him? Zachary asked. Yeah, he's a student from SRU. A student from SRU? Yeah. After that, Howard told Zachary some rumors about David. Then, he also sent the photos he saved on his phone to Zachary. So he's deliberately keeping a low profile on campus. Zachary asked. That should be the case. Howard answered. How interesting. He was such a powerful person, but he was pretending to be low profile. He did not even do anything after his girlfriend was stolen from him. What kind of person was he? David sent Paul to Champion Hospital. Even though it was at night, most of the leaders of the hospital were waiting for them. Because of this, David figured Charles had notified them in advance. After a full body checkup, they found that there was nothing seriously wrong with Paul's body. However, there was some damage to his internal organs, so he needed to recuperate for some time. David asked the hospital to proceed with the hospitalization process. He would not be staying far from his mother's room, so that way, he could go and accompany his mother whenever he wanted. He could actually stay right next door to his mother, but Paul was worried that his mother would be worried if she knew that he was hurt, so he realized it would be better if he stayed a little further from her. Paul, you have to recover properly. You can go accompany your mother when you're free. Don't think about anything else. After you and your mother are discharged, you can stay in River City. I'll arrange everything for you, David said to Paul in the hospital room where he stayed. Thank you, sir. I'll ask 2 of my friends to replace me while I'm in the hospital. They've been traveling abroad with me for many years, and they're not any worse than me, Paul said. Those 2 were his friends who had experienced life and death situations with him, so Paul wanted to help them too. Back then, the 3 of them gave all of their money to the family of their friends who stayed abroad after they came back. So now, their lives were not that great either. Hence, it would be best if they could work together and fight together for a guy from an aristocratic family like David. Oh, you have friends like that? Get in contact with them. Get as many of them as you can. I'll give them the best treatment, David said quickly. Of course, it would be better to have more experts like Paul. He had all the money in the world anyway. All of us went abroad together, and only 3 of us came back. The rest of them stayed abroad forever, Paul said in a deep voice. My condolences, David patted Paul's shoulder and said. Sir, I'm fine. All of us came back from the gates of hell, so we won't fret over trifling matters. That's good. Call them over tomorrow. Yes, sir. By the time David went back to South River International Residence, it was already 11 at night. After he took a light shower, he lay down and played with his phone. A lot of people had sent him messages. Tara, David, when are you free? My parents want to buy you dinner to thank you. David, it's fine. It's nothing. Soon after David replied, Tara texted back. Tara, LT might be nothing to you, but for us it's a huge deal. David, all right, but I don't have time these 2 days. Let's wait till next week. Tara, all right, I'll wait for your call. After David finished chatting with Tara, he opened Patrick's message. Patrick, are you all right, Dave? Thanks for what happened today. If you didn't show up, I don't know what would have happened to me and Maddie. Right? How did you know I'm in room 47 of Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center? David, I'm fine. I'm already home and I'm getting ready to rest. Didn't you text me that you're in room 47I in the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center and that you were in trouble? Patrick, I didn't. Plus, I have no idea that you kept such a huge secret. With your previous performance, won't Elle be asking you to come to die with us if I ever call you? Tell me, when are you going to explain everything to me and the boys? David was taken aback. If Patrick did not text him asking for help, then who used his phone to send that message? David, take a look at this then. David screenshotted the message Patrick sent him and showed it to Patrick. When Patrick saw the time, he replied, Patrick, judging from the time, I think Maddie's friend was the one who sent this. At that moment, I was kicked and my phone flew out. If that's the case, I should have to thank her. If not, I can't even imagine what would have happened. David, Pat, you should comfort Madison. I think she's scared witless now. Let's have dinner once we have time, and then I'll tell you guys the situation. Patrick, of course. We're under the same blanket, haha. We're going to wash up now. David, F***CK. You animal. Patrick, Don't be jealous of me. When are you taking Amelia down? You can do it. All right, I have to go now. Maddie's done showering, and I'm going for a second round. I'll thank you properly next time. David tossed his phone on the bed as he was too tired to reply to the others. He was too exhausted today, so he would look through them slowly tomorrow. It was midday by the time David woke up the next day. After getting up and washing up, he went to the Golden Leaf Hotel for a meal. While he was at it, he packed some food with high nutritional value for Paul and his mother before going to Champion Hospital. While David was on the way to the hospital, two men in their 30s came to Paul's hospital room and began chatting with him. "Boss, what happened to you? Who injured you?" "Yeah, you've rarely suffered such serious injuries even when we were on the battlefield. With your physical strength, it will take at least a month for you to heal." "Why? Do you want to avenge me?" Paul asked. "No, if you can't defeat them, it'll be useless even if we went." "Who says I can't defeat him?" Neither side won. "Okay, he's not much better. I think he's lying in bed like Emmy now." "Is he severely injured? Who are you talking about? Where? We'll go and CK him up." "Shut up. By the way, how have you guys been recently?" Paul asked. "I don't want to talk about it. I am uncultured and I only have a lot of energy. It's basically useless where I'm from. I can only move bricks on the construction site to make money, but at least I can sleep peacefully because it's more stable than working abroad." "My situation's almost the same," replied another. "If we didn't accept the last task, all 12 of us would be fine now," Paul said in a low voice. "Boss, that was the unanimous decision from all of us. We all wanted to come home and buy a car, a house, and get married. I blame God for being unfair to us." As they were talking about this, the three of them were a little silent. This was something that they still could not get over. On the day before returning to the country, 9 of the 12 brothers were gone in the blink of an eye. Only the 3 of them came back alive. So, after they came back, they gave all the money they made in the past years to the families of their fallen brothers. After a while, Paul said, "Now that you're back, don't go back there anymore. You'll waste all of your talents. What else can we do then? Our country can't compare to other countries. Everything here is so strict, and if we don't pay attention, we might get ourselves locked up," one of them said. "Right now, I'm working for someone named Mr. Lydell. He's studying here in River City. My main job is to protect his safety in secret. You guys should take over for me while I'm recuperating. Mr. Lydell said if you work for him, he'll give you the best treatment." "Really? We're the best at protecting the safety of our employers. Plus, our country is much safer than the other countries, so I'm sure it's much safer. How much money will Mr. Lydell give us per month?" "I can only make $8,000 a month on the construction site. I won't say yes if it's lower than that." "You must be dreaming. Do you still think you're abroad? How is this more tiring than working on a construction site?" "It's definitely less than that," the other person interrupted. "At least $5,000 then." "You're such an embarrassment. Listen, Mr. Lydell is letting me drive a car that is worth millions. Are you still worried about your measly salary? This job has a monthly salary of at least $10,000. "Really? I won't go back then. When are you introducing him to us?" "What about this afternoon?" "I think he's still resting now. I'll call him later this afternoon." As the 3 were chatting, David entered the room. "Mr. Lydell, why are you here?" Paul wanted to get up quickly, but David stopped him. "Paul, rest well. I brought you some food. These must be the friends you were talking about. Mr. Lydell, let me introduce you." Paul introduced the friends he had previously worked with to David. The slightly taller one was named Gordon Michaels, while the slightly shorter one was Wayne Carlson. The two of them did not look very muscular, but their every move appeared powerful. This was the display of extreme explosive power. Those bodybuilders on television looked very muscular, but they might not be too strong. "Paul, you should rest first. I'll take them to get lunch to welcome them," David said. "Mr. Lydell, we can take care of our lunch ourselves." "You don't have to go through the trouble," Gordon said. "Since we're at this stage, you should just listen to me." "You should just go with Mr. Lydell," Paul said. David drove his Benz G-Class and took the 2 to the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center. Then, David let them drive his Benz G-Class while he drove his Bugatti Veyron in front of them. Since Paul was injured last night and could not drive, they left the Bugatti Veyron here. Inside the bins, Wayne drove the car as they followed David's car. To mercenaries who had been working abroad many years like them, driving was the most basic skill. Aside from cars, they could even drive tanks. Gordon, I think boss is working for the right guy this time. Mr. Liddell is definitely a rich person. I think the car he's driving right now is worth tens of millions. Plus, he's pretty nice too. He even brought boss food, Wayne said as he was driving. Yeah, so we have to perform well and not embarrass boss, Gordon replied. Of course. David led the two to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Gordon and Wayne were stunned when they saw a hotel with such extravagant decorations. Even though the two of them had been abroad for so many years, they were in war-torn countries, so they were not familiar with such fancy places. Mr. Liddell, we can eat at a random place. You don't need to take us to such a fancy place. It's fine. This is my hotel, so if you're ever free, you can stay and eat your 3 meals here. I'll bear all of the expenses. This is his hotel, and we're eating and staying here from now on? The two were a little dazed when they looked at the 8-star hotel in front of them. After they had lunch, they kind of wished that this would never end. They had been alive for so many years, and they had never had such good food. They were living such horrible lives back then. At night, Charles called David and asked him to go to the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center. When David arrived, he saw Harry and Six Camden kneeling in the private room. When they saw David, they kept kowtowing to him. Mr. Liddell, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do that again. Thump, thump, thump. The two kept kowtowing until their foreheads started to bleed. Dave, I'll let you handle them both. You can do anything you want with them, and I'll clean up after you. Charles stood up and said to David. After he said that, he exited the private room. David looked at the two and did not say anything. This was the change brought about by strength. If he was still a normal university student, what would happen to Patrick and his girlfriend? David called the victims Patrick and Madison over. When Madison got here, she was still scared. Patrick immediately went up to Harry and punched him furiously. The entire room was filled with Harry's screams of pain. He had been holding himself back. He watched someone else bully his girlfriend in front of him, and if David did not get there in time, he would be traumatized for life. In the end, Patrick finally stopped when Harry was beaten until there were multiple fractures throughout his body and was then sent to the hospital. No one did anything to Six Camden. Even though he was Harry's boss, this incident had no direct relation to him. So, they would just let Paul take care of him. The Labor Day break ended just like that. David walked on the campus of South River University on the first day of class. Wow, isn't that the Piano Prince David? If he sings Boy to me, I'll agree to be his girlfriend. Stop dreaming. No way he'd like you. What if he likes someone like me? I'm sure he likes someone like me. David looked at the two girls who were talking and could not help but shudder. One of them was overweight, and one of them had blemishes all over her face. David walked quicker to his class and noticed that there were a lot of people talking about him while he was on his way. However, most of them were on the same level as the two girls who were talking about him earlier. The girls in this university were incomparable with the girls in the Multimedia University. They were different on so many levels. By the time he reached his class, most of the students were already there. When they saw David, they stared at him with strange expressions. It was because David's performance was too shocking on the Labor Day talent show. Not only did he write the song and compose it himself, he even sang it while playing the piano. Moreover, the lyrics were so good. David looked at the students in his class. When he spotted Ava, he felt much better. He finally saw someone that was not horrifying. Then, he went back to his seat. Morning class ended just like that. The classes in the afternoon were optional, so David was dragged to the indoor basketball court to play basketball by Patrick and a few of his roommates. Back then, David would also be asked to go. He liked playing basketball, and he liked to listen to the cheers of the students on the court. Of course, the most important thing was that Sarah liked to watch too. However, that was only in his imagination. With his skills, aside from a few rounds with Patrick and the gang, he would not even participate in matches between classes because he was just not good enough. Although he was 180 centimeters tall, his body was too thin, and he did not have much strength. He would even stumble backward if someone bumped into him. Plus, he did not have time to practice his basketball skills. However, that was before. Now, David's body had reached its peak, and he figured no one would be able to move him if they bumped into him now. The four of them started getting into teams and soon competed with each other in teams of two. Patrick and David were a team while William and Finn were another. Patrick was on the university's basketball team. Even though he was just a backup, most people could not compare to him. So, he could only guide an amateur like David so that all of them could play together. David would be responsible for serving the ball. After a while, it would basically be just Patrick against the other team. When the four of them were having fun, Leo and a few of his people came over. Since there was limited room in the indoor basketball court, everyone would have to fight for space. There were a lot of outdoor courts, but since it was noontime and it was hot, no one would go out there to torture themselves. Normally, no one would snatch a court that someone else was using unless they were willing to play together. If the people in the court refused to leave, then the other party could only leave. Of course, that would be the normal situation. There were so many powerful guys on campus, and whenever they were here, someone would have to give up their court to them. For example, Mr. Howard Jackson, the president of the Student Council of South River University and the most handsome guy on campus. If he was around, no one would stubbornly refuse to give him their court. Leo was not at that level yet. David kept serving the ball while standing at the three-point field. When Leo and his gang were not far away from him, one of them asked loudly, "Leo, I heard you got Sarah pregnant. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Who asked her to be so weak? I only slept with her a few times and she got pregnant." "Sigh. Seriously?" Leo sighed and answered. "What are you going to do then, Leo? Are you going to marry her?" "Marry her? What am I going to do? I'll give her some money to abort it. What else?" "Leo, you're the man. David has been dating Sarah for so long, and he never got her pregnant. She only dated you for a few days, and she's already pregnant. Honestly, Sarah was still a virgin when she got with me. I don't like to play with other people's old toys." "What? A virgin? Is it possible that David can't get it up?" "How would I know? But I think so." Ha ha ha. Then, the gang started laughing. Leo and his gang's loud exchange caused some people around them to start discussing among themselves. Then, they started to talk about David vomiting blood and passing out again. Sarah and Sophie were walking over at this moment. When they heard what everyone was talking about, Sarah's face turned pale and tears started welling up in her eyes. David turned his head to glance at Leo and his gang. Naturally, Leo stared at David without showing weakness. Patrick and the other two guys walked over as well. "Leo, I can't control what you want to say, but if you mention my name one more time, I'll make you go out here on your knees. Do you believe that?" David looked at Leo and said flatly. He was a little mad. He could not control what Leo said about Sarah because it was a path Sarah chose. However, this scumbag was telling everyone that he could not get it up. This was extremely intolerable. I was respecting her. What's so wrong about that? When Leo was about to speak, he saw Sarah glaring at him with a pale face and red eyes. "Leo, are you still human? Sarah suffered so much for you. How dare you talk about her like that in front of so many people?" Sophie said angrily. Leo felt a little embarrassed right now as he was the one who made David so angry that he vomited blood and passed out. So, when he saw David, he wanted to trigger him again to see if he could humiliate him like last time. There were so many people watching, so the effect would be better than before. How dare David become so close to Amelia? Now, he had to be ready to accept Leo's revenge. However, he did not expect Sarah to be behind him. "Leo, tell me, why are you doing that to me? What did you tell me when we started dating? You told me that you'll be with me forever and that you'd marry me after we graduate. How many days has it been?" Sarah asked as she wept. Leo was in a dilemma now. However, it would be impossible for him to apologize to Sarah in front of so many people. If that was the case, how would he continue to show his face in South River University? So, he braced himself and said, "Sarah, I'm done with you. Don't you just want money? Tell me, how much do you want? I'll give it to you." He could not lose his prestige in front of so many people. If worse came to worst, he would spend more money to buy some clothes or bags to coax Sarah. Sarah did not expect Leo to say something like that in front of so many people, so she did not know how to answer him. Then, she turned around and ran away in tears. Leo, you animal. After Sophie said that, she turned around to chase after Sarah. Sarah and Sophie left. However, some people were arrogant and despotic at the scene. There were 4 on David's side while there were 5 on Leo's side. One of them was even a starting member of the university's basketball team. He was 190 centimeters tall, and he was at least 250 pounds. On the surface, David's side was in a disadvantageous position. The bystanders around them kept instigating both sides. Honestly, they did not care how big this matter became. However, a group fight would be a major event on campus, and it would break the bottom line of the university. Aside from David, the rest of them did not dare to cross this line. Even a rich kid like Leo would not dare to do so. If he was expelled, not only would his father would cut off all his financial support, he might even break his legs. Thus, the 2 sides just stood there. At this moment, someone suggested that they should have a 3 versus 3 street basketball match. This was the best way to resolve a conflict on the basketball court. Leo immediately agreed as this was just up his alley. David only had Patrick, who was considered good as he was a backup for the university basketball team. The other 2 were just decent. David was even worse as he was just an amateur, so Leo was not even concerned about him. There was a starting member on his side. A starting member was not on the same level as a backup. Plus, he was not weaker than Patrick, so he would definitely win. What do you think, David? Do you dare to do this? Don't back away if you're a man. If you don't dare, we will only send 3 of us to go against all 4 of you, Leo said to David arrogantly. Dave, don't fall for that. He's purposely saying that to trigger you. Gorilla's around and we won't have a chance, Patrick at one side whispered to David. Patrick was not someone who would admit defeat easily. However, now that they were against the university basketball team's starting member, Max Gorilla Thompson, he had to back down. Since they were all from the basketball team, they would always train together. Therefore, Patrick knew Max's strength very well. He would almost be invincible if they were to play half-court street basketball. They might only have a chance if it was a full court because, after all, he was big and he had limited stamina. Leo saw Patrick talking David down and said directly to him, Patrick, stop spewing nonsense, you coward. Leo, if you have the balls, don't make Max play. Just compete with us. Not make him play? If that's the case, why don't I just fight you with my fist? You're indeed a coward. If you don't have the guts, you should just get lost. Patrick wanted to retort, but David spoke. All right, let's do it. Dave. At one side, Patrick quickly yelled out, Pat, I know what I'm doing. David's basketball skills were bad back then, but it did not mean that he was bad right now. He silently added basketball skills on the skills column, and then he spent 10 lavish points to upgrade it to expert. With his maximum physical strength as a backup, it was not an exaggeration to say that David was almost godlike in basketball. Leo quickly said, You're the one who agreed to this, David. A word spoken can never be taken back. Yeah, I said that. Leo, how do you want to do this? David asked. Since it's a match, how could we not have a prize? Whoever loses will have to go to the broadcasting room on campus tomorrow during lunch break and yell, I am a piece of trash, in front of all the lecturers and students. After that, the losing side will have to host an apology feast in Golden Leaf Hotel. What do you think? All right, let's do that, David answered nonchalantly. Dave, Patrick wanted to say something, but Dave interrupted him. It's fine, Pat. Just do your best. All right. The rule will be a 3 versus 3 street basketball. Whoever gets 10 goals will win. A typical 3-pointer will now count as 2 points. No problem with that, right? Not at all. Right? How many of you will go? 3 or 4? Leo asked in a mocking tone. Just 3 of us will go. You made this choice, so don't blame me for bullying you. David and Leo were going to have a 3 versus 3 street basketball match. News of this was spread around by some nosy people. If they lost, not only would they need to say, I'm a piece of trash, in the university's broadcasting room, they would even have to host an apology feast in Golden Leaf Hotel. The stakes were high. 1. Aside from the humiliation, they stood to lose money. One table at the Golden Leaf Hotel would cost at least tens of thousands. Soon, more and more students showed up at the gymnasium of South River University. Some of the students even skipped class to come to watch. When David's classmates heard this, they naturally came over to observe. Some of them came to cheer for David, and some of them came to watch David make a fool of himself. Wow, isn't that Amelia, one of the 3 campus belles? I didn't expect her to come. Haven't you heard? Amelia is dating David. No way. What do you mean, no way? I saw them walk out of campus together with my own eyes. Wasn't Leo pursuing Amelia this whole time? I didn't think that David would be one step ahead of him. And no wonder the two of them would fight whenever they saw each other. I heard Leo was the one who stole David's girlfriend, Sarah. So that's why David took down Leo's goddess, whom he had thus far failed to pursue. Damn, what a badass. Look, isn't that Ava? Another person yelled. Damn, yeah, it is. Now, only Luna from the 3 campus belles of SRU is not here. Do you think she'll come? Probably not. Luna isn't nosy. Both sides were now ready. Patrick, William, and Finn were on David's side. David would not play yet. He wanted to see how they would do. Meanwhile, Leo, Gorilla Max, and one of Leo's attendants were on Leo's side. The referee was one of the players from the university's basketball team. With a whistle, the match started. Patrick was the first to serve the ball. Patrick dribbled the ball skillfully and bent his body. The ball traveled between his legs while Leo stood right in front of him. Then, Patrick sped up. He dribbled the ball with his right hand and moved quickly to the right. Leo quickly followed behind him to stop him. Then, Patrick stopped abruptly and used his left hand to dribble the ball to move it to the left. Leo failed to follow him, and he let Patrick enter the restricted area. When Patrick moved past Leo to get ready to jump on the restricted area and send the ball into the basket, a huge figure appeared in front of him. Gorilla Max jumped in front of Patrick. With his height and vertical reach, Patrick's shot would definitely be. He stopped. Patrick reacted resourcefully and passed the ball in midair to Finn, who was waiting at the wing. Finn caught the ball, and since there was no one guarding him, he did a layup and the ball entered the basket easily. Team David 1 versus Team Leo 0. Thunderous applause could be heard at the scene. Amazing! Good shot. Perfect. Leo's face turned dark. It was time for the second ball. Leo faced Patrick while holding the ball. The crowd screamed when they saw him showing off his dribbling skills. However, Patrick stopped him when he feinted going to the left but was actually dashing toward the right. Leo took a step forward and jumped in front of Patrick to throw the ball. Thud. The ball hit the basket and bounced up. When everyone was going to fight for the rebound, a hand directly pushed the ball that had bounced away back into the basket. Gorilla Max's strength as the university team's starting member was no exaggeration. Then, he made another rebound shot. Damn, what a bad asterisk. Go, Gorilla. Do another one. Various screams could be heard at the scene. Team David 1 vs Team Leo 1. Gorilla Max learned the lesson from the first point and was no longer passive because of Patrick. He would stay in the restricted area and would not jump randomly. That way, Patrick and the gang could not do anything about him, and they did not dare to enter the restricted area. Thus, they would only shoot from outside the restricted area. However, their lucks were not that good that day. They shot several times, but none of them went into the basket. With Gorilla guarding in the restricted area, it could be said that Leo was able to shoot unlimited times. Although his hit rate was very low, there would be someone keeping an eye on the rebound. Whether it was offensive rebounds or defensive rebounds, Gorilla Max was able to make all of those himself. Thus, Leo shot without any pressure. Soon the score came to 2-8. Team David had only 2 points, while Team Leo had 8, and with just 2 more points, Team Leo would win. It was time for David to play. If he did not play now, the match would be over if Leo scored a 3-pointer. David motioned to the referee to call for a timeout. After the timeout, Patrick and the gang returned to the rest area. I'm sorry, Dave. My skills are not that great today. I'm unable to make a lot of the outside shots, Patrick said apologetically. Us too. Finn and William were also said. It's okay. I'm the one who accepted this match. It's good that you've done your best. I'll go next. Are any of you tired? You can go take a break first. I'll go, William said. All right, Will, you should rest first. Time was up. David walked onto the court with Patrick and Finn. Damn, they got a replacement. Isn't that the guy who sang Boy during the Labor Day talent show? His name is David, right? Does he know how to play basketball? 1. No way. He's just a noob, Dean said from one side. Ever since the Labor Day talent show, Dean had been mad at David. He was just a nameless pauper in class, and now he's suddenly the piano prince. He should be in the limelight with Ava, but in the end, David stole it from him. Dean's answer pissed off a lot of the students from their class. Dean, it's fine if you don't want to cheer for your classmate, but how can you dampen his enthusiasm? You're the class monitor. Yeah, you're just jealous. David is so much more talented than you. Not only did he write and compose his own song, he even sang while playing the piano. How can you compare to him? A few of the girls in class scolded Dean. Now, David was the idol of a lot of the girls in David's class. Back then, they never noticed David. However, after the Labor Day talent show, they noticed that David was getting increasingly handsome day by day. Plus, he even became very classy. Right now, David had some fans in South River University. Ava was also staring curiously at David as the latter walked onto the court. She wanted to see what else David could do. Amelia was also here to watch David. There was an affectionate glint in her eyes. Leo watched as David walked into the court. David, don't forget 12 noon tomorrow. I'll listen closely to Piece of Trash Lydell's introduction. The match is not over yet. You never know who'll be the one listening to whose introduction. What? Do you think you'll win? Do you think you can turn the situation around by coming onto the court? You seriously overestimated your capabilities, Leo said sarcastically. We'll know once this is over. All right, let's start. David did not retort. He much preferred replying with his skills. What was the use of just saying he was great? The more Leo spoke, the more painful it would be if he failed. The ball was in David's court. David stood at the three-point field and passed the ball to Patrick. Then, he hinted at Patrick to pass the ball back to him. Patrick was about to dribble the ball to attack, but when he saw David's hint, he hesitated before passing the ball back to David. David caught the ball and used his right hand to lift the ball above his head. The person opposite him right now was Leo's attendant. It was obvious that they were not worried about David at all. More than 100 people at the scene could not take their eyes away from David. They wanted to see how He would attack. Then, they saw David pushing the ball with his right hand before it flew out. What? Does he know how to play or not? He thinks the ball will go into the basket just like that? Everyone at the scene, including the people on the court, shared the same thought. The players even rushed under the board to snatch the rebound. However, 3 seconds later, they were all stunned. They watched the ball entering the basket without touching the net. Team David 4 vs Team Leo 8. It went in? Can you believe that? Damn, was he cheating? Even though a lot of them did not believe this, the ball indeed went into the basket. Go, David! David, that looks so amazing. Do it again. Some of David's fans started screaming for David. The ball was in Leo's court for the next shot. David went up to defend voluntarily, while Patrick went to the restricted area to stand opposite Gorilla Max. David, don't think that you can change the situation because you got lucky. I'll show you what real basketball is. Leo said and started displaying his fancy dribbling. He was now showcasing all kinds of fancy moves. David was still standing in front of Leo, and he did not make any defense gestures. David, you're provoking me. I'll let you know the consequences of that. Suddenly, Leo sped up and moved past David's right side. However, David did not react at all. Leo was thrilled. When he got to the restricted area, he was about to jump and make a shot. Huh, where is the ball? Where is my ball? Where did it go? Leo turned around and saw David holding the ball with his right hand at the three-point field. He then tossed the ball with the same movements as earlier. The ball entered the basket without touching the net again. Team David 6 vs Team Leo 8. If the first time was luck, what was the second time? There was an uproar at the scene. Damn, what a legend. How did he take the ball from Leo? Did you see it? I didn't. My eyesight went blurry for a bit, and then Leo's ball was taken from him. Damn, He was 2F asterisk king fast. Who said David doesn't know how to play basketball just now? He's an expert in this. Leo's face turned dark as he held the ball. This time, he did not say anything, and he did not make so many fancy moves. He played steadily, and after he dribbled the ball causally, he intended to take the ball back and pass to Gorilla so that Gorilla could score another rebound. However, before he took the ball back, he felt a breeze before the ball disappeared from his hands. His ball was stolen from him again. After David stole Leo's ball, he walked past the three-point field and turned around before casually tossing the ball into the hoop. Thus, the ball went through the basket without touching the net again. Team David 8 vs Team Leo 8. At this moment, the scene was silent. Everyone was astonished. This was the third three-pointer that went into the basket without touching the net. This was not just luck now. David was definitely an expert who was playing dumb to take advantage of his opponents. Leo asked for a timeout. He had no choice. If David made another three-pointer, he would be finished. He had to discuss with his team how they could stop David. Leo called for a timeout and began discussing how to stop David. Team David at the rest area. Well, Dave, you've been lying to us all this while. That's right. You weren't ever so serious when you played with us. Why? Were you looking down on us? Patrick and the gang were also making fun of David. They did not expect David to be so powerful. Although Patrick knew that David's identity was somewhat mysterious, he did not expect him to play basketball so well. No, my friends, I just got enlightened recently, David said with a wry smile. How should I explain this? Should I tell them I got a super cool system and I can just add points to whatever I want to learn? Would they believe me? Amelia sat in the audience. She was watching David taking a break and was getting ready to go down and hand David the water in her hand. However, before she could do that, she saw that several girls had already gone over to deliver water to David. Hence, she could only puff out her cheeks and sit there angrily. David, you are so handsome. Come, have some water. A girl ran onto the court and handed David the mineral water in her hand. Drink mine, drink mine. Before David could respond, another bottle was handed over to him. David, I adore you so much. Can you write a song for me too? I've already thought of the name. You can just call it Girl. David was quickly surrounded by several girls. Only a few men sat at Leo's side. There was not a single person who came to deliver water to them. Although Leo was rich and a veritable kid from a wealthy family, his reputation was not very good. He was a playboy who was always throwing his weight about. Seeing that David was so popular, Leo was in a bad mood. He quickly walked onto the court with his two teammates and signaled at the referee to start the game. The game continued. Leo served the ball from the three-point field. Gorilla Max did not stay under the basket anymore and instead went straight out to take Leo's pass. Then, he bowed his body, dribbled the ball with his right hand, and prepared to shoot the ball directly into the net. With his height and weight, the shot was already in the bag once he went under the basket. Patrick was gradually being pushed under the basket by Max. He did not have a good solution either. His body and strength were too poor, so he could only desperately resist. However, it was useless, and he was quickly pushed under the basket. Max jumped up forcibly, grabbed the ball with his right hand, and dunked the ball. He was about to dunk with Patrick between him and the basket. Good shot, Leo yelled. This shot was definitely in the bag. Gorilla Max was second to none in South River University in terms of being an overlord under the basket. Just as Max was about to dunk the basketball, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and slapped the ball out of his hand. Slap. The ball flew out. This figure that suddenly appeared was David. He had been keeping an eye on Max's actions at one side this entire time. This was because he was waiting to the block at the final moment. Max Gorilla Thompson, the starting member of South River University's basketball team, was blocked. After this, the students who knew about basketball at the scene could not sit still anymore. The ones who came here to join in the fun did not know anything about basketball, and they did not know what this blocked shot against Gorilla Max meant. Damn, Max's forceful dunk was blocked by David. Am I seeing things? He's so amazing. That's so unbelievable. That's Gorilla Max. He's about 200 centimeters tall, but David, who's 180 centimeters tall, managed to block his shot. Voices of discussion reverberated through the gymnasium. They were not so surprised when David managed to make 3 3-pointers in a row. He only managed to cause an uproar among those people who came in to join the fun. However, this blocked shot was shocking. He dared to go head-on with Max, and even blocked his shot. David was so awesome. Now, an even louder cheer reverberated through the gymnasium. Go, David! David, I love you! All kinds of screams could be heard at the same time. Leo felt as horrible as if he had eaten feces. After Max landed, he was still standing there in a daze. He had not come back to his senses yet. He was blocked? And this happened in South River University? He had never been blocked like this, even when he went to compete with other universities. This was a humiliation in his basketball career. Max looked at David in front of him, who was about a head shorter than him. Then, he said the first sentence since coming onto the court. David, you son of a gun. However, it was clear that he said this with endless anger. David shrugged and said, You're not bad yourself? Then, he ran back to the 3-point field to catch the ball, leaving Max to stand there with a dark face that gradually turned pale. When the ball was slapped out of Max's hand, it coincidentally landed near Finn. Then, David caught the ball. Finn passed him. Leo immediately pressed up against David to stop him from making another shot. David shook from left to right, but Leo was still close behind. In reality, David could just make the shot because Leo was not an obstacle to him. However, he felt that it was not brilliant and shocking enough to win just like that. Isn't it just a dunk? I know how to do that too. Okay. David passed the ball to Patrick and then quickly turned around to move past Leo. At this moment, Patrick passed the ball back to David. Without Leo blocking him in front, David quickly ran into the restricted area while dribbling the ball. Damn, what is David doing? Aren't his 3-pointers extremely accurate? He'll win if he throws another 3-pointer. Why is he running into the area? Who knows? Maybe he wants to dunk. What a joke. Max is still in there. Who dares to dunk on top of him? Just now, Max was blocked by David. So what else is impossible? That was an accident. The discussion among the audience did not affect David. A moment later, he ran into the area and jumped up like an eagle. After that, he pulled his right arm, which was holding the ball, all the way behind his head. Damn, he was going to make a tomahawk dunk. Everyone in the gymnasium was watching David closely. Max watched as David ran in and jumped up. He wanted to make the dunk above Max. How could Max make that happen? Just now, he was humiliated when he was blocked by David, and if Max allowed him to make a tomahawk dunk above him now, wouldn't he be utterly insulted as the #1 center in South River High? When David jumped and dunked the ball, Max immediately jumped up too, and just like how David blocked him just now, he slapped the ball away from David's hand. Slap. However, the ball did not fly away like earlier. Instead, the ball was now trapped in the air by 2 hands. A lot of people captured this scene with their phones. This was an extreme confrontation. David looked at Max in front of him. In reality, he was not exerting any force at all. Even if there were 10 Maxes in front of him, he would not be afraid. He exerted some force on his right hand that was holding the ball. Max could not hold on anymore. David's right hand pushed the ball, and the ball forced past Max's right hand into the basket. Slam. The basketball was dunked heavily into the basket. Max pulled back his hand when the back of it touched the basket. He knew that with his current strength, he could not stop David's dunk anymore. If he did not pull his hand back, his hand might have been broken if David smashed it against the basket. He did not expect David to be so strong. At this moment, David's body touched his body. Max could only feel a strong force before he flew backward uncontrollably. After he landed, he could not stand still and fell to the ground. On the other hand, David landed steadily. Everyone present was beyond shocked. The audience was shocked. David actually sent Max flying. Everyone was in disbelief. David was only 180 centimeters tall and weighed slightly more than 60 kilograms, but he managed to send Max, who was nearly 200 centimeters tall and weighed 150 kilograms flying. This simply subverted everyone's imagination. Max was also a little stunned as he lay on the ground. It was one thing to be blocked, but he was even sent flying. He had no face to get up anymore. At one side, Leo also widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. The audience burst into deafening cheers. After being called the Piano Prince, David now had a new title, the Basketball Prince. It was pretty clear who would score the next shot. After David caught the ball, he did a dashing back to the basket shot. The ball entered the basket without touching the net. Team David 10 vs Team Leo 8. Did David not need to look at the basket when he made the shot? This was a little too much. He had a total of 4 three-pointers and a tomahawk dunk. All of them went in 2. The most incomprehensible thing was that he did not even look at the basket when he made the last three-pointer. The game was over. David's name once again resounded through South River University. In the evening, Leo bought a table of the cheapest dishes at the Golden Leaf Hotel. David and his friend did not mind. They were fine with it so long as they had something to eat. At noon the next day, Leo went to the broadcasting room and yelled, "I am a piece of trash," causing all the students on campus to burst into laughter. Leo was completely humiliated. Of course, he now hated David even more. He began constantly thinking about how to seek revenge against him. The next few days went by peacefully. 2 days soon passed in the blink of an eye. This weekend, David promised Tara that he would go back with her. Since he had promised her, he would not go back on his word. On Thursday, David was in class when he received a message from Amelia. "Amelia, David, are you free tomorrow? I want to buy you a meal." David thought about it, and since he had nothing to do, decided he would go. He found it embarrassing to reject a goddess invitation. Therefore, he replied, "David, okay, tell me the venue and I'll be there tomorrow." "Amelia, you promised so you can't go back on your word. I'll tell you the place tomorrow." "David, okay." The next day, David received a call from Amelia. She asked her to go to a restaurant next to the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center. Since the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center was the biggest in River City, there were a lot of restaurants surrounding it. They could immediately go have fun after a meal. Wouldn't that be great? David drove his Bugatti to the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center and parked at the entrance. When he got to the restaurant, he realized that there were a lot of people there. There were 3 huge tables with at least 20 people. Even Leo and the other playboys were here. "David, I treated you to a nice meal a few days before. Why are you here for a free meal again today?" Leo would not give up on a chance to roast David. "Leo, are you not unconvinced that you were defeated 2 days ago? Why don't we choose a time for a rematch?" "David, we're not on campus, so who wants to have a basketball match with you again? Plus, today is Amelia's birthday and you didn't even bring a gift. What are you doing here if you're not trying to get a free meal?" David had no idea that today was Amelia's birthday. If he knew in advance, he would not have come because he did not want to spend time with people like Leo. Besides, he did not even know these people. "All right, stop fighting. Today is my birthday, so you have to listen to me. Sit down and eat." Amelia spoke and Leo stopped insulting David. "Everyone, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Everyone here is my best friend. Thank you for taking care of me in South River University. I'll finish my drink first to show my respect." After Amelie said that, she lifted her mug and finished all of the beer. Everyone at the scene also lifted their mugs to drink some. "Everyone, eat. When we're done here, there will be more entertainment waiting for you." However, Leo was fuming throughout this meal. Since David was the latest superstar in the limelight of South River University, naturally, there were a lot of girls around him. There were a lot of girls coming over to propose a toast to him, and of course, David did not want to reject them, so he would drink to all of them. However, there was something strange. Before this, David's alcohol tolerance was very low, and he would collapse after 2 bottles of beer, let alone liquor. He basically would not touch the hard stuff. However, he drank so much alcohol today, and yet nothing was happening to him. Was this one of the benefits of his body getting better? Was he already immune to alcohol? After dinner, Leo and Jacob, 2 of Amelia's protectors, brought everyone to a private room in the Fuller Golden Sands Entertainment Center. They had reserved this place in advance. David wanted to leave, but Amelia was paying special attention to him, so he did not get the chance to do so. After he entered the private room, he saw a huge cake with 21 layers that was almost as tall as a human. It was because today was Amelia's 21st birthday. Wow, what an enormous cake. This is the first time I am seeing something like this. How romantic. The girls were exclaiming in admiration. How is it? Amelia, I made this cake especially for you, Leo said. Thank you, Leo. Amelia said gratefully. Me too. I spent a lot of time and effort getting this private room. Fuller Golden Sands is the best entertainment center in River City, and you can't book such a big private room without some connections. Another one of the protectors, Jacob, said, taking credit for his achievements. Thank you so much, Jacob. Amelia quickly thanked him too. Make a wish now. Amelia closed her eyes and started making a wish. Since they had just eaten dinner, they pushed the cake to one side after Amelia made her wish. They would only eat after everyone got hungry again after they had fun. At this moment, Leo took out a box and placed it in front of Amelia. He said, Amelia, today is your birthday, so I prepared a simple present for you. I hope you can accept it. Amelia took the box. Amelia, open it. Let's see what Leo gave you. Yeah, open it. With Leo's status, we're curious what he'll give you. Amelia opened the box after a few girls incited her. Then, they saw a crystal necklace lying quietly in the box. Amelia, I chose this necklace just for you. Do you like it? Leo asked. Amelia took out the crystal necklace and a receipt fell out from the box. Leo did this on purpose. He wanted everyone to see the value of this crystal necklace so that everyone would be jealous. Wow, this crystal necklace is worth $280,000. It's so expensive. Let me see. Let me see. Wow, it's true. Leo, you're so generous. Everyone present was shocked that Leo could casually give out a $200,000 necklace. Leo was feeling pleased with himself. He spent so much money this time. Sarah refused to talk to him these 2 days, and he could not coax her even after he bought her a lot of presents. In the end, Leo was also a little angry. Hence, he gave her $50,000 so that she would abort the child. After that, the two went their separate ways. He had his fun with her anyway. After the initial excitement faded, it was time to move on to his next target. Now, his attention was back to Amelia again. Amelia was a flower, and everyone could smell her sweet fragrance. However, no one could pick her, so he was itching to do so. Plus, he spent a total of a few million on Amelia, so he would not be convinced if he just gave up like this. He had to take down Amelia no matter what. A few million was not a small amount to a rich kid like him. Since he had been a little tight on money recently, he had to use all kinds of excuses to get this money from his parents. At this moment, Jacob said, "A necklace, old chap? Aren't you a bit cheap? Amelia, come, look at what I'm giving you." After Jacob said that, he took out a delicate box and handed it to Amelia. When Amelia opened the box, she saw a key to a BMW inside. What? Was he giving her a car? Amelia's roommates and friends were so envious of her. If they were the ones who received the car, they might immediately get into bed with Jacob tonight. Amelia, you're not into the one I gave you, so now, I changed it to another better one. This is a convertible BMW Z4, so it's definitely better than the last one. On one side, Leo's limelight was stolen by Jacob, and he said angrily, "Old boy, what did you say last time? You said you won't fight me for Amelia after you accept my $3 million. Are you going back on your word now?" Leo immediately exposed the fight between him and Jacob for rank 1 in their promise that day. What? Jacob accepted $3 million from Leo and promised he would not pursue Amelia? What the hell? Wasn't he a kid from a rich family? Why would he accept Leo's money this way? It seemed that he was a fake rich guy. Therefore, it appeared that Leo was much better. The discussion around them caused Jacob's face to turn dark and then pale. He did not think that Leo would expose this. It was making him feel embarrassed. "Old chap, how do you tell everyone the thing about the ranking? You said you're worried that you can't win against me, so you voluntarily gave me $3 million. In the end, I quit, and you didn't even get rank 1. How embarrassing," Jacob retorted. "You took my money. You have to keep your promise if you're a man, unless you admit that you're not. I agreed that I won't fight for Amelia with you, but if I don't take action now, Amelia will be taken by that pauper David. Didn't you see them having dinner together? It's all your fault for being such a disappointment." I'm fighting with David and not you. I never thought of you as my opponent anyway. You? Leo could not say anything after he heard this reply. David was lost. What does this have to do with me? Why am I suddenly getting hit with collateral damage? He finally understood. These two idiots were the same. All right, stop fighting. Today is my birthday. Can you at least show me some respect? Amelia said. Amelia spoke, and the two stopped arguing. Then, Amelia said, Firstly, I want to thank you guys, but your gifts are too expensive, and I can't accept them. Take them back, please. I'm sorry,